We are hopefully going to be going out live on YouTube as well during the course of today, but we'll also be talking to you here at the circuit, so do bear with us, as it will be a slightly different commentary to what you normally get, because we'll be commentating for the benefit of everyone on the live stream, not just here at the circuit as well. Hopefully you've brought your programmes onto the way into the circuit today, priced at £3. And we are now live on YouTube. So yes, good morning to everyone who's joining us on the live stream. We've already started talking to people here at the circuit, but welcome along to the 2019 Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. That will be the main feature of our programme later on this afternoon after the lunch break, a near 50-car grid for a 2-hour endurance race. But we've also got racing from 4 other championships during the course of today. The BMW Car Club Racing Championship will get our racing underway very shortly. We've got the very competitive Gala Performance Toyota MR2s. We've got the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship and the ever-popular Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship up as well during the course of today. All 4 of those categories will be out before the lunch break, and they'll have further rounds of their racing after the Club Enduro feature race. We're running a little bit behind schedule here at Donington Park because of some problems during the course of the qualifying session, and there are cars still being recovered from the low cost, which was the last of the practice sessions this morning, and that means that we've been a little bit delayed in getting the cars out onto the grid for the first race of the day, which will be the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. And Josh Barrett is alongside me, and Josh, we're looking forward to what should be a very good season, not just for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, but the 750 Motor Club generally.
Absolutely. We're just saying around the circuit here, about 500 competitors have raced with the 750 Motor Club either last weekend at Brands Hatch or are here today at Donington Park. So it's incredible the job the 750 Motor Club have done over the last few years to build the grids up. They've always really been big, haven't they, Ian? But they're bigger than ever this year. We've got capacity grids in some instances this weekend and last weekend at Brands Hatch, and what, 20-odd championships is it now the 750 Motor Club run, and they're all very competitive. And there's a great mixture of championships as well. We've got single make racing, got saloon car racing, single-seater racing, sports cars, and of course the endurance racing, which is the sort of the main event today.
Absolutely, and the whole mantra of the 750 Motor Club is that it is all about affordable motorsport, but also a big element of fun as well. It's well controlled, but there's a big element on fun racing, whether it's on track or maybe the social scene in the paddock as well. That is a key element of what makes the 750 Motor Club unique in British motor racing. And it's the introduction over the last few years of things like the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship that have brought a new dimension to things with the 2- and 3-hour races. I think it was only, less than 4 years ago that we had the inaugural Club Enduro race, which was a 2.5-hour race at Snetterton. But we're going to turn our attention now to the first racing action of the weekend, which is going to be for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. First ever championship round for this category. It debuted as a non-championship series of races during the course of 2018. Immediately got very good grids at Castle Combe and at Silverstone for its opening couple of rounds, and an excellent grid in prospect here at Donington Park as well. We had 35 cars out in qualifying this morning, and as you can see, they're making their way out onto the grid now for what will be a 13-minute plus 1 lap race. 2 races today for these cars. First one will be over 13 minutes plus 1 lap. The later race, a little bit longer, over 18 minutes plus 1 lap. So the cars coming onto the grid now, and on pole position it will be the number 58 car of Chris Byallen, who was out in action last weekend as well in the Armed Forces Race Challenge and Road Sports race as well, and he went pretty well there, Josh.
Yeah, he won the first 750 Motor Club race of the 2019 season, didn't he, in that Armed Forces race? The weather was a bit different at Brands Hatch.
It was about 15 degrees colder, I think, for one thing.
Absolutely. I think it was sort of a bit of snow in that first race of the year in the Armed Forces Challenge. But unlike here at Donington Park last year, it's glorious sunshine, very warm indeed, which is great for everybody because you don't want to have your first races of the season in weather like that, and it should make for great racing. Generally, club racing is better in dry conditions. We've got a great mix of BMWs, as you were saying, Ian, just lining up below us. Mainly sort of M3s at the front. Haven't got the M-powered cars at the front, which are all M3s apart from Rick Kerry's V8-powered 1 Series. Then we got the 6-cylinder cars as well as the BMW Cup cars, which are based on the 325.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got Chris Byron there on pole position, left-hand side of your screen. That's the white car. The red car alongside him is that of number 44, Michael Cutt, in his E36 M3, the double Northern Sports and Saloon car champion from 2011 and 2014. And he's gone well in his debut season in the BMW Car Club Series last year as well. Robert Davidson is going to be the man that lines up on the second row of the grid in car number 33. Another of the E36s, and alongside him will be number 5, which is David Heisman, the mechanic from Biggleswade, and a car that was originally a track day project that he built up when he bought it in 2010 after an inspiring trip to the Nürburgring. So he lines up on row 2 of the grid in the blue and white car, as we've got the final low costs being recovered back to the paddock, you can see. Third row on the inside, you've got a man that's also already won a race this season. That's Paul Cook, who was triumphant in road sports at Brands Hatch last weekend, car number 26, and alongside him is number 2, which is Rick Kerry.
Of course, Paul Cook beat Chris Byalon in that race at Brands Hatch, so it'll be interesting to see in the Car Club Racing series here whether Paul Cook can move forwards and challenge him. Of course, Paul Cook is in the secondary class in M2 for the slightly less powered cars, and in that car last year he won what was something like 6 M3 Cup races.
He did. So Paul Cook there alongside the former British Touring Car Championship driver Rick Kerry, number 2. Richard Bromley, number 27, is on the inside of row 3 in his green E36 M3, and it's an E46, so a slightly more modern car for Kaz Singh, the orange car, which if you're looking on your live stream, is pointing at a rather jaunty angle from the fourth row of the grid. There is a green flag lap to sort that out before the race gets underway, though. Graham Crowhurst, a man that won in the Tagiwa M3 Cup last year, he lines up in the inside of row number 5, car number 15, with several competitors moving over from the M3 Cup and the 330 Challenge into the BMW Car Club Racing Championship for this season. And alongside him will be the number 91 car, which is Hugh Gurney, as the green flag lap gets underway then ahead of this 13-minute plus 1 lap race. Hugh Gurney is an author, in actual fact. He has written a book, The Prince of Naples, as we now get for everyone at home the grid graphic up on screen. So on pole position it will be number 1, Chris Byalon, alongside him number 58, Chris Byalon, number 44, Michael Cutt, alongside him Robert Davidson, David Heisman, row 2, Paul Cook and Rick Kerry on the third row of the grid, Richard Bromley and Kaz Singh on row 4. Graham Crowhurst and Hugh Gurney on the 5th row, Gary Hufford, who was a regular in the M3 Cup last season, and Jason Hollyhead on row 6, Wayne Lewis and Adrian Williams on the 7th row, Kevin Denwood and Darren Ball, 330 Challenge refugee, on row 8. Row 9 of the grid has Gareth Montgomery and Stuart Pywell, Bill Redrop and Michael Dark making his racing debut on row 10. Jim Benson and Matt Page, row 11. Rob Allman and Colin Gillespie should be on row 11, but his car missing. He suffered a misfire in practice. Raheem Ballou and Mark Coulmer on the 13th row. Clive Watson and Richard Harrison on row 14. Adrian Ferdinands and David Morris on the 15th row of the grid. You can see right at the back Sean Jackson and Pete Skinner rounding out what is a very big field for this opening BMW Car Club Racing event of the season.
Absolutely, and that's something we've got to get used to throughout the day, the big grids, and we can look forward to 33 BMWs, I guess it will be in the end, starting this opening round of the Car Club Racing Championship. And of course, the first time, as Ian was saying earlier, this is a championship. It was a series in 2018 and started off with about 20-odd cars at Castle Combe, wasn't it? So a great start to the season, to the series last year, and it's just grown throughout 2018, and now as we start a championship, well over 30 cars, and a good mix between the classes too. It's fairly even between the categories. Yeah. With, as we mentioned earlier, the M cars at the front, M1 and M2, then the 6-cylinder cars, the Cup class, as well as the 4-cylinder class. So we're trying to keep an eye on all the classes throughout the duration of this 13-minute plus 1 lap race. The kind of lap times we're looking at, well, it was 1 minute 42 that Chris Byalon set in qualifying this morning that put him on pole in M1. M2 went to Paul Cook, his 5th overall, on a 1:45. Class 6 pole sitter was Kevin Denwood in his compact. He's on a 1:51. The Cup class pole is Matt Page. He starts 22nd overall in his 325 Ti, a 1:54 for him. And the 4-cylinder poleman is Richard Harrison in his 318. He's on a 1:57. So lap traffic will become a factor, I think, in the closing stages of the race. The cars, though, making their way onto the grid. And Chris Ballon's going to have to wait quite a while, isn't he, Ian, because of the amount of cars. He's on to the pole position spot as the cars continue to make their way around the Grand Prix loop.
Yeah, and as Josh says, and you could probably deduce by those lap times, we're on the full Grand Prix circuit, the 2.49 mile Grand Prix circuit here at Donington Park this weekend, rather than the shorter national circuit, so they turn left, as we can see on the pictures there at the Fogarty S's, rather than right through the Robert chicane. So a very full grid of cars. The final ones just making their way up the hill towards Goddard's, and then we'll be underway for this 13-minute plus 1 lap race. So we'll probably get something like about 9 laps out of this, I would estimate. But it's going to be looking good for Chris Ballon with that qualifying time, 1.02 seconds faster than anybody else this morning in the practice session.
One thing we did notice at Brands Hatch for Chris Ballon, he very much struggled to get that GTR off the grid. So let's hope he does a better job than he managed just 8 days ago. Yeah,
and in particular that was in the second Armed Forces race, wasn't it, where he didn't get off the line at all and then got collected.
Fingers crossed that doesn't happen.
Let's keep touching wood. Right, so the last few cars are coming into position, and it's a very colourful grid, isn't it, for this BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Yes, great to see so many BMWs on one grid.
And the liveries, like you were just saying, is really good. You've got some plain cars. They look good as well, don't they? You're sort of keeping it plain. There's a good mix between that and sort of full liveries, and with sponsorship on the side of the cars as well. The green flag, though, waves at the back of the field. Yeah, 5-second board is up, waiting for the red lights to go on, which they will do any moment. And the race about to get underway then. And they're off, and it's not a great start by the pole position man, as you predicted. Chris Ballon already dropping down to third position. It's Mike Cutt, but then actually from the outside of the second row of the grid, David Heasman in the number 5 car that's trying to sweep around the outside as they go into Redgate for the first time. But it looked like it was just Mike Cutt holding on then as they head through the Craner curve, through Redgate, down through Hollywood towards the Craner curves for the first time. It looks like Paul Cook has made his way up into third position. Robert Davidson, I think, is in fourth spot, and the pole position man, Chris Ballon, is down to fifth. Absolutely. So Mike Cutt, who was the most successful driver last year, he won 3 of the BMW Car Club Racing Series races, leads the way, coming out of the old hairpin, now side by side in the mid-pack there. That was Wayne Lewis and the car of Graham Crowhurst, 2 drivers that raced in the M3 Cup last year. But it's Paul Cook that leads a M2 category. You can see Chris Ballon challenging behind him to try and get up into 4th place, and he's done that. He's got ahead of Robert Davidson, who challenges back up the hill towards Coppice. Is Davidson going to get that place back? No, he doesn't. The much more meaty GTR there of Ballon up into 4th then. And they're heading their way down the straight, the exhibition straight, towards the Fogarty S's for the first time. Then Mike Cutt making a bit of a breakout front here then from Heasman in second place, Paul Cook in third. Be interesting to see what Chris Ballon can do from 5th position through the Fogarty S's for the first time, and then down to the right-hand hairpin at Melbourne. And it is a good lead that the red car of Mike Cutt does indeed have here. Certainly wasn't really what we're expecting based on what we saw in qualifying. A bit of a battle further back down the order, though. That is between number 4 Gary Hufford and 47 Wayne Lewis. Meanwhile, number 3, therefore, that is Kaz Singh making up ground as the leaders head back up to Gollards for the first time. Some really cool camera shots there, as on the inside of the 2 hairpins you really can see how tight the battling is. As you mentioned, Ballon fell back behind Robert Davidson, so Davidson got the better run through Coppice Corner after Ballon passed him just through that turn, or the previous turn, down into Redgate then to start lap 2. There's Rick Kerry turning through in the 1 Series. He's ahead of Graham Crowhurst and then Gary Hufford, who was a winner last year at Brands Hatch. So out of Redgate he goes. He's got Wayne Lewis behind him. Richard Bromley and Kaz Singh complete the top 10. Yeah, 3/4 of a second, and the gap between Heasman and Cook at the end of the first lap. So we've not seen Mike Cutt actually on our screens, but yeah, he was another 2 seconds very nearly ahead of the rest, and he's still leading the way then as they head
up through McLean's once again. Well, I say he has headed through on his own. There's one car that has gone off, though, I can see at the old hairpin at the bottom of the Craner Curves. That's one from, I think, a bit further back down the order, but it's Mike Cutt then that continues to lead, and he's almost leaving everyone else standing here, it seems.
Absolutely, a really strong run there, Ian.
And it's Davidson that's gone, isn't it? The man that was in 4th place has gone by the looks of it. He's no longer in that leading group. So that is the car that's gone missing, we think, down there at the old hairpin. But the leaders down at Foggart Yeses once again. That means that Chris Byallen now is up to 4th place then in that number 58 car. You can see he's chasing after Paul Cook. So the two drivers that were both in the same road sports race at Brands Hatch last weekend are at it hammer and tongs once again.
Hasn't taken long for Byallen to close in on Paul Cook, has it? He was, some 1 second behind in the more powerful M1 car of Byallen now coming alongside Paul Cook, but he's got the outside line for the Goddard's hairpin, so that means Paul Cook can hold on there. But what Byallen will be trying to do is get the acceleration off of the final corner and trying to challenge on the way down towards Redgate. The two cars are nose to tail as they complete lap number 2 of this race, and Byallen trying to get the slipstream off of the E46 of Cook. Up the inside he goes, a much more meaty GTR car. You can see the big wheel arches on Chris Byallen's car. He goes up into 3rd position. He's now got a second or so to close in on David Heasman, but Heasman 5 seconds behind the race leader, Mike Cutt, who is absolutely flying up front.
Yeah, he's at a 1:43.37 on the first flying lap of the race, which is at least 2 seconds faster than anybody else out on track at the moment. So we've now got Byallen ahead of Paul Cook. The next car in line, the car in 5th place, is number 2, Rick Kerry. It's worth saying that Paul Cook is actually in the M2 class rather than the M1 class, so he's leading class M2 as well. Other classes being led by Darren Ball, leading class 6 at the minute. And we'll get an eye on what's going on in the other classes as well. But here now is Heasman under pressure from Byallen, so he's got past Paul Cook, and now he's putting the pressure on David Heasman then as they come down the exhibition straight. Actually down the straight it looks like Heasman's got the legs on that car a little bit, which surprises me as they head down towards the Foggart Yeses. But there's a battle going on a few places further back as well, and this is the one involving Gary Hufford and Graham Crowhurst.
Absolutely, it's Crowhurst that's still ahead, but a better run out of the S's from Gary Hufford, so he's going up the inside in towards the Melbourne hairpin. He's got the line, so is he going to be able to go through that absolutely level as they turn into the corner? Hufford's got to watch out here, he's not to run out too wide, and that's what he's done. So on the power earlier is Graham Crowhurst, and is Crowhurst going to be able to get through? But again, he's on the wrong line. Gary Hufford still on the inside line as they turn left now into Goddard's, and Hufford is going to hang on there to what is 6th. So he's gone through into 6th, hasn't he, after that pass down in towards the S's. So Gary Hufford, a race winner last year, into 6th, down to 7th for Graham Crowhurst, who was a winner in the M3 Cup last year.
That time through, Michael Cutt was a bit slower. His lead has been eaten into by the tune of half a second. It's down to 4.34 seconds now between Cutt and David Heasman in 2nd place.
It was a slow lap from Cutt, wasn't it? A couple of seconds slower than he'd done earlier. So I wonder how quick he's gone off, whether he's overheated his tyres at this stage. There's a great battle coming out of Redgate and onto Hollywood. That is Kaz Singh, who is battling with Hugh Gurney, and I think this is the battle to be within the top 10. And they're just passing that incident on the left-hand side there of Robert Davidson after he went off earlier. But Singh's got a good run there down into the old hairpin and stays ahead of Hugh Gurney as they make their way up towards Free-Swans Curve and up towards McLean's.
Yeah, so we are on lap number 4 of this race, as you can see from the clock ticking down. Only 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go, plus 1 lap, so there's an extra lap at the end of this as well, a bit like Formula E runs to these days.
In the background, Rick Kerry's going up the inside of Paul Cook into the S's. Meanwhile, we watched the battle of a 2nd place. That's David Heasman just ahead of Chris Byallen. And Heasman, of course, picking his pace up because he was, as we mentioned, about a second or so quicker than Michael Cutt on that previous lap. So sort of being urged on by the pace of Chris Byallen behind him. Looks like somebody's had an off-up at Coppice Corner, but I think that car's got back out of the gravel, so no real dramas there. And Byallen slower through the hairpins here, Ian, and David Heasman getting away, but then much later on the brakes into Goddard's and the two cars are together again.
Now what's happened to the gap though between 1st and 2nd, because it had come down on the previous lap to 4.34 seconds. It's come down again to just over 4 seconds now, so it's come down by another 0.3 of a second. Turning their way now through the right-hander at Redgate Corner as Kaz Singh has had a bit of a moment there, and he's lost a little bit of time now to Hugh Gurney. So Hugh Gurney now does move up into 10th position, and he now is chasing after that bright green car of Richard Bromley.
Notice Chris Byalon really struggling for traction off the hairpins, but through the corners using the aero of that GTR right underneath the rear wing now of David Heasman as they make their way up towards Swans Curve and up towards McLean's. Is there going to be a challenge here? But again, just can't seem to get the power up the hill. It's got lots of aero, that GTR of Chris Byalon. I wonder if that's causing him some straight line speed difficulties. Meanwhile, Casting gets one of those positions back going through the old hairpin. That looked like Richard Bromley who's dropped back, so maybe a mistake from him.
Still this fight going on for second and third. Rick Kerry now into fourth.
Is Rick Kerry closing them in?
He is, yeah. He certainly, well, the gap was nearly 3 seconds at the beginning of the lap. It looks like it's much less than that now as they head down the exhibition straight towards the Fogarty S's once again. This is lap 5, and it's certainly Heasman and Byalon probably slowing each other up a little bit here and allowing the very experienced Rick Kerry, who started out racing, I think, in classic touring cars, in an XR3 Group 1 touring cars many years ago. It's a bit wide there for Heasman. This is going to give Byalon the opportunity he needs to get alongside as they're coming out of the Melbourne hairpin. They're absolutely door mirror to door mirror as they come up the straight towards the left-hander at Goddard's, but of course Heasman there had the inside line.
He's got to make sure he breaks in time this time. He doesn't run out wide. Is Byalon going to be able to get alongside him as they come onto the start and finish straight? They've got to watch out because we've been saying Rick Kerry, what was a 3-second gap, he's pretty much half now, so once he got past Paul Cook he was really able to pull away, and he sets the fastest lap of the race there, 1 minute 44.48 from Kerry there in 4th place to close in this second place battle as they make their way out of Redgate. So Heasman still ahead of Byalon. A great defensive drive this has been from Heasman, because of course Byalon caught him really quick, didn't he, Ian, but hasn't been able to find a way through.
No, he's not, even when there was a bit of a mistake made down at the Melbourne hairpin by that number 5 car, David Heasman. Paul Cook, by the way, still leading the M2 class. He's in 5th position overall, and the class 6 is being led by Darren Ball by about 2.5 seconds from Kevin Denwood.
It was just a personal best lap, wasn't it,
yeah,
from Kerry, so he's not quite beaten that really quick time early on from Mike Cup. A personal best lap from Rick Kerry to close in on this battle for second place that we concentrate on, and very shortly they're going to be in lap traffic too, and it's pretty close towards the rear of the field, so that's going to make the traffic more complex to come through. But as Ian suggested, in that battle that means Mike Cup getting away again, so it's been a very quiet race really for the race leader Mike Cup. It's all been about this battle for second over the last couple of laps. Into the S's they come. Heasman ahead of Byalon, not even a car length between the two cars, but again traction off the corners is where David Heasman just seems to be able to get the advantage over the chaser. Chris Byalon down into the Melbourne hairpin. Much later on the brakes is Byalon, and you couldn't really fit much between the two BMWs there as they turned through the corner.
No, and they're climbing back up towards Goddard once again, but hopefully Heasman, from his point of view, will be able to hold on. But look how close Rick Kerry is to the back of them now. He's going to make this a 3-car battle. Meanwhile, Mike Cutt in the lead of the race has just done a new fastest lap, a 1 minute 43.13. He's now getting stuck into the traffic as well, but these three, and it is 3 now, really slowing each other up. Also in the background, watch out for the number 4 car, the orangey-coloured car of Gary Hufford, now closing in on the back of Paul Cook as well for P5 overall. But this is the battle for P2. It's Heasman, Byalon and Kerry.
Out of Redgate they go. We should get, what, 2 laps after this one, won't we? Because we've got to remember the added lap on at the end of the timed element. As we can see now through the crane occurred, Rick Kerry right on the tail of Chris Byalon as they turn their way onto the old hairpin. Byalon, though, very much is the quickest through the corners, is right on the tail once again of David Heasman. I think it's the straight line speed in that's just affecting him not being able to make a move, and there's a real battle going on up ahead of him in the Cup class, so they're going to have to work their way through this lap traffic, and this is where both Byalon and Kerry can look to find a way up a place.
I think the car that was looking a bit sideways there was Carl McMillan in car number 60, doing battle with one of the Class 4 cars, I think, as well. But yeah, here is this fight for second place amidst the traffic, and here's that battle for 5th as well. Gary Hufford right on the tail now of Paul Cook. They are in different classes though. Paul Cook in class M2, Gary Hufford and all of the cars ahead of Paul Cook in class M1. But here comes Chris Byalon now up the inside into Fogarty S's, and finally it's taken about 4 laps to do it. He's made it through to second place.
so much later on the brakes into the S's. Maybe David Heasman just didn't put full attack mode on because of that lap traffic, and Chris Byalon, who's also doing the 2-hour Club Enduro race later on today, wasn't faced by the traffic, and has Rick Kerry gone through as well, as Rick Kerry got past David Heasman. They're side by side as they come off the Melbourne hairpin up towards Goddard. They come, let's look, they're going either side of a back marker just behind Byalon. Is it going to be Heasman or is it going to be Kerry there in third place? It's Heasman. He stayed ahead of Rick Kerry, but he's there, he's sideways off of the Goddard's hairpin. Rick Kerry's going to use that V8 power of his 1 Series to challenge, but no, Heasman's car's got so much traction off the corners. He holds on to third, but there's a change for fifth in the background. Gary Hufford has got past Paul Cook.
And also we've got a retirement into the pit lane. That is the number 27 car of Richard Bromley, who was running up inside the top 10. So Richard Bromley, bright green car, now is out of the race. So lots of changes then as we're coming down into the final few seconds of the timed element of this race. We'll get the last lap board shown at the end of this one. I can see it being prepared on the finish line by the marshals. So the question now is what's going to happen for third place between David Heasman, number 5, and Rick Kerry there, number 2 in the 1 Series, making their way up towards Schwanzkirch, and then McLean's the right-hander towards the top of the hill. Very close indeed in terms of best lap times during the course of this race. Heasman's done a 44.57, Kerry's done a 44.48, so there's not much to choose between them in ultimate lap times.
Heasman got a bit of brake trouble. You can see him hitting the brakes multiple times before making his way into Coppice Corner. Maybe that's what allowed Chris Byalon to challenge into the S's on the last lap. So the heavy braking zone's coming up. Is that going to allow Rick Kerry to challenge the former British touring car racer from about a decade or so ago? Rick Kerry not close enough into the S's. Lots of speed carried through the corner this time from David Heasman, who's in the E36, a slightly older shaped BMW compared to Byalon ahead of him. But Rick Kerry's got a good run off the S's. Has he? Is he going to be able to challenge into the Goddard's hairpin? Well, no, he's not. Maybe as well, if there is brake trouble, that's why we saw Heasman run out wide a few laps ago. But this time it's Gary Hufford that's run out wide, so he was closing in that battle in front. Gary Hufford runs off the road, so he's lost fifth position once again to Paul Cook.
Meanwhile, Mike Cutt has gone on to the final lap of the race then. And his E36 M3, he's got a big lead over Chris Byalon. It's well, getting on for 15 seconds now, 12.79 seconds it is, as they go over the line that time. Heasman third, Kerry fourth, Paul Cook then up to fifth then, with Gary Hufford making that mistake. Graham Crowhurst, he's running second in Class M2, in seventh overall. Then Hugh Gurney, Wayne Lewis and Kaz Singh rounding out the top 10. But Mike Cutt it is that is already about halfway round his final lap of the race, and it's probably been a far easier race than he could almost have dared to dream of.
Of course, he didn't get pole position. He was, what, some seconds slower than Chris Byalon in qualifying, but Mike Cutt had been very quick in the first few laps. The car he just lapped, I think Rahim Ballou got very sideways off of McLean's, but that's not a worry for Cutt because he's already got through a couple of cars. Maybe he will lap before the end. So just the Grand Prix loop now for the leader Mike Cutt to go through. He won 3 times last year, and he's starting in the best way possible into the 2019 BMW Car Club Racing Championship.
And there's the key word, it is a championship now, so it looks like, touch wood, it's going to be a great start to the year for the driver of car number 44 then, the Mike Cutt machine, double Northern Sports and Saloon Car champion as well. He rounds the Melbourne hairpin for the final time, so just one more corner for him to negotiate, and then he will see the checker flag at the end of 9 laps. Bit more backmarker lappery going on in the process of it as well. He turns his way now through the left-hander at Goddard and out of the final corner, up to the line. The checkered flag is waved, and it is Mike Cutt that takes victory in round 1 of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship.
Let's see if Chris Byalon has held on to second place, waiting for him to appear. Here he comes, out of the Goddard's hairpin. He's very much pulled away from the back of a third. That's changed on the last lap. Rick Kerry has got past David Heasman, so a change on the final lap. Heasman's car ailing with possible brake trouble. Drops to fourth place, and it's Paul Cook that wins the M2 class, and he takes fifth overall, ahead of Gary Hufford. Graham Crowhurst comes through seventh. He is second in class, and third in M2 will be Wayne Lewis, but Hugh Gurney should be between the two of them.
Yeah, Hugh Gurney should cross the line in 8th place there. He goes now in car number 91, so he takes the checkered flag, and it's Wayne Lewis that is there in 9th place. Yes, Kaz Singh rounds out the top 10. Jason Hollyhead and Adrian Williams come through in 11th and 12th places, but we should then have next the first of our Class 6 cars, which is Darren Ball.
Yeah, I think he's just making his way off the Melbourne hairpin at the moment in his BMW 330 that he won a number of times in the 330 Challenge last year. Darren Ball won twice in that, and he's going to start the BMW Car Club racing season in the best way possible. Here he comes out of the hairpin, and Darren Ball wins the six-cylinder class, and he's going to beat Kevin Denwood there.
So we'll also try and find out who is ahead in Class 4 and in the Cup class as well. Outside the top 20, so they're not featuring on the timing graphic on your screens.
So these will be the cars that have already finished, a lap down. I think Clive Watson went in the Cup class by a couple of seconds over Pete Skinner and David Morris. In the four-cylinder class, that goes to Richard Harrison.
Indeed. So I think now just about everyone has taken the checker flag. Last couple of cars just coming through, and Mike Cutt leading them round on their slowing down lap. And really, I was surprised there, Josh, just how dominant Mike Cutt proved to be.
Absolutely. We mentioned Byalon quicker in qualifying, that slower start, but Mike Cutt, he pulled away but 5 seconds in about 2 or 3 laps, and that's really what won it for him, while everybody else battled behind. Mike Cutt, though, a very experienced driver, isn't he? As you mentioned, a Northern Sports Car champion, as well as a winner here last year. I think he was really enjoying racing just against other BMWs, wasn't he, last year? So we'll hear from him when he gets his way down towards the podium in a few moments. But I guess he's not really going to have too much to talk about compared to Chris Byalon behind and Rick Kerry, who really had to make their way through the order to complete the podium. And it was a great way to start the day, wasn't it, with the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Great battles throughout the field. There's so many cars, it's sort of hard to feature everybody. We do our best, but when there's such a good battle for the podium positions, it's hard to look away elsewhere.
Absolutely right. Now, Mike Cutt appears a little bit reluctant to head down towards the podium, but I assure you, Mike, it will be well worth your while going down there, because you'll get to have a word with Jacob Harris in a moment, and that's a very much sought-after thing to have indeed. But we've got at least one car to be recovered from that, haven't we? Which was the car that we lost early on in the race, that of Robert Davidson down there at the old hairpin. Yeah,
looks like he had contact with the tyre barriers. That car looks a little bit damaged as well. So if they can, I'm sure he'll want to get back out for the second race of the day, which will come up this afternoon. There's lots of work to do if that occurs. We shall look forward to that, and 8 further races from the 750 Motor Club throughout the course of the day. Every race on the live stream, so don't go anywhere. There's plenty of action to give you. Here are the results then for our first race of the day, Ian.
Yeah, so Michael Cutt it was that won by 12.23 seconds in the end over Chris Byalon. Rick Kerry third, David Heasman fourth, with Paul Cook coming out on top in Class M2. Gary Hufford was sixth, then Graham Crowhurst, Hugh Gurney, Wayne Lewis and Kaz Singh rounding out the top 10. 11th place even went the way of Jason Hollyhead from Adrian Williams. Darren Ball was the first of the Class 6 winners, beating Kevin Denwood by about 3 seconds. Gareth Montgomery completing the Class 6 podium. Then Stuart Pywell, Mark Coolmer, Rob Ullman, Michael Dark and Jim Benson completing the top 20. 21st was Bill Redrup into the cars now that were lapped during the course of that race, then Raheem Ballou and Sean Jackson. As Josh mentioned, Clive Watson was the best of the Cup class cars, beating Pete Skinner and David Morris to the podium places, while Richard Harrison was in 27th overall and winning Class 4. And there you can see a couple of cars that didn't make it to the end. Richard Bromley and Robert Davidson both retiring during the course of that opening race of the season for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Well, we're getting the drivers up onto the podium now, ready to be interviewed, and I can already see that Mike Cutt is having his garland presented to him, and we'll hopefully be able to hear very shortly from him. Fourth place hasn't really become a threat. Fifth and sixth, still the same, Nichols and Heron, but Mailings and Cook are pretty close together now, and in fact, have they sort around? No, they're still in the same order. Mailings in the red number 71 car is in 7th place. 8th is the number 96 car, Aaron Cook then, he's in one of the Mark IIs. Chris Thomas now has made it up inside the top 10, ahead then of number 5, Darren Aldworth. So it wasn't Aldworth, it was Jonathan Grimes and Nick Williamson that were doing battle into Redgate on the previous lap, and it looks like it's Williamson now that's got ahead of Grimes.
For those who are on the live stream, I believe you can hear us. At the moment you can't see anything. We apologise for that. We're working on that, and we'll get you the coverage of the 750 Motor Club race day that very shortly indeed. But we're on to lap number 6 of this MR2 Championship race. It's Paul Cook that leads, Sean Traynor is second, Ben Rowe is third, Alistair Topley fourth, fifth is Stuart Nichols who leads Class C, sixth Tim Heron, seventh is Graham Mailings, and there's an incident at the S's. Somebody's had a spin. He's going to continue. Class A, meanwhile, that's still being led by Dave Hemingway, and very much different to last year. Ian Hemingway is way ahead of the rest. He's in 21st overall, second in class is 31st, and that's Neil Stratton.
Yeah, Hemingway had 4 wins last season. Stratton had a couple of wins last year as well. Now the gap between the two leaders has come down again. I reckon it was more than 3/4 of a second at the start of the lap between Paul Cook, number 26, and Sean Traynor, number 27. They're making their way up towards Redgate, up towards Coppice Corner even now, the two leaders, and heading back down towards the S's they will come. Meanwhile, the live stream, I think, is back. I think you've got pictures. You're not looking at the leaders just at the moment, though. They are heading down towards the S's for lap number 6, and it is still Paul Cook leading from Sean Traynor in second place. But again, this gap appears to have come down between the two of them. There's about 1 car length between them now. Sean Traynor will pick up the slipstream here as they make their way down towards the right-handed hairpin. Will he be able to try and outbrake Paul Cook and go for the lead of the race? No, he decides that discretion is the better part of valour, so it continues to be, for the moment, Paul Cook leading from Sean Traynor in second. For third place now, Ben Rowe coming under a little bit more pressure from Alistair Topley.
Let's watch the leaders into the Goddard's hairpin, and Paul Cook, he still leads. They're going to complete lap 6. There's a car off on the exit of Redgate, meanwhile, pulling off of the circuit onto the grass for potentially a mechanical problem. Sean Traynor, though, right on the tail. Actually, we can see that car now, can't we, Ian? 20, it was one of the Mark 1s. Is it Neil Stratton? Possibly.
I think it's 20 Patrick Stoner, if anybody, right. That's gone off. The leaders, meanwhile, have gone on to what will be their penultimate lap of the race. Paul Cook, there he is, number 26 in the lead of the race, from number 27, Sean Traynor in second place, and the gap half a second as they went on to this, their 7th lap of the race. There's that car just trying to find a place up by the barriers, I think, in a place of safety. Leaders then about to hove into view, and the gap's bigger there, isn't it, through the Craner curves?
Traynor was right on Cook's tail heading out of Redgate. That's certainly not the case anymore. There's Ben Rowe, he's third. Fourth is Alistair Topley. Fifth leading Class C is Stuart Nichols. In sixth place there is Tim Heron in that new livery. Seventh is Graham Mailings. He's battling with Aaron Cook. He was a bit wide out over the grass. In ninth position is Chris Thomas, and 10th is Matthew Allen. There coming through now is Jonathan Grimes. He turns into the old hairpin. He's 11th. Darren Aldworth is next. Then it's Nick Williamson in 13th place, Lee Brown there in P14, and Gavin Aldworth completes the top 15.
But all of a sudden it looks like Paul Cook has got a much bigger lead over Sean Traynor. We noticed it was a bit coming through the Craner curves, but as they went into Coppice that time, I noticed that the gap had gone well out, so I think Sean Traynor might have a problem here, and I think he's going to fall into the clutches of Ben Rowe if he's not too careful, because here comes Paul Cook through the fog guesses, all on his own in the lead of the race, and now Sean Traynor has got a battle on his hands to keep hold of second place from Ben Rowe, who was a man that won on 5 occasions during the course of last season.
This seems to be a mechanical issue of some sort, doesn't it, for Sean Traynor, just suddenly losing speed. So Ben Rowe, Alistair Topley and Stuart Nichols now not far behind. Now, is Sean Traynor starting to speed up again, because this gap has stayed quite stable through the Grand Prix loop? Is it a gear problem? Perhaps he can't get into a certain gear. Let's see as they complete lap 7. They see the last lap board here, so it'll be an 8-lap race, and certainly through the Grand Prix section or the loop of the circuit, Sean Traynor's okay, but on the last lap in, it was down through the Craner curves where we really saw Traynor lose out. Let's see what happens this time. He's got 3 cars right on his tail almost. Ben Rowe, Alistair Topley and Stuart Nichols.
Yeah, absolutely. Stuart Nichols then the Class C leader, the Roadster Class leader, is there in 5th place, but it is Sean Traynor then trying to hold on to 2nd place here. He's got probably about 6 car lengths, hasn't he, over the white car of the black car, I should say, of Ben Rowe in third position. He should be able to hold on, do you reckon, Josh?
Yeah, crucially, he's not losing time where he lost time on the last lap, so possibly just couldn't find a gear. Obviously, from this distance, isn't something we can work out. We're just sort of presuming. We didn't really see it happen close up either, but there's certainly no sign of Traynor losing any time on this lap, whereas he lost 4 seconds on the previous lap. Paul Cook 4.5 seconds in front. Paul Cook, who was a winner in Class M2 in the previous race, the BMW Car Club race, and is looking for an overall victory here at Donington Park in race 2 of the 750 Motor Club race day on Easter Monday.
On screen, we're watching Adam Lockwood there at the moment in the number 11 car. He is doing battle with the number 82 car of Andrew Ruthven. Lockwood there in 6th place within the Roadster class. Leaders, though, onto their final lap then. Well, onto their final lap. And off has gone the number 99 car there. That is Oliver Aldworth from Chipping Norton, that's had a big moment there, but manages to rejoin the circuit.
Into Goddard for the final time then comes Paul Cook, and it's still Sean Traynor there in second, Ian.
Yeah, so Paul Cook, it is going to be then that comes through to win the second race of the day. He's not quite made it back-to-back race wins, but he takes the checkered flag to win round 1 of the Gala Performance Toyota MR2 Championship. Second goes to Sean Traynor, third to Ben Rowe. Something was going on between Alistair Topley and Stuart Nichols. They were both very sideways out of the Goddard's hairpin, and Stuart Nichols was furiously flashing his lights at him, so something happened there between the two of them. Yeah, so that was for 4th and 5th. 6th place was number 8, Tim Heron. 7th was number 96, Aaron Cook. 8th and 2nd in Class C was number 71, Graham Mailings. 9th was number 3, which was Chris Thomas. 10th to number 65, Matthew Allen. 11th was the 79 car of Jonathan Grimes. 12th to number 5, Darren Aldworth. 13th, number 22, Nick Williamson. 14th, number 86, Lee Brown. And the rest of them, they are just streaming through because it is such a big grid. And soon through, we shall see Dave Hemingway. Here he comes out of the Goddard's hairpin. He's battling with one of the Mark IIs there as well. That's Shane Mansbridge, who certainly isn't doing as well as we normally see him go. No. Dave Hemingway takes the Class A win. He was second in the championship last year to Adam Lockwood. So Class A win today goes to Dave Hemingway by a huge margin over Neil Stratton, and Gareth Baxter should complete the top 3 in that category. Class C, that was Stuart Nichols from Graham Mailings and Jonathan Grimes, and the top 3 in Class B were the top 3 overall: Paul Cook, Sean Traynor and Ben Rowe. Yes, so that's the opening round of the Gala Performance Toyota MR2 Championship. We'll have another race for those a little bit later on. It's the first of 8 meetings for the Gala Performance Toyota MR2s during the course of this season. They next go to Silverstone in only a couple of weeks' time for rounds 3 and 4, then Croft at the beginning of June, then Snetterton, Kettle Park, Brands Hatch. They come back to Donington Park in September, and they'll round out their season at Alton Park in October. And we look forward to what should be, based on that form, a very competitive season, Josh. Absolutely. Shame that in the second part of it there, Sean Traynor dropped away with whatever that problem was. Hopefully we'll hear down with Jacob what happened to Sean Traynor there on the last couple of laps. But Paul Cook, fresh out of his M3, winning Class M2 in that one, wins overall here in the MR2 Championship. And Paul Cook, who was very successful in this category last year, won 4 races, won the first race here today. Ian. He did by 2.85 seconds from Sean Traynor. Ben Rowe rounding out the podium, about a second and a half clear of Alistair Topley and Stuart Nichols, who both had that moment out of the final corner. Stuart Nichols winning his class. Jonathan Grimes there, he was 11th from Darren Aldworth, Nick Williamson, Lee Brown and Gavin Aldworth. Peter Higton, Mick Nichols and Adam Lockwood made it a trio of roadsters in 16th, 17th and 18th, ahead of Andrew Ruthven and Mike Nash. 21st, that was Shane Mansbridge, as Josh said, a little bit out of sorts because we've usually seen him towards the sharp end. Then Dave Hemingway, as you can see, the only blue on your screen, the only driver therefore within Class A, within sight of anybody else. He was 22nd overall in car number 55, ahead of Gary Patterson, Daniel Bryant and Ashley Parsons. Maxine Nichols, she was 27th. Further back, some more of the roadsters, Neil Stratton, Gareth Baxter and David Rowe. But it sounds like already we've got drivers heading down towards the podium, so we'll say hello once again to Jacob Harris. Or at least we'll hear from Jacob in a few moments' time, just waiting for all of the drivers to get into position and up onto the podium.
the podium, just waiting our top 3 to join us at the steps. Your winner, Paul Cook, will be with us momentarily, just making his way up the stairs behind me. We'll also talk to Sean Trainer and Ben Rowe, 2nd and 3rd place in that MR2 race. And indeed, here we are with our race winner. Paul, talk us through your race.
It's quite difficult, actually. I'm out of breath and just trying to get some back. It wasn't a great start. Went into first corner in 3rd place. Sort of held on to the back of 2 guys in front. Basically worked my way from there, really. Me and Sean had a good battle towards the end. And I don't know if he missed the gear or whatever he did, but I got past him. And he seemed to drop back from there.
Yes, he was right in your mirrors at one point. Was it a sigh of relief when he dropped a bit back and wasn't challenging you as much towards the end?
It was a breath of fresh air, yeah, definitely. That's what I needed right now, is because after having 2 races on the bounce, yeah, I was quite exhausted.
I can only imagine it's a warm day out there. It must be really hard work doing back-to-back races. Can we expect to see the same feat this afternoon?
Yeah, I hope so. I blame Giles for the back-to-back races, but I just got to deal with what I've given, and yeah, hopefully more this afternoon.
Brilliant. Thanks for talking to us, Paul. And here we are with, I believe, Sean. Yeah. Sean Trainer, 2nd place. Sean, bit of trouble there towards the end of the race for you.
Well, I've been trying to push, trying to go with Paul, and I didn't quite have the pace to go with him. And as you can see, I run out of talent.
So is it a mistake or something? I don't think we quite picked it up on the live stream.
I went a bit wide up at the top there, sort of just about hit the gravel, but got back on, and all of a sudden Ben was in my rear view mirrors, so I forgot about Paul and just worried about keeping in front of Ben. Like, I only had a couple of laps to do, and it was got through it. So yeah, just glad to be here, really. We had a few breakdowns on the way yesterday, so anything's a bonus, really.
So with all that considered, then 2nd place a good result for you?
Second place, a good result. I'd like to go one better. I'll see if I can take it to him a bit in the next race, but we'll see where we start.
Excellent. Well, we'll look forward to that. Thanks for talking to us, Sean. And last but not least, Mr. Ben Rowe. Ben, did you think you could catch him there at the end?
No, it's the short answer to that question. I just didn't have the pace for him today. They both a bit too quick for me. I had a little bit of a lonely race trying to make sure that... I don't know who it was, actually, who was in 4th. A car I didn't recognise, Rogue car, and whoever he is, he was nice and quick, and he kept me honest. So, well, I just couldn't catch these boys. They were just a bit too quick.
Is there anything you can do for this afternoon to try and close the gap?
Nobble their cars, maybe. I think that's probably my only chance, to be honest. I'll go and have a look at mine. I had a bit of an incident in qualifying. Somebody spun in front of me and I nerfed them, so I'll have a little look at my alignment. But I don't think I can really blame it on the alignment.
All right, well, come see me after this. I'll lend you my crowbar for the cars.
Thank you very much, yes.
Ben Rowe there, 3rd place in the MR2 race. Right, I can see behind me that the bike sports are lining up on the grid. We'll just have a quick podium photo here, and Ian, Josh, back to you in the comms box.
So cars on the grid then for round 1 of the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship, the opening round of the 2019 season. And a great field of cars that we have for this one, more than 20 cars, which is excellent for this kind of racing. The majority of them are radicals, but there's the odd interloper thrown in from Mittel and from Sabre in particular. And it's going to be a rolling start for this one. It's going to be an 18-minute plus 1 lap race as well. We've got Joe Stables back out on the grid on the outside of row 1 in the number 98 Radical SR3. He is defending his championship, having won it last season from Lee Torrey. And his dad, Richard Stables, was third in the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship for 2018. Already, the green flag lap is getting underway, led around by the Renault Megane safety car, and this is how the grid will line up. So on pole position it will be Joe, actually it's slightly different to what is on your screen in that it is Josh Smith and Joe Stables on the front row of the grid, then Joe Locke and Doug Carter are on row 2. Then third row should be Charles Hall and Chris Preen. The fourth row, Ashley Hicklin and Scott Mittell. And the fifth row, Robert Rees and Mark Boot. Row 6, Tony Barwell and Adrian Reynard. Row 7, Joe Spencer and Stephen Bell. The 8th row, Andrew Gord and Ian Charles. Row 9, Andrew Kimpton and Mark Grayson. Row 10, Jeff Farmer and Neil Harris. Alistair Smart and Sean Peters on row 11. And then Charles Adrian will be on his back on row 12. So slightly different to what you've seen on the screen there, I'm afraid. But nevertheless, Josh should be in for a very entertaining 20 minutes or so.
I think we were missing Charles Hall from row 3. He, Sports Specials class winner in the past, coming out on the Radical for the first time. I think he's done a bit of single-seater racing as well.
Yeah.
At quite a high level, I think, over in America and in Europe. But Charles Hall missing, I think, in his SR3. So rolling starts, we won't take long to get going. But it was Josh Smith who absolutely was flying in qualifying. It's a couple of seconds quicker than the rest. He's a multiple Open Sports Series champion, racing against much quicker cars in that category and still winning the races. So he's coming over to bringing his PR6 over to the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship and really proving to be very quick ahead of Joe Stables. We've got to remember though, Josh Smith is in one of the modified engine cars, the Class A cars, where Joe Stables in the standard engine cars in Class B. Generally not been that much of a difference between the two of them, but here in 2019 with Josh Smith, a very quick driver in one of those Class A cars, that's really showing.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Stables won 9 of the races outright last season, didn't he? So, but he certainly was on form for much of last year, wrapping it up with a meeting to spare. Be interesting to see how the race pace differs from what we saw in qualifying. Josh Smith in that PR6, Joe Stables in the SR3. Cars to watch out for were the cars that aren't radicals, really. You've got the Scott Mittell number 27 car, first time out in bike sports, guys, for the Mittell MC41R, former low-cost champion and RGB champion as well. Scott Mittell, who, with his father, have been developing this car towards racing in bike sports. We'll try and pick up on that as the race goes on, so watch out for that. That's number 27. And also the Sabre Scala for another former RGB Sports 1000 racer. That's Stephen Bell, number 86, will start on row 7.
And they've both got smaller engines, 1 litre cars, but Scott Mittell up in 7th overall.
Yep, they race in a separate class, Class C. So Class A is for cars with tuned engines, Class B for production engines, all bike engines of course, and Class C is for cars of less than 1100cc. But the car's coming round on their rolling lap. The safety car will pull into the pit lane, which it does now. So who is going to get the best of the starts? It's number 11, Josh Smith, in the white and orange car. It's the black and yellow car for Joe Stables. Then you've got Joe Locke in the all-green machine on row 2 as the race gets underway then. And straight away, Joe Stables tucks back in behind the pole position man, Josh Smith, as they turn their way through Redgate Corner for the first time. It's side by side for second position. It was Joe Locke trying to go around the outside of Joe Stables for second place, but he couldn't quite make that work. And it looks like, as a consequence, he's got a bit of a challenge on his hands for that position. It's Chris Preen, number 2, that's just behind him.
Trouble there for Doug Carter, who's qualified fantastically on the second row, but he's dropped back to, I think, something like 7th place, and somebody's had a bit of a moment at the old hairpin, but got away with it. Very dusty down there. But there's Josh Smith leading from Joe Stables, who's got Joe Locke right on his tail. Locke won at the Snetterton at the final round last year after racing saloon cars previously. Up towards Coppice they go, the top 3 just breaking away, but importantly, in Josh Smith, he's not getting away from the 2 behind.
He's not, so that qualifying advantage of 2.21 seconds, well, it's not yet coming to bear within the course of this race. So they're heading through Coppice then. Leaders already down towards the Fogarty S's. Smith is just now starting to pull out a little bit of a gap. He's been a regular at Castle Combe as well. He made his racing debut, of course, with the 750 Motor Club in RGB, probably about 12 or 13 years ago now, as a teenager, racing alongside his dad, Darcy Smith. There is that number 27 Mattel, making its race debut then, and it looks absolutely fantastic, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Of course, Mattel cars have run in the RGB Sports 1000 Championship. They looked out the podium last weekend at Brands Hatch and now making their debut with the manufacturer owner Scott Mattel this weekend. Very much a different looking car to the Radical. Scott Mattel buried there in the cockpit and putting the pressure onto Ash Hicklin just in front of him. In front of the pair of them, not getting his tyres up to temperature at all was Chris Breen. He was weaving side to side. Meanwhile, Jeff Farmer's had a bit of a moment by the looks of things, but there's Ash Hicklin, who's in 5th place behind Josh Smith, Joe Stables, Joe Lock and Chris Breen. Actually, Hicklin is second in Class A because they're all Class B cars. Is that right? No, Joe Lock's a Class A car, isn't he? So it's in A it's Smith, Lock and Hicklin, and in B it's Stables and Preen.
So there you were looking at the number 16 car of Ash Hicklin. And it's a spin for Scott Mattel, I'm afraid. Down the Craner curves towards the old hairpin. He's just about kept it out of the gravel. So that's number 27, Scott Mattel in the MC41R, pushing that car to its limits on its first time out.
I wonder if some of that was sort of the aero push. The other Class C car's gone off as well down there. That's in a separate incident for Stephen Bell. But I was wondering, their first time really, Scott Mattel's been following cars, isn't it, with real aero on. I wonder if Scott got a bit tricked out by that. We didn't see it, so we can't really comment on it too much, apart from speculate on what could have happened down there at the old hairpin. But already in the GP loop are the leaders. Josh Smith, is he getting away? Just looking out the back of the commentary box here. He's getting away, but not too desperately. But it's a great battle we're watching on the screen.
And that is Joe Spencer, number 93. He's in 10th place, about to go into 9th position as they made their way down towards the old hairpin. Joe Spencer on his bike sports debut, who's a winner at Mallory Park on Boxing Day in the plum pudding racing in this car. But there is a yellow flag now waving at the exit of Goddard. I think that's where Jeff Farmer went off, isn't it?
Yeah, looks
on the opening lap.
Looked like that car was on the left-hand side of the circuit against the barriers. The Stable's moving up the field. Spencer moving up through the field. He started in 13th place. And I think you said Ian there, he worked his way into the top 10. He's 8th place, actually. 8th for Joe Spencer. 13th he started, so 5-place gain for the driver making his debut in a Radical for a full season this year.
But we do have that car off and stopped on the circuit down at the old hairpin, which is the number 86 car. Safety car lights are on, so that is possibly going to make an appearance before too much longer. But for the moment, there is Joe Spencer, the Northwest Sports and Saloon Car champion. But that was in a Locus Saki, an RSM, Rob Spencer Motorsport prepared car. But now switching to the Radical for the first time. He's also been building a Spire as well, but he's decided to go with this number 93 Radical, and he's still getting to grips with it.
He was using all the curbs and the grass on the inside of McLean's there, so really pushing on is Joe Spencer, but he'll have to slow down because we can see there the 750 Motor Club safety car, the Rally McGann's making its way out onto the Donington Park circuit to clear that car that spun or just come to a halt if not. Stephen Bell, the Sabre, down at the Craner curve. So Josh Smith's 2.3 second lead will come down to nothing. But the lap times, you wondered, Ian, if they'd be different to qualifying. Well, Josh Smith is some 3 seconds slower than he managed this morning. So it makes it much more interesting than perhaps what we may have expected up front.
Yeah, absolutely. So safety car now moves off and it will be caught by Josh Smith. The yellow flags waved by the marshals and the safety car boards out all around the circuit to let the drivers know that the safety car is on track. They'll also have seen all of these drivers, that car stationary at the foot of the hill at the old hairpin as well, so they'll know probably exactly what this is for.
It was just the 2 cars that went missing, Stephen Bell and Jeff Farmer. Scott Mattel got back going, but right at the back of the field we had 22 starters, so somebody didn't make the start. Of course, that was Charles Hull, wasn't it?
Yep.
So, and the marshals already hard at work down there at the Craner Curve. Big thanks to all the marshals here at Donington Park this weekend. Great job already they're doing to push the car of Stephen Bell out the way. We've had a few incidents this morning as well they've had to deal with, so good job from the guys here. It's a very busy weekend in the UK, Easter weekend. There's so many race meetings on, and it must probably be thousands of marshals in the UK at work this weekend, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely doing fantastic jobs, whether it's on circuit racing or any other discipline of motorsport as well. Big meetings at Alton Park, of course, this weekend, and Castle Combe today as well. But good numbers of them here at Donington Park. So many thanks to all of them for their continued support of 750 Motor Club events. So they've got Stephen Bell's car off the edge of the circuit. They've got him onto the grass. Now the snatch vehicle's just, you can see in the background, going to come across the circuit. Now all the train of cars have gone through to try and move that to a position of even more safety. So all of the gaps come down, Josh. It was, when they crossed the line, 1.43 seconds for Josh Smith, but it'll be much less than that now.
2.2, I think it was, before the safety car came out. So,
yeah,
not, like we say, not a huge gap really compared to what we saw in qualifying. So it's Josh Smith that does lead from Joe Stables. That's a PR6 from an SR3, so two different types of Radical. The PR6 based on the Pro Sport, which was one of the early Radicals. I think Radicals debuted in the 750 Motor Club in 1998 when Phil Abbott and Mick Hyde started the company up, and it's been a huge success for Radical sports cars. Over 1,000 of just the SR3 model have been made. It's been really a huge part of British club racing ever since Radical brought that in, and lots of similar cars have come. But as you can see, within the Bike Sports Championship, which is open to any bike engine car, it is Radical that dominated. But it's good to see those couple more brands come in this year, as you mentioned earlier. And of course, so we have seen a car that's not a Radical win the championship. That was Tim Gray in Aspire just a few years ago.
And we've not got any Spires on the grid, at least this weekend. Hopefully we will have during the course of the rest of the season.
The recovery's almost been complete, and the safety car's doing a very slow lap. This is what we saw at Brands Hatch last weekend, where we try and get the racing done as quickly as possible by doing these slower safety car laps and then sort of making a decision quite quickly. So the safety car making its way through the S's. Lights still on. They're waiting to see if we can get that recovery vehicle behind the barriers in time. It's going to be a bit tight, I would think.
Yeah, I would think possibly. It's a little bit too close to the pit entrance for them now to turn off the safety car lights.
But
they have done. I think, so looking out of the window.
Absolutely, yeah, we saw that on the screen as well as you were peering towards the safety car. So really good work again from the 750 Motor Club officials not to need that extra safety car lap, which would have wasted three more minutes of this race. We've had 8 minutes of it, so we've still got 10 minutes and a lap to go, so plenty of time to do some racing. Josh Smith's very experienced, though. What can he do at the safety car restart?
They've got to negotiate their way around Goddard, then the safety car will peel in, and we'll get underway again with about 9.5 minutes plus one lap of the race remaining. Over the line they go then, single file this time, not double file as it was for the original start. And it's Josh Smith that already put some daylight between himself and Joe Stables in second place, Joe Locke there in third, Chris Preen is fourth. No one really stealing much of a march there, no one using that safety car restart to their advantage particularly, I didn't think. So it's Stables there, the champion from last year, in second place ahead of Joe Locke, who made an unlikely switch from the Civic Cup into bike sports with a degree of success, as Josh mentioned, last year. Chris Preen fourth, and fifth Ashley Hicklin. But Josh Smith not getting away this time.
Just want to make a correction. Scott Mattel did do a big moment there for Joe Stables. Scott Mattel did do another lap, but then pulled off somewhere. So Scott Mattel is into retirement. So 19 cars still running through. They come, and Joe Stables is pushing as hard as he dare. He was the one that had the big moment through McLean's out over the grass, but he's right on the tail of George Smith, where he was before that mistake. That's allowed Smith to get away down in towards the S's. Stables, remember though, does lead Class B. His closest rival in that class is Chris Preen, but he's got Joe Locke between the pair of them. Down into the Melbourne hairpin comes the Bridgewater College run car of Josh Smith, who accelerates off of the corner, off of the Melbourne hairpin, and down towards the final corner on this Donington Grand Prix circuit, the Goddard's hairpin, the left-hander that brings us back onto the pit straight. Lap number 5 about to be completed.
Yeah. We've had that safety car lap, first flying lap after the safety car, and what is the gap? Well, Josh Smith has just done a personal best lap of 1:31.09, and his gap is almost as big as it was before the safety car came out. It's a 1.76 second gap he has over Joe Stables, helped by that mistake that Stables made up at McLean's. There's Joe Spencer again, so he's in 7th place now, but he's only half a second behind the number 26 car, Mark Boot, who was a late entry to the programme, and about 1.3 seconds ahead of them is Ashley Hicklin.
That's a place gained off the restart then from Joe Spencer. He's got past Doug Carter, who qualified so well, but Carter down to 8th now, and through the old hairpin. Mark Boot is now coming under pressure from Joe Spencer. We'll see as they make their way up towards McLean's if he can find a way through. Meanwhile, there's battles going all the way through the field as we expect in 750 Motor Club racing, and that is Andrew Gord just ahead of Ian Childs as they make their way out of the old hairpin. You've got Andrew Kimpton in the SR4, an even older model of the Radical sports car series of cars. Down the straight the leaders come, and did Joe Spencer make that move? He didn't, but Mark Boot is also closing in on Ash Hicklin. That was a gap of over a second before the beginning of the lap, so Boot is sort of being propelled on from Joe Spencer being in his mirrors, and they're not far behind Ash Hicklin, but a mistake through the S's there from Mark Boot. Is that going to allow Joe Spencer to challenge down to the hairpin?
Yeah, Spencer carried a lot more speed down through the Fogarty S's there. He's not going to make an attack into Melbourne, but he's only about 2 car lengths now behind that car, and they've closed in a bit on Ashley Hicklin as well in 5th position. So it's a good drive this from Joe Spencer on his debut in the championship. Not unexpected though, I don't think, given his form that he's shown in different championships over the years. Over the line he goes again, so certainly the gap between Hicklin and Boot has come down to about 6/10 of a second now, and Spencer's gone with him. Boot there locking up a little bit as they went into Redgate.
Absolutely snatched the inside wheel, but he kept his momentum on. He's right underneath the rear wing of the SR3 of Ashley Hicklin. The SR3 tends to have a bit more downforce, I think, but the slippery PR6 a bit quicker maybe down the straights because of that. You've got Doug Carter and Robert Rees not far behind, but Boot really quick through the old hairpin. It's still right on the tail of Ash Hicklin. Can he challenge up towards McLean's? Let's see. He's looking to the inside. Hicklin doesn't let him have that. There was nothing between the two radicals there. The SR3 ahead of the pair of PR6s has allowed Joe Spencer to challenge. He got the run through the corners. He could take the racing line, but no way through. These aero cars so quick through the corners here and makes overtaking quite difficult.
It does indeed. This is the battle for 3rd place within Class A as well. So they're heading down the exhibition straight over that little crest and down towards the Fogarty S's. A look being made there by Mark Boot, number 26, to try and find a way past Ashley Hicklin, but he still can't quite make that work. These both in Class A cars. It's a Class B car for Joe Spencer, and he gets a much better run through the chicane now to try and run alongside Mark Booth there. He'll have the inside line down towards Melbourne hairpin, but he won't be able to make it through. But he gets a better traction out of the corner, and he gets alongside one of them. I thought he might get past both of them, but he couldn't get past either of them in the end. And now Doug Carter's coming into this as well.
And diving up the inside goes Mark Booth. So he was the one who looked like he was going to lose a place, but gains a place. He dived up the inside of Ash Hicklin, coming through the Goddard hairpin. As you say, Doug Carter joining in this now. It's a 4-car battle, and Carter's challenging Joe Spencer. Joe Spencer looking in his mirrors, but Ash Hicklin now goes up the inside of Mark Boot. Great racing in this opening round of the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. And in that 5th position is Mark Boot. Then in 6th is Ash Hicklin. 7th is Joe Spencer, who's got Doug Carter still challenging him. Doug Carter, who's been racing with the 750 Motor Club in this championship for such a long time now, having a great run there, trying to get past Joe Spencer. Couldn't do it though.
He did qualify 4th, though, of course, Doug Carter. He shot back down the order. He's climbing his way back through again, so he's got work to do. Meanwhile, out front, Josh Smith still leads by 4.5 seconds from Joe Stables. Joe Locke, another 3.2 seconds back in 3rd.
Josh Smith really picked up his pace, a 1 minute 28.98 now, and that's a second and a half quicker than what Joe Stables has been doing.
Battle for 5th place then heading its way through Coppice and then down the exhibition straight on lap number 8 with 4 minutes of the race left to go towards the left-hander at Fogarty's, and the gaps have just opened up a little bit this time, Josh.
Looks like Josh Smith has broken the lap record as well with that pace, but their 2nd place driver, Joe Stables, the reigning champion in an SR3. Now, he's pulling off the circuit, is Joe Stables, so a problem there. I thought he was slow turning through the hairpin, so the 2nd place driver, Joe Stables, has pulled off to the right-hand side of the circuit. You just see him there hiding behind the brow of the hill. Out of the race then is Joe Stables. He's getting out of the car.
So the reigning champion out in round 1 of the 2019 championship. That means that Chris Preen, number 2, moves into the lead of Class B, and 2nd in Class B will now be Joe Spencer.
Look at how Mark Boot has pulled away from Ash Hicklin after passing him. A personal best lap from Boot in doing that too, and that is actually quicker than Chris Preen up ahead of him. Boot in Class A, as Ian mentioned. Class B now being led by Chris Preen. Joe Spencer 2nd in that class, and Adrian Reynard 3rd, but side by side through the Craner curves.
Yeah, Joe Spencer trying to get past Ash Hicklin there. He couldn't quite make it through. Still probably just finding the limits of this car, which is relatively new to him. And he just tucks back in behind Hicklin now, but carting that blue and orange machine for the man from Cumbria. Very much coming back into contention once again. Up to 7th place, of course, with the demise of Joe Stables half a lap or so ago. Making their way out of McLean's up towards Coppice Corner once again, with the number 15 car of Robert Rees just in the foreground of the shot there. He was in 8th place. It's Adrian Reynard and Tony Barwell rounding out the top 10. Just the 2 classes surviving now, with all of our Class C runners ruled out.
Side by side is Doug Carter now coming up alongside Joe Spencer. Spencer sort of lost a bit of ground there to Ash Hickson after his challenge, but through the corner Spencer is very quick indeed and just breaks away once again from Doug Carter. So 6th and 7th positions, these 2 Radical PR6s, with the tuned engine in the Carter car and the standard motorcycle engine in the Joe Spencer machine there in 6th position. They make their way up towards the hairpin to complete another lap. This is the completion of lap 9. So we get a couple of more laps in the timed element before the last lap board will go out.
Yeah, absolutely. So here comes this group of cars disputing 5th, 6th and 7th positions overall in different classes. Of course, there's the 73 car, which is Alistair Smart in 15th position. Just locking up a little bit, it looked to me, as he was braking for Melbourne that time.
Really does look spectacular with the camera there on the inside of the corner, which we don't always get. Great stuff from Alpha Live, who are producing all the footage here. Some great shots on the inside of the hairpins to really exaggerate how dramatic it is for these drivers inside the cars as they turn into some of these corners.
Here's this battle then, Joe Spencer and Doug Carter, 6th and 7th. The closest battle out on circuit. Josh Smith, by the way, now leads by nearly 12 seconds from Joe Locke, as they're side by side, and it's not Stables, I beg your pardon, it's Carter, who had a look at the inside of Joe Spencer there, but couldn't find a way through. He's going to have another go though. He's going to get past, I think, down the exhibition straight, and he's done it. And that probably is an example of where the more powerful Class A car can really have the advantage.
Absolutely, but Joe Spencer is quicker through the chicane, through the Fogarty S's there. So can he challenge down into the Melbourne hairpin? He looks to the outside of car number 5, which is Doug Carter, who moves ahead of him up into 6th place, but Carter runs out wide, trying to get the cut back then. It is Spencer, but that puts him on the outside line for Goddard, so he tucks in back behind Doug Carter as they turn their way through the Goddard hairpin, and they will be about to start their penultimate lap of the race.
Yeah, already Josh Smith has gone on to that penultimate lap. We've now run out of time, and so we'll get the last lap board shown next time around. But are we going to have another change here between Carter and Spencer? I suspect possibly not. We look now at this battle for 9th and 10th. It's Adrian Reynard and Tony Barwell up the inside, and the number 4 car there trying to make his way through. It's the battle between the 2 Radical SR3s and the very experienced Adrian Reynard, well, best known, I guess, as a race car constructor. It is that holds on to 9th place at the moment.
Yeah, Reynard was back in his first ever car, his Formula Ford 1600 from 1973, just a few weeks ago, but returning back to this Radical, which he won the Bike Sports Championship in just a few years ago. The car that I think he's tweaked a little bit, hasn't he? Using the Reynard way just to put his own look on this Radical SR3, and he hangs on here to 9th place ahead of Tony Barwell. Up towards Coppice Corner, the 2 of them go, and Reynard's car in that Golf livery as well, looking really good.
Scott Mittell's car is about to go back out into the race by the looks of it, with the last lap board just having been shown. He's just joined behind the leader, Josh Smith, who's just gone on to start his final lap of the race.
Good way though, I guess, to just make sure the car's sorted after that spin. I'm sure the Mittal team there were just sorting it out, and it's a good way just to shake the car down ahead of the race later. There's Reynard then. You can see that rear wing, not as standard on an SR3. That's a part of his changes to that car, but his own look on that. So they'll be starting their last lap very shortly. 9th and 10th place then for Reynard and Barwell. Both these drivers are in Class B. And Joe Spencer, has he got a problem? He's just ahead of this battle now, so he's fallen behind Robert Rees. Now, has Spencer got a problem? Is that why he's been slower down the straights, I wonder? Meanwhile, big challenge from Tony Barwell, who dives up the inside of Adrian Reynard and gets that 9th place. It might be 8th before the end because of the ailing car of Spencer.
Yeah, it's a much slower lap for Spencer last time through. It was in the 1 minute 40s. He has been in the 1 minute 33s earlier on. We're watching Spencer now as he comes down through the Craner curves towards the old hairpin. We're watching out for the race leader, though, who is already down towards the Melbourne hairpin for the final time, which is Josh Smith. Here he is now, turning his way through the Melbourne loop and then climbing back up the hill towards Goddard for the final time. Then we've not seen a lot of him during the course of this race because he's been out in front on his own, really. Even that safety car period couldn't disrupt him, and obviously the demise of Joe Stables didn't hinder his progress either. So it is Josh Smith over the line now to take the checker flag to win round 1 of the 2019 RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship.
dominated in qualifying, and really in the end he dominated the race as well after the demise of Joe Stables. But in second place is Joe Locke, who is there to take the flag. He in the end really pulled away from Chris Preen as well, but Chris Preen in his SR3, the first of the SR3s, wins Class B. So across the line goes Chris Preen. Meanwhile,
I think we have lost Joe Spencer as well somewhere during the course of this final lap, because he hasn't come through in the battle I was expecting to see him in. So you've got Adrian Reynard there. He is going to come through and take, I think, 8th. Well, it will be 9th place in the because he's fallen behind Tony Barwell, but he will have gained the place from Joe Spencer. We've seen Doug Carter go through. Here's Robert Rees then to take 7th. 8th will be Tony Barwell now. 9th will be Adrian Reynard, and then 10th I don't think will be Joe Spencer. We might need to wait for a few moments. I think it's probably going to be Ian Charles that's going to come through next in the number 24 car.
But here's Spencer, so he will take the flag there inside the top 10, but there's work to do there, isn't there, for the Spencer team ahead of race 2, which will take place this afternoon. Across the line there goes Ian Charles. There's a good battle for 12th place. Is Andrew Gord going to hold on ahead of Andrew Kempton, the SR3 ahead of the lone SR4 in the field, and behind almost side by side as well, Alistair Smart beating Mark Grayson to 14th place. And because of the safety car period, we didn't really get much traffic, did we? So everybody's going to get their full complement of laps, 12 laps in this, the opening round of the season. Out of the hairpin, another battle to watch to the line. This is Sean Peters just ahead of Neil Harris. Neil Harris tried to drag up alongside him but can't quite get that position away. So that really shows you we do get battles all the way through the field in these races.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. And Sean Peters there, the ex-Cockshoot Cup racer, going well. But here are the results then of the first round of the 2019 OLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. Josh Smith winning by 12.5 seconds from Joe Locke. It was nearly another 10 seconds back to Chris Preen, the Class B winner, in 3rd place. Mark Boot was 4th, and Hicklin, Carter, Rees, Barwell, Reynard and Joe Spencer just clinging on to that final place in the top 10 despite those problems towards the end. Ian Charles was 11th, then Andrew Gord, Andrew Kimpton, Alistair Smart and Mark Grayson. Right at the back there, he did get out right at the end of the race. Scott Mittel getting a lap of testing in basically ahead of the second OLM Racing Bike Sports Championship race a little bit later on. So the cars are heading in on their slowing down lap. Stephen Bell, of course, he was an early retirement, and Jeff Farmer even earlier than that on the first lap of the race. So the cars, I can see, are just now being brought in towards Parc Ferme. The leading finishers are stopping down in the pit lane. James Winstanley, the 750 Motor Club's communication manager, making sure that all of the drivers that we need to talk to are being stopped and headed then in the general direction of the podium, which is where once again we find Jacob Harris.
James, if you can hear me, have I got your phone number?
And Jacob will be with us in just a moment, just as soon as the drivers get up to him on the podium. We've got one more race to go before we'll have what will be a shorter lunch break than we might have expected. This is going to be for the Demons Weeks and Yokohama Low Cost Championship, so one more race to come. But first of all, we need to get drivers in the general direction of the podium. I think they are going to be climbing up there. I can see Leanne Fahy is ready and waiting with the garland as well. And there are now drivers heading up towards the podium as well. So Jacob, down to you.
Back down here at the podium, we are just waiting for Josh Smith, winner of that race. Here is Josh. Come and have a quick chat with us. Some blistering pace you're sharing out there.
Yeah, it was good. Controlled the race from the start. Safety car obviously came in and bunched us back up again. A little bit off of pace from this morning, but I just don't want to push the car too hard and risk a DNF. And first race here, and we've got everything we wanted. Really, we've got a pole, a win overall, and a new lap record. So it's good for us.
Just how do you manage to set a new lap record around here? What's the secret?
Well, we've got a great team behind us. Bridgewater and Taunton College, all the boys run the car. Cars are immense every single time. We've got 2 other customer cars out with us this year as well. And our 2 sponsors, Oakmont and Spring, they allow us to be here. But yeah, meticulous workshop prep all the time. Bit of track testing before, and yeah, we got the winning formula in OSS, and we're hoping to move it into bike sports.
Sounds like you got it absolutely nailed. Congratulations and all the best for this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next up we have Joe Locke. Joe, we're been told to come slightly this way. I think it might be a signal issue. Joe, tell us a bit about that race. Tough going out there.
Yeah, the tyres seemed to go off as well towards the end of the race, but Josh was a bit too quick. I couldn't get anywhere near him, so I think next time we'll have to work a bit harder, so I don't know.
Is there anything you can do in the lunch break to maybe get a bit closer to him this afternoon?
I don't know. Is the honest answer. I don't know. I'll have to ask him.
Yeah. Fair enough. And next couple of rounds then, do you reckon you can get back and work with the team?
I think, yeah, over time, I think I'll get quicker and quicker, and he's obviously the target to beat, so that's my aim for this season.
Brilliant. Well, we'll look forward to that over the course of the season. Thanks for talking to us, Joe. Next victim, who have we got? We've got Chris Preen. Chris, hard-fought battle there.
Yeah, I had a good start, and race went a little bit quiet then. Safety car came out, and I was caught sleeping a little bit on the safety car restart, but I wouldn't have had a chance to catch these two anyway. They're just a bit quicker than me. Shame that Joe had a problem, but I'm happy with that. I'll take that.
We haven't spoken much about the venue yet here today. Just how do you like Donington Park as a circuit?
Yeah, it's great circuit. It's nice with the dips and the high parts and some late apexes, lots of fast right corners, and it's a great circuit. And we wanted to say thanks to Tim Gray for preparing the car for me and the team.
Brilliant. And this afternoon's race number 2, hoping for a bit more?
Yeah, starting P4 I think for race 2. So it'd be nice to get a bit more, but we'll see what it brings.
Brilliant. Thanks for talking to us, and all the best this afternoon. There are your class winners for the Bike Sports race number 1. Next race is just about to go out, so Ian and Josh will hand back to you in the comms box.
So the cars coming out onto the circuit for the first race of the 29 season in the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship, the 20th anniversary season for the Low Cost, and as ever it is a huge field of cars that we have for you, and it's going to be very interesting to see how this season pans out, because we've got the reigning champion Mark Burton. Well, he is only 5th on the grid for this opening round of the 2019 campaign, but we've got Maurice Shepherd, who is on pole position for this race, and he'll be alongside Matt Groh. Josh, low-cost racing, for people who've perhaps not seen this before, can you explain what this is all about?
Lots of overtaking, I think, is the simple big slipstream. Got 1300cc Ford Crossflow engine, so not much power really, but the slipstream gives you such a big advantage if you're behind the car ahead. It means overtaking is, well, it's more than possible, but it's very, very likely as well. And here at Donington Park is a perfect place for that. It's just a sort of a slipstreaming circuit all the way around. So expect lots of exciting racing, I think.
Let's tell you about the grid then. Pole position is number 2, Maurice Shepherd. Alongside him will be number 15, Matt Groh. The second row will be number 94, Martin West, who finally got that victory monkey off his back at Snetterton at the end of last year. And Tom Gadd next to him on row 2. Row 3, the reigning champion, number 1, Mark Burton. And number 6, Pete Hatfield, who's gone pretty well in qualifying. The fourth row, 48, Rob Fagg. and number 8, Sean Brame, a long-time stalwart of this championship. Carl Roysenars and Jack Johns make up row 5. Row 6 will be Tom Robinson, who's won low-cost races in the past, and Greg Smith, who won the opening round of the championship at Castle Combe last year and then didn't really do much more after that. Row 7, 43, David Mason, and 74, Gary Brandon. Row 8, 29, Jeff Peake, and 71, Jonathan Lister. The 9th row will be Jack Chapman, number 88, and 36, James Lewis Barnard. And row 10, 17, and 19, Hobie Rickerman and Daniel Garrett. And what we're seeing here, Josh, is that there were quite a lot of new names to the championship this year as well.
Absolutely. Some of the drivers have graduated into the Mazda low-cost series within sports specials, while lots have stayed here. You get drivers that stay in the low-cost championship year after year, and what we're seeing every year really is lots of new names coming in, sort of in the second half of the field. That's what you got. A lot of them are brand new to racing. Others have come from other categories, but we're very shortly going to get underway in because the green flag is waved at the rear of the field.
Yeah, 5-second board goes up then, so very shortly going to be underway. Again, it's going to be a 13-minute plus 1 lap race then. So you've got Murray Shepherd in the X, Ian Alicar on pole position, and alongside him, Matt Groh. Red lights go on, and out they go. And it's a pretty good start from the second row cars, actually. So it's Martin West, number 94, that goes between the 2 front row men and has the lead of the race. An excellent start from Martin West. And it looks like Peter Hatfield, number 6, from the 3rd row of the grid, has followed him through into second place as well. So some excellent starts, but not necessarily by the guys right at the front of the grid. It's Murray Shepherd there in 3rd place. 4th looks to be Tom Gadd. 5th at the moment looks to be Carl Roysenars up from row 5, and Mark Burton, the reigning champion, has gone backwards.
Roysenars went round the outside of Tom Gadd and gets that another place up into 4th position. Look at the field though, absolutely brilliant. 40 cars in qualifying. That's not so brilliant. One of the SRB racing cars is pulled off at the end of the start. That's car number 79, which is who, man?
David Johns is the number 79 car. So there's the second place man. That's Pete Hatfield then, chasing after the race leader Martin West, who for so long, I think he got fed up of me saying he was always the bridesmaid in low-cost races, but he finally did get a win at the end, or 2 wins in fact, at the end of last season. We can see there some side-by-side action going on. It looks like Carl Roysenard might be about to lose a position here as they make their way down the exhibition straight.
Originally he was trying to challenge, wasn't he, get ahead of Riley Shepherd. One of them goes off into the gravel, but yes, absolutely. Roysenard, as he tried to attack, he's going to lose a place because Tom Gadd is coming round the outside of him into the S's to gain 4th place. It's the first ever race for the low-cost championship on the Grand Prix circuit here at Donington Park. They've always raced on the national circuit, so this part of the circuit is new to the category, and it is Martin West who leads the way, and it is so close behind, isn't it? There's Sean Brame, he's gaining the place. Greg Smith is trying to do similar up the inside line. This is what low-cost racing is all about, side-by-side racing. One of them got a bit sideways, but it is Martin West that leads the long line of them down into Goddard.
The one that got out of shape was the driver that's new from stock hatch and then hot hatch. That's Rob Fagg, number 48, who was a little bit out of shape there coming out of the Melbourne hairpin. Leaders then are making their way over the line, but the red lights are on, the red flags are out, and the race, I'm afraid to say, is being stopped. There's been an incident somewhere around the circuit, out of our sight, I'm afraid, out of view of our cameras. So this first of 2 races today for the Demons Week Yokohama Low-Cost Championship is being brought to a premature conclusion, Josh, which is a great shame because it was looking like a very good start to the race.
Absolutely, looks like one of them's coming in. That's Glenn Boyer, who didn't really qualify, right at the back. So problems for him this morning, so I think that's more of a mechanical issue why he has come in. Unfortunately, low cost were a bit prone to this. Last year here at Donington Park were red flags, and we didn't even get to the end of lap 1 this time either, which is a real shame because they do put on such good racing, but there are times when the low-cost races just get a little bit too close, and well, I guess that's going to happen, isn't it? 40-car grids and the racing is so close, but it's a real shame when it does happen because when we get full races, it is very exciting indeed.
Certainly is. So a little bit of clearing up to be done then before this race can get back underway. There'll be a car somewhere out of our sights. I can see one of the Snatch tractors is making its way around the perimeter road in the general direction of Schwantz Curve.
I was going to say, we saw a car go off at Coppice, didn't we?
right.
But I can't see that car.
We've got a car on our screens. It's one of the novice drivers. I can't tell you who that is, but we can tell it's a novice driver from the black cross and the yellow background on the back of the car. It looks like it's gone pretty harmless. Well, I say harmlessly. Off on the gravel, it's harmful in the way that it stopped the race. But that looks like probably is the reason for our race stoppage. That car off into the gravel. Now the cars, I think that had stopped on the grid, are probably going to be sent back round to rejoin the back of the train and get them back into what will be the right order. Because we'd had less than 2 laps, we go back to the original grid, Josh.
Yes, and you mentioned earlier about how the lunch break was going to be shortened. Looks like that's going to be shortened even further now. We're due to get to racing underway in about half an hour after lunch, so
yes.
We shall see if that happens. We've got 5 races after lunch, by the way. We've got 1 race for everything we saw this morning, as well as the Club Enduro 2-hour race. That will begin proceedings after lunch, but we'll carry on with this low-cost championship race. So, as we were saying, it was Mark Burton, who sort of dominated last year, which we wouldn't have guessed before the year started, because he's only done about 5 races, I think, before he came to Castle Combe to start the year off. I think he won the 2nd race of the day there and pretty much won at every track and won 9 times.
Yeah, I think he did the triple at Croft, didn't he? I think it was probably his biggest and best achievement of last year, and was ran out by low-cost standards a relatively comfortable winner of the championship. But no, it's been fascinating to see how he's developed. He's soon picked up the racecraft, and racecraft is so important. It's not just about driving quickly over a single lap, and he probably wasn't always the fastest person over a single lap last season, but he inevitably positioned his car in the right place at the right time, which is usually not leading going on to the final lap, but trying to take advantage of the slipstream and get through on that last lap when your opponents have got no chance to retaliate. But yeah, Mark Burton certainly did a very good job last season. And
unlike most drivers who come quick into car racing, he didn't come from karting, he came from sprint racing, which you don't need any racecraft for, I shouldn't think, because you're not racing against anybody directly.
Well, yeah, just the clock and just yourself, aren't you, on the sprints, on the speed events.
Absolutely. So he done a great job, didn't he? And he's back again.
Let's face it, he's in one of the most well-prepared cars on the grid, a top team as well, with the SRB behind him.
So this is good news, isn't it, for Murray Shepherd and Matt Groh, who didn't make the best starts, as you mentioned, and they get to take that front row positions back up again while this recovery is continuing.
That's very good news for them. Martin West will be a bit disappointed. I should think that his great start has come to nothing. Big disappointment to him. Bourne, we've just got a moment. It's worth mentioning that you can contact us, and we're interested to hear what you've got to say via social media as well. On Twitter, the hashtag that we are using is 750MC Live. I can see that where is Ben Powney is a question that's being asked on YouTube. Well, Ben Powney has moved on from the low-cost championship to the new Mazda low-cost category that Josh was mentioning, that's sharing a grid with Sports Specials during the course of this year. So Ben Powney not out in the main low-cost championship this year, but he'll be out in the Mazda low-cost, which we'll see during the course of this season.
See more comments about the previous race. Josh Smith, how quick he is. And we've seen that in 750 Motor Club race in the past, haven't we? And we just haven't got the budget to move on to bigger and better racing. And Tim Gray, of course, he won the Bike Sport Championship a few years ago. He was a low-cost champion, and he's done a bit of racing in Europe over the last few years and won that as well, won in Britcar. And the 750 Motor Club has a real history of bringing top drivers through the categories, and some have moved on, some have gone on to win the British Touring Car Championship, of course.
Well, Ashley Sutton is the driver to whom you refer, and it's about a decade ago now that he was racing in the Formula V Championship, which he didn't win. Martin Farmer was the champion in the year that Ash Sutton raced in Formula V, but he nevertheless gained some very useful experience, which he then transferred into initially Fiestas. Then he had some time out of racing, didn't he, because of his car accident, before he came back in single-seaters in MSA Formula and Clio's as well, where he won the championship before moving to the BTCC. But no, Ash Sutton, one of many quick drivers, another driver that's front runner in BTCC, of course, won the opening round of the championship at Brands Hatch 2 weekends ago, wasn't it? Josh Cook, of course.
Yes, absolutely. He was the Stock Cat champion the same year Ash Sutton was racing in Formula V, so that was a real year where we did have drivers that moved on. And as I mentioned, low cost has had drivers like Tim Gray and Scott Mattel, who have both gone on to win the RGB Championship within the 750 Motor Club. Of course, we saw Scott Mattel out in bike sports for the first time earlier, and Tim Gray a champion. champion there. And Low Cost, really a place where lots of drivers start their racing because it is low-cost racing. It's a very much affordable, one of the most affordable way to get into racing. And you learn so much because the racing is so close, as we saw in that opening lap. And really, you learn, as Mark Burton did last year, you learn racecraft quicker than in any other category.
Absolutely right. It's a bit like NASCAR on a budget. I mean, the principle of this is very similar to Caterham racing, of course, and to the perhaps untrained eye, you're thinking these cars are rather Caterham-esque. They're all built to the design by Ron Champion, who published a book about this, How to Build Your Own Sports Car for as little as £250 brackets. Not really, it's usually a bit more than that. But that was originally based on his own design for a Clubman's car back in the 1960s, I think it was. Fast forward 30 years and he brought his book out in the 1990s. Then a championship was made off the back of that, starting in 1999. I think we only had 6 cars on the grid for the opening round of the championship at Mallory Park. Simon Pullen, who went on to race in British GTs, was an early winner in the low-cost
and you
championship.
You mentioned 6 cars. Was it at Mallory Park, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And now there's 41 qualified here this morning.
But this has been fairly typical of the numbers that we've seen, you know, averaging in the mid to high 30s for a number of years in the Demon Tweaks Karma Low Cost Championship. And what, as I say, is nice is that there is a flow of drivers that come through this. There's new drivers on the grid every year. Some of them impress, like Mark Burton has. Maybe some of them don't. but they all get a real taste of what is just about the most affordable motorsport you can get.
Well, you mentioned Robert Fagg having his first run in low cost, the X.Catch podium finisher. He qualified 7th. That was a good debut. I think the best of the new drivers might be Jonathan Lisseter there in 16th in one of the SRB cars, the Sam and Richard Bradley racing team. Sam Bradley, I don't think, works quite so much on the cars as he used to because he's a bit busy with Mercedes Formula 1.
Well, you usually play spot Sam Bradley on the television, don't you? On the Sky or the Channel 4 coverage, because, yeah, he's very much involved in the pit lane there.
And that's another thing about something like this. Drivers tend to build their own cars, and it's where you learn about the mechanics of race cars and all of that. And you get not just drivers go on into other categories, but drivers go into employment working on the international racing stage. And I guess Sam Bradley is really one of the real people that we can say about that.
Absolutely. Of course, although you know some of these cars will have been self-built, many of them now have been proprietary built cars, and they're run as well by teams such as Team TSR, that's Team Sellers Racing, for Scott Sellers SRB, Richard Bradley's team as well. Anyway, we're close to getting this race back underway. We've just had the 1 minute to go board, and we will be back underway for a second time of asking. Hopefully it will be a good clean run this time through. We've got the last few cars just coming into position, so we should be almost ready for the off.
30-second board shown now, so the race will get away very shortly. Not sure if it'll go for a full distance. We'll see as we get on. So it's once again Murray Shepherd and Matt Groh on the front row.
It is, but it was Martin West that made the best of the starts to race number 1. Is he going to do the same? Is he going to go between the 2 front row men this time? So the 5-second board has been and gone. The red lights have gone on. They go out now, quite a long hold, and this time it looks like the best start's been made by the pole position driver. Actually, that's Murray Shepherd. Martin West certainly doesn't get between the 2 front row men this time. Mark Burton gets away a bit better than he did first time around. We'll see where he fits in, but it's Shepherd that looks like he's leading at the moment from the man from the outside of the front row, Matt Groh, in 2nd place. So they're a bit close to grid order this time, I think, Josh.
Absolutely, they're still side by side, aren't they, the 2 front row men, Murray Shepherd and Matt Groh, but Groh slots in behind the leader Shepherd. Then it is West in 3rd place. Once again,
what a big moment from Mark Burton there, the reigning champion, down through the craners. That probably has set off a bit of a chain reaction behind him. Carl Roycenars, I think, was another driver to get onto the grass there.
And he's much, much further back than earlier. There's a tangle as well. That's Jeff Peake, is it, in the 29 car. He's through the gravel. The other was 17, which is Hobby Vickerman, another of the debut racers this weekend. But I think they've both continued. Leaders up in towards McLean's. There's car 15. That's Matt Groh. Martin West is behind, but it's still the leader, the pole man. It is Murray Shepherd. A few of them sideways out over the curbs. But it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think, in the lead in train through Coppice Corner.
Yeah, and it is still Murray Shepherd that's out front then. Some gaps opening up a little bit further behind, but no very big gaps just at the moment. So they're making their way down the exhibition straight towards the Fogarty S's for the first time. Touchwood, everyone has indeed made it through this time. Oh, well, that was tempting fate, wasn't it? Because that's Sean Brame that's gone off there, number 8.
He's just pulled to the side, so hopefully we can continue. The leaders, well, it's all changed. It's Martin West that leads. That was the slipstream effect down towards the S's, but Murray Shepherd is fighting back. He's up at the inside. Looks like he's lost a mudguard in all of that, but he goes through back into the lead. Big challenge there. That was car 12. Tom Gadd, he gains a place at the back of this leading pack. Is Mark Burton, but Murray Shepherd, who led the start, he led the first half of the lap, didn't lead down into the S's, but he's got it back again as they come to complete the first lap. It's side by side for third, and hanging on around the outside there is Tom Gadd. So it's Matt Groh who's really lost out in the second half of this lap.
We've gained more cars onto this 6-car group as well, haven't we? So it's Shepherd from West, from Gadd, then Groh, then it's the number 7 car of Tom Robinson, then it's Mark Burton, but then just behind him in 7th place is Peter Hatfield, who made that good start first time round, and then a small gap back to the Castle Combe winner from last year, Greg Smith, in 8th place. But it's 7 cars then in the leading group, side by side for 2nd and 3rd as they made their way through there. Did we have a change, Josh?
Absolutely we did, because Tom Gadd gained a place. He started 4th, he's now 2nd, he got past Martin West, and look at Tom Robinson in car number 7 trying to challenge there. He gained a place before getting into the Craner curves and tried to gain another, but couldn't do that. Into the old hairpin they come, so it is Murray Shepherd that leads his wide dough out over the curves, as is Mark Burton. What's that, 10, 12 cars in this lead train. Great stuff as they make their way up towards Swartz Curve, and is Shepherd going to hang on? Well, he's just there at the moment. It's Gadd there in 2nd place, 2 drivers who I don't think have won in the championship before. Then in 3rd place is Martin West, who won for the first time at the last meeting last year at Snetterton.
Yeah, so will we have a new victor, or will it be someone that's done it before? Challenge going on there for 4th place. That's Tom Robinson up the inside of Martin West, who was leading before the red flag, to try and take 3rd place away from him. We'll try and find out whether he does that on the run down to the Fogarty S's, and the answer is that they are, well, he's not quite done it. Gap being left open on the inside now for number 1, Mark Burton, to come down the inside and take the place away. Does he from Tom Robinson, who's all over the gravel there at Fogarty S's, and yeah, that sealed the move for Mark Burton. He goes 4th.
Absolutely, but it's car number 2 that still leads Murray Shepherd. He held on. He had Tom Gadd right pushing him down. A big dive there from Greg Smith. He gains 2, and he makes contact with the champion from last year. Mark Burton spins. Greg Smith pulls off. He's got damage. Mark Burton continues, but he's much further back. So what's that done to the leaders? Well, Murray Shepherd's losing the lead because Tom Gadd is coming round the outside of him. They're side by side further back too. That's Tom Robinson on the inside. But who's got the lead? Well, it's side by side still as they make their way off of the hairpin, and just nosing in front is Tom Gadd. There's more cars off in the loop. They better watch the leaders down towards Redgate.
Yeah, side by side for the lead of the race then. It's the number 2 car on the outside line for Redgate Corner. That is Murray Shepherd, the driver that was on pole position, but Tom Gadd has a look up the inside, can't make it work. But now running wide, oh, and there is lots and lots of fluid pouring out of the number 88 car. That's Jack Chapman. Well, don't drive that car any further, I don't recommend, because that's going to pour fluid all over the circuit. There's dust being kicked up, I can see, at the Craner curves, and here's the 3-car battle for the lead. It's Gadd that's now in front, and Murray Shepherd's dropped back to 3rd place behind Martin West, so it's all happening, Josh.
You don't just slipstream down the straights in Locos, you slipstream through the Craner curves as well, and that's how Murray Shepherd lost a couple of places. Marshals are dealing with that car at the loop. We'll see what happens, but the leaders, they still battle. They don't know about this. Into McLean's they go, and holding on is car number 12, which is Tom Gadd. He qualified in 4th place. Out wide there is the pole man. That's Murray Shepherd. He's 3rd. He's just starting to lose time to the top 2. So it's Gadd and it's West. These were the 2 that got to the front in the earlier start as well, I think, wasn't it? So good running from the pair of them. There's still, what, 6, 7, 8 cars in fairly close proximity despite that contact on the previous lap. The Marshals have done a great job meanwhile in the loop, so we can continue to go racing down into the S's. It's car 12. It's Tom Gadd that leads.
It is almost a touch there, a little bit further back. That's between Carl Roycenars, number 84, and number 7, which is Tom Robinson. And that is for 4th and 5th places. Peter Hatfield having lost 5th place on that lap too. The blue car of Roycenars, the leaders then making their way down to the Melbourne hairpin.
See a few drivers just putting their arm out the cockpit, so the drivers behind know about the yellow flag. So it's all single file through the hairpin on this lap.
And there's 8 of them there now in the leading group, and that's even with losing a couple of them on the previous lap as well. So Tom Gadd has Martin West up the inside of him into the Goddard hairpin, and it looks like Martin West has gone through to take the lead of the race. Then it's Murray Shepherd there in third, then Tom Robinson fourth. Fifth at the moment, I think, is still Roysenars.
But there's going to be a challenge for the lead once again. Martin West led for a corner, but Tom Gadd wants him to lead no more because he comes up the inside in towards Redgate and he goes back through. So it's car 12 that leads once more. And really, the only driver in this leading train who was there regularly last year is Martin West.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the new order in low-cost racing.
And he's going to get the lead back again. So we've had 3 changes of lead in 3 corners. And here comes Murray Shepherd round the outside of the Craner Curves. Is he going to run out of road? No. Is he going to gain a place? Yes, I think. Up the inside he goes.
Yeah, he does indeed. But then Gadd's going to try and fight back on the exit of the corner. We'll be on the outside line for the next corner. And this is allowing Tom Robinson, the number 7 car, to try and get up into the podium positions. Has he made it? We'll see when they arrive at Schwantz Curve. No, he's not. So it's Shepherd there, and then it is Gadd there in third. Robinson is in fourth spot. Roysenars fifth. Is that Matt Groh now, I think, in sixth position, number 15, I think. We'll try and get a check on that in a moment, but they're turning their way through Coppice Corner now, still side by side for third place, and Tom Gadd, I should say, almost getting a wheel over the dust.
This is what we were saying low-cost racing is all about. Great stuff over the first. We've only had 3 laps. It feels like a whole season's worth of overtaking in some categories. Down into the S as they come then. So it's West just starting to break away as everyone battled behind him on this lap. But it's not really very big lead at all, is it? As they come out onto the Grand Prix loop of this Donington Park circuit now. And down they come. And who's going to challenge this time? It's side by side. That's Robinson looking to the outside of car number 2, Murray Shepherd. And Shepherd sideways. And that allowed Robinson to go up to second. Tom Gadd might come through too, but they're back on the tail of the leader once again. So that lead, half a second or so that Martin West had, didn't last long. It's going to be 3 wide, is it? Nope, it's going to be side by side as Robinson comes through. A bit of a tag there was there from Murray Shepherd, so out of the hairpin they come, and it's Robinson that leads. It's side by side behind him though, as they complete lap number 4 of this race. Here comes Tom Gadd as well. It is going to be 3 wide into Redgate. Is it going to be 4 abreast as they slipstream up towards Tom Robinson? But it's Murray Shepherd who got the real run using the slipstream. He goes up the inside. Is he going to get past Robinson? Not quite, I don't think. Fabulous stuff from the low-cost championship.
But immediately Murray Shepherd tries to fight back then on the way down through the Craner Curves. He's got his nose back in front of Tom Robinson, who had a 4/10 for second lead at the beginning of this lap. Gadd has gone through to second place as well in the number 12 car. Then you've got Robinson, then Martin West in number 94. Still, any one of these 4, or even 7 drivers, I think, could probably win this race. It's the number 2 car of Shepherd, though, at the moment, but good pace being shown there by Robinson, as he did on the previous lap. Out there, but no, he's got another car alongside him now. He's got Martin West up on the inside of him. That's then the outside line for McLean's. West has gone through to third place then, and now it's the number 43 car, I think, of David Mason that's putting the pressure on Tom Robinson. They go 3 wide into Coppice Corner, and it's Roysenars in the blue car with the yellow roll cage, number 84. That, wow, I thought he was just about going through to 4th place there. Did he make that stick? We'll find out as they come down the exhibition straight. The answer is no, I don't think. He's now back into 5th place.
Challenge for the lead, though. Martin West looks to the outside of Murray Shepherd and breaks much, much later and goes round the outside into the Faculty S's to get the lead back. So it's West from Shepherd. He's at 3 leaders at least on this lap alone. The leader, the beginning of the lap, was Tom Robinson. He's there, I think, in 4th place. Here comes Shepherd looking to the outside of West. Is that going to allow Tom Gadd up the inside? Was he looking up there, Shepherd? He gets as close as he dares. He's sideways, and that's going to allow Gadd up the inside. West is slow off the corner as well. Who's going to lead into Goddard's on this, the 5th lap of the race? It is going to be West in 2nd place. Well, it's 3 wide this time. Up the inside is Murray Shepherd. He breaks desperately late. He's side by side with Tom Gadd. Tom Robinson is behind.
Now, Mark Burton, the champion, has got himself back up to 9th, but he's now going to see the driving standards flag, presumably for exceeding track limits. He's been trying to get back on terms with this leading group, which is led by Martin West at the moment from Murray Shepherd in 2nd place, and 3rd is Tom Robinson.
Fastest lap to Louis Wall. He started at the back. He's up to 9th place. So Louis Wall, who had problems in qualifying this morning, is flying. He may well get into this leading pack, and he's lapping over half a second quicker than the rest.
Yeah, and of course, whatever lap time is set is a new lap record, but look at this. There's 5 of them occupying the space of 1 low cost, basically, as they turn their way through Craner Curves that time. It is West at the moment that is in front. Gadd has gone backwards to 4th place, but yeah, there's Louis Wall. You just saw him going through shot now. Depending on how much longer we've got left in this race, we've had nearly 11 minutes, then we could see Wall at least in the lead group, but I think a win might be just a little bit too far for him.
And Martin Mark Burton is right there as well, so they could work together here. But let's see, let's watch the leaders. They exit McLean's. How many abreast are they this time up towards Coppice? Well, it's too wide, at least in the middle of them. I thought it was more than that for a moment, but it's Murray Shepherd that leads in second. Both of the leaders have run desperately wide through Coppice corner, but Shepherd holds on. Here they come, one long line of locals. You can hardly see them all. They're so close to one another. Right in the slipstream of Murray Shepherd, almost pushing him down the straight, I think, is Martin West. They turn into the corner. Next up is Tom Robinson, and they have to be very careful not to go through the gravel there, because they're braking as desperately as late as they dare into that part of the circuit. Down towards the hairpin they come. Who's going to challenge here? Nobody, quite possibly. They're leaving it to the last lap, Ian.
Absolutely, Shepherd goes very wide. Big mistake from Shepherd there at the hairpin. Now is running over the dirt on the way back up towards Goddard. So that is Martin West, who needed no second invitation. But West's going to lose out himself here, surely. Under braking for Goddard. Tom Robinson overlaps, but can he get through? He's still overlapping now. They're coming up and over the line. Black and white driving standards flag going out to number 96 now. Pick up who that is in a minute. So is West still leading from Robinson, Ali, Tom Gadd fourth, Matt Grove fifth, David Mason sixth, and Carl Voisinars, Rob Fagg, Louis Wall and Mark Burton round out the top 10.
And a challenge, of course, into Redgate up the inside. Murray Shepherd, who went off just 2 corners ago. He's trying to challenge with the lead again. He was third across the line. He's second into Redgate. He might be first by the time they get down to the old hairpin, because he's right on the tail of Martin West. He draws alongside Martin West. They're side by side behind as well. That's Tom Gadd and Tom Robinson. They're side by side behind them. That's David Mason and Matt Grow. What's going to happen into the old hairpin? Well, round the outside of Murray Shepherd goes Tom Robinson. A fantastic move there to get into second place. What a race this has turned out to be from the Low Course Championship. We didn't know what to expect with a new circuit or a new layout for the championship, but it's been absolutely brilliant. Up towards McLean's they come.
Yeah, 96 Jonathan Higgins was the driver that was getting the black and white driving standards flag, but he's nowhere near this leading group, which is making its way out of McLean's up towards Coppice Corner now. I still wouldn't really know where to put my shilling on this, because the places are changing almost every corner of every lap, aren't they? It's absolutely fantastic stuff. Saying that, there's a bit more of a gap now between the first two and the rest of the leading group, which are making their way down the exhibition straight. And it's Tom Robinson. Is he in the right place at the right time? Because he pulls out of Martin West's toe, has a look up the inside and takes the lead of the race on the way down to the Fogarty S's.
Behind it's Murray Shepherd that holds on there, and if they start battling, that really will allow the top two to get away in these final stages of this Demon Tweaks and Yokohama supported Low Cost Championship race, the opening round of the season. Down into the Melbourne hairpin they come. Who's going to challenge? It looks like there's one long line, but look at the back of the group now, because we are seeing Louis Wall and Mark Burton join in to make it 9-10, I think, for the lead, as we should go on to the last lap. The last lap board is being prepared, so it'll be 1 lap to go.
Side by side for third place there. Tom Gadd getting ahead of Murray Shepherd as they made their way through, but the leaders now have got about a second gap. This is Tom Robinson in the lead, Martin West in second, then it's a gap back to Tom Gadd in third, Murray Shepherd fourth, fifth is Matt Gross, sixth is David Mason. Louis Wall now up to 7th place in the black car with the orange roll hoop. Can the rest of them catch the two leading cars in the final, well, just under 2 miles left of this race now? They're turning their way through the Craner curves, down through Hollywood, and we've got one in the gravel. That is the number 66 car, so Paul Williamson is out of the race, but here come the leaders down towards the old hairpin for the final time, and Tom Robinson is, well, looking relatively untroubled by Martin West at this point, Josh.
Yeah, I think it's 2 battles now, really, isn't it? This is the battle for third. Murray Shepherd. Here comes Matt Grow up the inside of the Tom Gadd car, but the leaders, they appear in shot first. Do we watch them or do we watch the cars behind? It's so hard to tell. It's Shepherd there in third. Up the inside is that Louis Wall in 44. It is, so he's gaining more places. He's now up into 6th, I reckon, behind David Mason. Up towards Coppice they come. This third place battle is very frantic. Is Martin West thinking, though, where's the last place to challenge? I think it could be any 3 of the last corners.
Absolutely. You don't want to go too early, though, do you? That is the real risk in this kind of racing. Is he going to make an attack down into the Fogarty? Yes, maybe we'll look for the Dayglow roll hoop in the background, see if Louis Wall can make up places. So Martin West is having a look down the inside, and that didn't look to me like Tom Robinson was making all that hard for him there into the fog. Yes, so is he going to fight back in one of the final two corners? Now they're heading down towards the Melbourne hairpin for the final time. Of course, there's still a big toe to be gained there. Robinson to the outside line. Martin West driving pretty much up the middle of the road, takes quite an early apex. Oh, and there comes Murray Shepherd out of nowhere. Very out of shape again. It's taken David Mason with him. They are third and fourth, so Tom Galler's dropped back to about sixth place now. So here come the leaders up towards Goddard for the final time. It's Robinson that's out in front at the moment. Can Martin West come back around the outside? He might be able to, you know, they're overlapping still. Up to the finish line they come, and it's going to be Martin West that does it just on the line for what's that, a third successive win in the Demon Tweaks and Yokohama Low Cost Championship. He's done the hat-trick, two at the end of last year, one at the beginning of this year, after not getting a win at all for goodness knows how many low-cost races he did. He's won it by 0.16 seconds, as much as that, from Tom Robinson. Murray Shepherd was third, David Mason fourth, Matt Grove fifth, and Tom Gadd sixth. I'm going to have a quick lie down, Josh.
Tom Robinson had two feelings as he crossed the line. You could see he was very disappointed. Then he congratulated the winner, Martin West. I think all of them would have enjoyed that very much indeed. We certainly did. Absolutely brilliant. Don't think we looked at the rest because the lead battle was, I think that was as frantic as it's been for a long time in the low cost championship, and it looked like very clean as well. Really good racing within the top 10.
No, and it's worth pointing out some notable performances. I mean, Louis Wall from the back of the grid to seventh. That's an exceptional performance. He's been a winner in the past, so he's no slouch. We know that. And did he get the fastest lap in the end as well, which would be the lap record?
1:59.31, and that was half a second quicker than anyone else.
Yeah, so Louis Wall, no surprise. Mark Burton, in spite of that incident with Greg Smith, which looked a little bit optimistic on the part of Smith, I thought, came back to 9th place, so not a disaster as far as the championship's concerned. You can drop some scores at the end of the year. Rob Fagg 10th on his debut in the category, having switched over from tin top racing, so something a little bit different, rear wheel drive of course. Then you've got Paul Clark and Gary Brandon 11th and 12th.
I think for Rob Fagg, it's the type of racing that's going to be the real thing to learn, isn't he? Might be a bit of an eye-opening experience in that lot, because that was as close as any racing comes. We had 3 pairs of cars side by side down the Craner curves on one lap, and that's sort of unspeakable, isn't it? Going side by side down the Craner curves, let alone three pairs as close as you like. And as you say, Martin West will be absolutely delighted with coming out on top, but it could have been any 10 of them, and we get another race at the end of the day to look forward to, and that is very much a reason to stay on the Alpha live stream today.
Absolutely do. Keep your eye on the stream all day. We've got the Club Enduro, which is the main feature, coming up in the not too distant future, but it is the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship that have put on a great show. Martin West showing his appreciation to the marshals on his slowing down lap there in the number 94 car, having taken a great victory from Tom Robinson in second place, and there's a rather unhappy looking driver there, having retired. I think that was the 88 car of Jack Chapman that we're seeing there. Yep, there's his car, prone up against the barrier there. And we lost, of course, Greg Smith's car on the other side of the circuit as well, just underneath the hospitality suites during the course of that race.
Great to see loads of comments on the live stream who have just seen a low-cost race for the first time, and everyone's very much enjoying it. So we're very pleased that you could all join us today to see such good racing, not just from the locals, all day with the 750 Motor Club, of course. So the cars make their way down the pit lane, and Jacob will await for them on the podium. They'll take a few moments to get up there. Of course, Martin West, Tom Robinson and Murray Shepherd, the top 3 from the first round of the championship. I think it's a 16-round season for low costs in 2019. There's a couple of triple headers in there as well for the competitors to look forward to. And if you head to 750mc.co.uk, you can get all the information about all the championships. You want to get involved in racing, that's the best way to do it. Lots of information on there. Come along to a meeting. Everybody's very friendly in the paddock and very much would like you to get involved.
Absolutely right. So we've got the leading drivers. I'm just reminding myself who the top 3 were in the end after all that. Third place was Murray Shepherd. He's down there. Hopefully so too. Number 7, Tom Robinson, and our race winner, number 94, Martin West. And they will be hopefully shepherded in the general direction of the podium, where I can see Leanne Fahey's waiting there with garlands, and Jacob Harris is there as well, ready to greet the drivers just as soon as they make their way up the stairs at the end of that. So I'm sure they'll have some stories to share with each other, and hopefully with Jacob after that race. So Jacob, it's all yours.
Thank you, guys. We are awaiting our top 3 down here on the podium. A fantastic race, that. Well, first time I've seen a low-cost race, and it did not disappoint. Non-stop action. I don't know how you keep up in the commentary box. You guys must be bending over backwards and taking a breath up there. Race winner Martin West joins me here on the podium. Martin, that was tense right to the end.
Oh, you should have been where I was sitting. It was a little bit more tense than that. Yeah, no, that was a brilliant race. That's what it's all about. We have a few problems in low cost with big grids, as you can see with the red flags, but when we get a good run at it like that, it's pretty entertaining in the car. So I'm guessing to watch it must be pretty good as well. But no, that was a pretty epic last lap. But
just how does it feel to clinch it coming out of the very last corner of the race?
Well, I could have had him a couple of times around the track, but I just wanted to bide my time because I knew if I got past him too early, he's just going to come sailing straight past. But yeah, so it was it's one of them you're sort of trying to work out as you're driving around at the same time. But the last corner, I thought, right, there's a big gap behind us. I'll see if I can get around the outside. And luckily the car's stuck, and here we are.
Ideal. And I was just saying, it's the first time I've seen low-cost racing. Can we expect to see more of the same this afternoon?
Oh yeah, there's no fun in being 30 seconds a minute up the road racing on your own. You can't get away. That's why I love it. It'll be the same every single race. You know, if you get 2 or 3 car lengths, then there's been a knock somewhere, but within a lap you're caught back up again, and well, as you can see, it's pretty thrilling racing.
It really was. Congratulations on your race win, and thank you very much for talking to us. Next up, I believe we have Tom Robinson, is it? Tom, leading for many parts of that, but unfortunately just falling short at the end.
Yeah, I couldn't get in second gear at that final hairpin. So it's a bit gutting, but there you go. Need to get a new gearbox.
Just how tough is it racing so closely at the front? Obviously, you found, I think one lap you were crossing the line first and found yourself fourth before you'd even got halfway around to the Craner Curves.
Well, there's a lot of accidents in this, and just trying to be a little bit careful. So when you do see people going mad, I think one person came past me and straight into the gravel over there, almost backwards. So you just got to be very aware of all the cars that are around you, and it's not worth, being stupid and not finishing.
Just how hard is it to keep track of your competitors coming up the inside, coming around the outside, as we had there at the end, and finding your braking points in these corners?
You can normally hear them, because you can hear them locking up. And if they're locking out, you know they're pretty much going to come past you, and then you can cut in the inside and be quicker than them on the exit. But yeah, no, that was an amazing race. One of my favourite, apart from the last corner, of course.
And obviously, second place after that last corner. Can you go one better this afternoon?
Hopefully. Never say never. It'd be nice to get a win. Feeling a little bit gutted not winning that one. But he did a great race. So, congratulations.
Brilliant. Thanks for talking to us, Tom. And last but not least, I believe we have Mr. Murray Shepherd. Murray, talk us through the race from your perspective.
Well, it's always tricky starting on pole because the only way is backwards. So I did as best as I could. I mean, Westy was pretty unlucky with the first red flag because he had a flyover start, and I was pretty lucky with the red flag because I got on the pace the second time round, and we had a great tussle up front, always swapping and changing. That's what low-cost racing is all about. So, yeah, very happy to bring the car home in third.
Yeah, and can we expect to see you on the podium in the race too later this afternoon?
Hopefully, yeah. I'll try my best.
Anything you're going to change on the car? Anything you're going to try and do differently later on?
Well, in qualifying, I lost a tyre, and so we switched it to Tim kindly in the paddock lent me his old tyre from 2016, so that's on the rear left, so I was getting crazy oversteer. So we'll try and find maybe a bit of a stickier tyre and go from there.
Brilliant. Well, thanks for the chat, and look forward to seeing you again this afternoon. Right, that is it for the first round of races here at Donington Park this afternoon. We're going to go into a short break now, roughly an hour long. When we come back, we'll have the 2-hour endurance race plus another round of all the races you've seen so far. But for now, stay with us, grab a bit of lunch, and come back in an hour. We'll see you then. I hope so.
Brilliant. Never going to live that one down. New Facebook profile picture coming up. A nice bit of advertising for Cadbury then, Lord. Sorry. I would have been, I don't even know what, yeah, I've got no excuse, sorry. And I sat there about to use my brain, so sorry. I will sit behind it now, I'm sitting on the other side.
Welcome back to Donington Park and the opening round of the 2019 Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. Cars arriving on the grid, 47 of them there will be for a 2-hour race around the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. My name is Ian Simon, Josh Barrett alongside me in the commentary box, and what a great looking grid of cars that we have for you, split in 3 different classes, and that is based on the power to weight ratio. So Class A is for cars up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne, all weighed without the driver. Class B up to 240 brake horsepower per tonne, and the Tiddler class, if you like, the 180 brake horsepower per tonne Class C. And these power to weight ratios are checked by the Maha mobile dyno that is at all 750 Motor Club Tagiwa Club Enduro events. It's a 2-hour race, as I say, for 1 or 2 drivers generally. There's, I think, 1 team with 3 drivers in it this weekend, and there's a mandatory 3-minute pit stop for refuelling during the course of the race, although there's no set pit stop window in the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. There is an extra penalty this year for the first time for professional drivers who are categorised as being either silver or gold on the FIA scale, rising or superstars with the BRDC, or have recently driven in the British Touring Car Championship or as a pro in the British GT Championship. There's just 2 of those here this weekend. Adam Morgan, 7-time BTCC winner, and Marcus Clutton, the former British GT champion. Cars, as I say, coming out onto the grid, and at the front we will have the number 74 car, which is the Porsche, which is being driven in the second part of this race at least by Marcus Clutton, but it's the owner, Michael Price, that will be on pole position in that Porsche Cayman GT4, and he will have alongside him number 33, which is the car that's being started by the former M3 Cup racer David Whitmore, but Luke Zedzikowski is the driver that he will hand over to for the second part of that race. Some of the final cars coming around to the grid. There's been a little bit of attrition, I'm afraid, in qualifying. We've already lost, I'm afraid, the champion from Class B last season, Matt Fazy, who was due to step up to Class A in the Porsche 944 Turbo. He's got a hole in the side of the block now after the engine let go in qualifying. And we've also lost, although they did qualify, the Wallace brothers, Matthew and Simon, their Seat Leon, that had a boost issue during the course of the qualifying session, so they won't be able to take the start. A few others fell by the wayside in testing yesterday as well. So 47 cars we'll have on the grid then for this opening 2-hour Club Enduro round of the season. Josh Barrett, as I say, is alongside me. Josh, and well, this is one we've all been looking forward to for quite some time.
Absolutely. 3 years ago, the first Club Enduro race took place, and the 750 Motor Club Championship has just grown, and with Tagiwa now part of the championship sponsorship as well. We've got we had a number of reserves, didn't we, going into the weekend? Some of those teams that therefore didn't turn up, but 47 cars, the biggest grid Donington Park has seen possibly ever, if not for a very long time indeed. And it's a great mix of cars as well. We've got sports cars or GT cars at the front, and got saloon cars towards the back, and it's this power to weight ratio that Ian mentioned really does even all the classes up very closely indeed. It was a bit of a pole position for Marcus Clutton, but as Ian mentioned, he is classified as a pro driver, so they get quite a significant penalty in the second half of the race when Marcus Clutton gets on board. So despite that pole position, despite that being a GT4 car, it doesn't necessarily mean so much, because everybody running on treaded tyres. You're not running on slicks here, so to keep it affordable, and therefore the power to weight ratio really brings the production cars that people have built up themselves into very much a close gap between one another, and we've seen that over the course of last year. Lots of BMWs, but the best M3, in fact, only in 4th place, and it's been M3s that have been the class of the field in the past. We've got the new M4 out there that's going to be started by David Whitmore on the front row. It's been interesting to see how that goes. I mentioned Porsches. We've got Lotuses. Peter Mansfield starting there in 5th place in the Elite. We've got the Honda Civics, the first of the saloon cars. That's going to be started by TCR racer and multiple Burkitt winner, overall Burkitt winner last year, Cole Swift in a Civic. We've got M3, got Volkswagen Golf as well, Lotus XZ, you've got Seat Leon 2 as well. Looking further back, you've got the Renault Clio, Porsche 944, Mini Cooper, the Peugeot RCZ, You've got BMW compacts towards the back, getting towards Class C cars. You've also got the 330s as well as Mazda MX-5s and the 1 Series BMW as well. It's a fantastic mix of cars that are going off onto their green flag warming up lap.
Yes, they're following the 750 Motor Club safety car, the Renault Megane round, for this 2.5 mile green flag lap ahead of a 2-hour race for the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship. Tiguan also putting up a prize for the team or driver of the day as well. And that will be decided during the course of the next couple of hours. So this fantastic variety of cars heading off on its green flag lap with, as I say, Michael Price in the Porsche Cayman GT4 lining up on pole position. So here is a look at the grid then. And on pole position, this is the Michael Price, Marcus Clutton car, but it's Michael Price that's starting. David Whitmore starts the car next to it on the front of the grid. Row 2 is Chris Brown starting the car. Mika Brown will take over. Chris Byallen on his own on the outside of row 2. Then row 5, you've got Peter Mansfield starting. He'll hand over to the former Mazda champion, Rob Boston. Carl Swift starts the car 6th on the grid. That's the Honda Civic. That should go well. Richard Bacon, another driver going solo in the BMW on P7. And row 8 is the Andy Bailey and Luke Levitt's car. Andy Bailey starts in the Golf. On to the 5th row of the grid. Leon Bidgeway going solo in the Lotus Exige. Then the Goulds, the father and son, have the Porsche Cayman out. That's on the outside of row 5. Then there's a gap where the Wallaces should have been. Will Ashmore will start the Honda Civic on the outside of row 6. Julie McBride going solo in the M3 on row 7, alongside the car that will now just be driven in actual fact by Paul Huxley. That's the Seat Super Copa. Darren Ball and Steve Cheetham in the Porsche round out the first 8 rows of the grid. Then we come to our other professional driver, Adam Morgan, starting the car that's on the inside of row 9. That's the Renault Clio, alongside the gap where Matt Fazy should have been before the hole was put through the side of the block. Brett Evans and the Mercers, David and Mark, line up on row number 10. Charles Campbell and Graham Leggett are in the Peugeot on row 11, alongside Gavin Johnson and Pip Hammond, the former Classic Stock Hatch champion. Mitch Jesus and Chris Nyland and Mark Rice and Danny Hobson line up on the outside of row 12. As the cars making their way down towards the left-hander, we look through the rest of the grid. Michael Downey there is 25th in the Porsche Boxed XS, I should say. And then it's another 2-driver effort. That is Oliver Owen starting the car 26th. Then it's Luke Handley and Alistair Lindsay in the Honda Civic, starting the car on 28th. Sam McKee will take over from Adam Meeland, who starts the BMW E36, 29th on the grid. It's Imran Khan handing over to Andrew Lightstead in the BMW 330 that's on P30. P31 is going to be started by Nick Dougal, and P32, it's Simon Middleton that will hand over to Oliver Crease. And let's have a look very quickly at the rest of the field. It's Darren Kell and James Kell lining up 33rd, and alongside them is going to be the car that we started by, Lee Sharples. There are another few rows of cars on the grid, but that's just about all we've got time for, as the cars are making their way now up towards the Goddard's hairpin and towards the red lights, which are on the gantry. It's a 2-hour race, a big variety of cars. It's an eagerly anticipated contest for the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship. The safety car pulls into the pit lane. It's a bit of a ragged rolling start, but the red lights are on. Do they go out? The answer is yes, they do, and the race gets underway. And it's a good start from the second row of the grid there by Chris Byallen, but the 2 front row cars are still pretty much side by side as they head into Redgate Corner for the first time on the outside line. It's David Whitmore trying to get past Michael Price there, but I don't think he could make that work. Or can he? Is still hanging on around the outside line. It looks like Chris Byallen in 4th place, or starting 4th, was trying to go with him as well, but it is Michael Price that's holding on then from David Whitmore at the moment.
And only just now the rest of the 47-car grid have started their race. That is the size of the entry. Absolutely fantastic, but it's Porsche from BMW up front, and now the battle for 4th is very much on, because Chris Brown there, perhaps not quite as quick as his son Mika, who qualified that M4, has got a whole host of cars behind him. Look, here they all come down towards the old hairpin. This, a lot of the Class C cars involved in this, but watch the 3 classes during the course of this 2-hour motor race, with the leaders making their way up towards Coppit, and it's Michael Price that leads. 2nd place is David Whitmore. 3rd is Chris Byallen. Holding on in 4th is Chris Brown, just ahead of Cole Swift.
Yeah, and then the rest of the field making their way through. What a big field it is, and hopefully everyone's at least negotiating their way around this first lap safely, because it is a long old 2-hour race. Big to have a moment though for the race leader, and he's already off the circuit. That's Michael Price, and he's conceded 2 places straight away, Josh.
Absolutely too fast into the S's for Michael Price. He did well to keep it out of the gravel trap, but that means he's down there in 3rd position, just ahead of Micah Brown and Cole Swift there. 2 Cole Swifters won in this series before a couple of years ago in that Honda Civic, and he was sharing with Rob Baker on that day. So watch out for the Civic. Not so much a likely car, you wouldn't think, but it's a very quick car prepared by Area Motorsport, but it's the championship sponsor liveried car, Tiguera, that's going to lead the first lap of the season with David Whitmore at the wheel.
Yeah, Chris Bylan there in 2nd place. Then it's Michael Price recovering from that moment at the Fokker TS is in 3rd. Chris Brown is in 4th place. 5th at the moment then is Carl Swift. Richard Bacon going solo in 6th place. Leon Bidgeway 7th in the Exige. Then it's the number 21 car. That's the Porsche Cayman of Lance and Alistair Gold. Class B leading car is next up. That's Andy Bailey, number 95, who started in that VW.
Peter Mansfield, who started on pole in Class B after a very quick time in qualifying from Rob Boston, has already dropped to 3rd in class and lost something like 8 positions overall. So that really shows you the different pace between the 2 drivers. And when we get to the second half of the race, that's when it will really play out. So if you haven't really watched long races before, because of course there's not that much endurance racing in club racing throughout the 2 hours, it's very much worth keeping an eye on it, despite it being a much longer race than perhaps what you are used to. You wouldn't have thought it though up front, would you? Because it's 3 cars for the lead. It looks like Michael Price has got his head back down and chasing the top 2, chasing David Whitmore and Chris Byalon. Whitmore was a winner in the M3 Cup last year. Byalon won at Brands Hatch last weekend in the Armed Forces Challenge, another 750 Motor Club organised series, but he is certainly under pressure from Michael Price, who I think has won every club enduro race that has taken place in Belgium at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, and that will be back in play again this year. It was Callum McLeod, though, on that occasion that shared the car with Michael Price. Behind, you saw a big old moment from Chris Brown. He was sideways out over the curbs, and that may allow Cole Swift to challenge down towards the hairpin. But we're watching the 2nd and 3rd place cars, Chris Byalon and Marcus Clutter. There's battles all the way through the field to the Mini there of Brett Evans, very much modified, big arches on that Mini Cooper that Brett Evans has, the Autobahn racing car. But here's the battle for 2nd in toward Redgate, but you saw in the background a challenge for 4th place. Cole Swift is going up the inside of he's actually under pressure, isn't it? Yeah, that's Cole Swift being pressured by Richard Bacon.
Yeah, that's for 5th and 6th places then. This is the battle for 2nd and 3rd on screen at the moment, though, and Michael Price, after that mistake on the opening lap, trying to come back and get back ahead of Chris Byalon here, and I guess limit the damage. We've got the Peugeot RCZ into the pit lane. That was the car that was started by Graham Leggett, I think, and the number 4 car, which is a car that was built for Belgian endurance racing originally, is into the pit lane. What they're doing, it looks like they're taping up the door, are they, or the window, as if that's possibly coming adrift.
Bit of a strange one at the end of lap number 2 of this race. So it's David Whitmore that leads Class A. Class B continues to be led by the Gulf of Andy Bailey, but only by a few tenths of a second to Steve Cheetham. And in Class C, it's Imran Khan that leads the way over Tom Rogers.
And look at this, it's almost 3 wide down the back straight there. And we have had a change there, haven't we? Because that looks like the Brown car. Chris Brown has dropped behind these 2, behind Carl Swift and Richard Bacon then. Up into 4th and 5th they go. So Chris Brown will now be trying to fight back as they head down to the Melbourne hairpin on lap 3 of the race. There is Richard Bacon late on the brakes, and he runs wide, and how they avoided contact there with Carl Swift in the Civic, I don't know, but that has allowed Chris Brown to get back through to P4.
And that was very much the experience of Cole Swift, wasn't it? Realising what was happening, sort of turning out of the corner to avoid the contact. Cole Swift has raced in the Burkitt quite a few times. He was the handicap winner back in 2014 and won the overall race in a TCR car, beating all the Radical Sports cars that day. So Cole Swift, very much an experienced race driver, but that wouldn't have been good for him. He's dropped some positions because of that. In fact, just the one position, because it's just Chris Brown that got through. Chris Brown will be pleased them 2 cars kind of passed him, because he's now back ahead and avoided the incident. Richard Bacon now is back through ahead of the Gould Porsche, the car that's come down from Scotland this weekend. Lance Gould at the wheel in this first stint. No pit stop window, we should mention here, but you have to make 3 minutes mandatory stop. But that can be done at any time. So if you've got a better fuel tank, if your car is more economic, you can have a larger window to work with, rather than perhaps if your car only can go an hour on fuel.
The other thing to consider is if you've got a professional driver, which, to be fair, not many of the cars do, but Michael Price will hand over to Marcus Clutton. Marcus Clutton can only do a maximum of 63 minutes during the course of this race, so it can't be that Michael Price does the first 20 minutes and hands over to Marcus Clutton for the remaining 100. There is a bit more equity about that.
So a problem there for Gavin Johnson and Pip Hammond's Lotus Elise, very slow through the Craner curves and losing a number of positions there. The TWP run Lotus that was started by the reigning 94 champion Gavin Johnson. We'll come back to that in a moment, because Richard Bacon is putting on another challenge down into the Melbourne hairpin. It looks much more considered this time, up the inside of Chris Brown, and goes through and follow him through is Lance Gould. So since Gould was passed by Richard Bacon, he's kept with him, but the power of that BMW tells down the straight. But it might have the power down the straights, the Brown car. However, because of the power to weight ratio, it means it's a heavier car and isn't so good through the corners.
Michael Price has just done the best lap of the race so far, a 1 minute 43.73. Compare that with the qualifying time set by Marcus Clutton. That was a 1 minute 40.71. So there's about a 3 second difference between their lap times, although I guess the car now is on a much heavier fuel load.
Absolutely. And of course the drivers have got to protect the tyres throughout this. Some of them may change tyres during the race, but attend that the 2 hours will be done on one set of tyres, because you want to make sure you do get that pit stop done in that 3 minute window. You don't want to be wasting time during the pit stop. So 4 laps done, and it's David Whitmore that leads the way over Michael Price. Third is Chris Boyle, and then quite a get back to Cole Swift, but let's see what he can do now. He's got clear road. In fifth is Richard Bacon.
We've had a change for the lead in Class B as well, haven't we? Because Steve Cheetham in the Porsche, the number 43 car, the Porsche Boxster, has made it ahead of Andy Bailey in that Volkswagen Golf as well. So that's been a change for 9th and 10th overall. Also the Class B lead. And there's a second and a half between those two cars at the moment.
Meanwhile, in Class C, Imran Khan leads the way in the BMW 330 that he shares with Andrew Lightstead. He's already pulled out 6 seconds over Tom Rogers in a Renault Clio, and third in class is Adam Meeland in Sam McKee's BMW 328i.
Still this battle going on between Carl Swift and Richard Bacon for 4th and 5th positions. There's only about 6 or 7 car lengths between them as they make their way down towards the Goddard the Melbourne hairpin, I should say. This is where it all came unstuck 2 laps ago, but this time they both get through absolutely without incident as they battle over that position. And who have we got into the pits?
Well, that's the TWP Lotus, isn't it? But
yeah.
We're also hearing issues for Liam Bidgway, another Lotus who has lost 4th gear. He's reported back to his team.
As Carl Swift just about fends off Richard Bacon going through Goddard's that time, they come back onto the straight. So yes, we've got that TWP car that was being driven by Gavin Johnson into the pit lane. It actually qualified pretty well, I think better than Pip Hammond thought it might do, given that they only had half an hour in the car on Friday after it was finished before qualifying it this morning.
Richard Bacon's gone through round the outside of Cole Swift, so it moves into 4th position. Does Richard Bacon, the ex-Kumo BMW racer, moving into Club Enduro this year, and moves into 4th place ahead of Cole Swift. Now, Liam Bidgway does go through, doesn't he? But with that gear issue, he's losing something like 3 seconds a lap, so dropping down the order. He's down to 12th.
Okay, so only 10 minutes of this race gone. Steve Cheetham's about 1.5 seconds now, 2 seconds clear in Class B, but there is Richard Bacon up at McLean's in the number 60 car, and he's just pulled out a few car lengths now from Carl Swift, but he's really lost touch with the 3 cars ahead, hasn't he? Chris Boylan is already about 13 seconds up the road in 3rd place.
Absolutely, but we're going to have a new element into this race very shortly when the leaders get into lap traffic, and then it's going to be that is going to be the circumstances for the rest of the race, and that really can adjust your lap time, how confident you are going through the traffic into the Grand Prix loop. It's this battle for 4th we watch between Richard Bacon and Cole Swift, and Swift carries so much more speed through the corner in the Area Motorsport Run car, so that means Richard Bacon defends on the run down towards the hairpin. Now, does he outbrake himself this time? No, he gets the car turned in, so Cole Swift has to tuck in behind, and the 2 cars accelerate out of the corner.
And a change of lead there, because Michael Price has gone through to take the lead of the race now, away from David Whitmore as they came across the line to complete lap 6. So the number 74 car, which has just turned its way through Redgate Corner, is now out in front. So a change of lead, and given the pace that Michael Price was setting, perhaps no real surprise.
but they have to remember they've got this extra 30-second stop-and-go penalty when Marcus Clutton is aboard that car, and Clutton was only a second and a half quicker than Luke Sejakowski, who will be taking over the car that David Whitmore is aboard at the moment. So it's going to be a real ask for the Price and Clutton team. They've really got to push on. Clutton has raced in these races before. As I said, he's a winner in the past, so perhaps a bit more experienced in the traffic. David Whitmore in his first Club Enduro race, perhaps it's something just to bed himself in. He's raced in M3s in the M3 Cup over the last few years. There's Chris Byalon, who was racing here at Donington Park on Saturday as well, so he's having a very busy weekend of racing, so should know that car well. They lap one of the MX-5s and round the outside that Peugeot that's back out there again after that quick pit stop. So out of the S as they come. It is Michael Price then that continues to lead over David Whitmore. They've got the Graham Kelly BMW Compact just ahead of them, and is Clutton going to squeeze up the inside. There's an MX-5 in there as well, and there you can see the traffic. You have to find your way through. It's the 52 Mazda MX-5 that was involved there as well. That's a Steve Dolman car, the Sheared Autos run car. Side by side, a bit further back, that's car number 62. Involved in that. That's the Andy Gay and Ben Woodcock's shared BMW 318 IS. So these are a couple of cars that have been lapped. It's a Mazda MX-5, the other car involved in that battle. That's the car shared between Steve Summers and Neil Livesey. So even though they're a bit further back, they're having a great race amongst the Class C cars.
And they're just being passed by Julia McBride, who's a lap ahead of them now in this car that was built for racing in 2016 for the M3 Cup, but rated last year to go endurance racing, which is something that actually Julia McBride very much more enjoys than he does the sprint races that he started out doing. So he's now just ahead of that battle. Now here is Richard Bacon, and now he's got a bit of track to himself, as behind them you could just see it was getting a bit fruity between Carl Swift and Chris Brown for 5th and 6th places. So here comes Richard Bacon down towards us, and there, well, it's not quite as close as it was a moment ago. Carl Swift flashing the headlamps to get the MX-5 back marker out of the way, but you've got Carl Swift, Chris Brown, and then the 21 car of Lance Gould, the Porsche, all together now for 5th, 6th and 7th.
And here's the Class B leader, Steve Cheetham, turning his way onto the old hairpin. He's about 4 seconds now ahead of the Gulf, the car that's shared between Andy Bailey and Luke Slavitz. The reigning Class A champions in an M3, this pair, and it's Andy Bailey that is going first. Third in that class is now William Beach, and he's in his Renault Clio that he's sharing with BTCC race winner Adam Morgan. The pole sitters dropped much further back. That's Peter Mansfield down to about 6th now.
Yeah, it's Adam Morgan that's actually starting that Clio, so we'll see what he can do. That is a lower class car, so don't be too concerned about that. We've got a driving standards flag going out to car number 6, which is Carl Swift.
Absolutely, here come the leaders out of the hairpin. The top 3 perhaps a bit closer now. Chris Byalon has a better run through the traffic than the top 2. Yeah, about a second quicker on that lap, but the lap time is something like 3 or 4 seconds off what their best was, so certainly the lap traffic affecting the lap times.
The car into the pits is the 124 Porsche 924 of Lee Sharples. That was also one that had problems during the course of qualifying. Here's the leader, though, Michael Price. He's not really getting away here from David Whitmore in second, is he? A gap at the beginning of the lap of just over a second. Chris Byalon still there in third, about 2 seconds behind that. And more traffic coming into play. They're just going past the number 5 Civic, which is being shared by father and daughter team Peter and Nicola Gillett, and there's one car off there as well.
That's the Mark Lloyd Jones and Alistair Lindsay Saxon Motorsport car, the Honda Civic.
Yeah, which was started by Lindsay, I think, wasn't it? So looks like they are already out of this 2-hour Club Enduro race, just 15 minutes into it. Now the leaders together, and there's a back marker there with its bonnet flapping rather wildly, as if it's perhaps had a bit of contact, or possibly just a bonnet pin that wasn't fixed down correctly, but that keeps to the right hand side of the circuit. The leaders head down the exhibition straight towards the Fogarty S's untroubled. The gap, though, coming down.
Chris Byalon especially getting closer to the top 2 as they make their way down towards the Melbourne hairpin for the 9th lap of this race. There is Michael Price leading the way. Also races in the Porsche Club Series. He won a 997 in the Club Enduro last year when he won at Spa, was a runner-up with Marcus Clutton at Snetterton. And he leads here to David Whitmore, and then in third place Chris Byalon. So it's the Porsche Cayman leading the BMW M4 and then the BMW M3 GTR in third place. 3 of them together.
And they've just put a lap on the Simon Middleton Lotus Elise. That'll be handed over to Oliver Crease. Exceed, should say. That'll be handed over to Oliver Crease for the second part of the race. So there goes Michael Price then into Redgate once again. Start lap 10 of this race. And yes, there's now just 1.43 seconds covering the first 3 cars. It's another, 18 seconds back to the fourth place man, which is Richard Bacon. And we've got...
It was the car that had the bonnet go that's come into the pits, I think. Couldn't quite catch which car that was, unfortunately. But through traffic there, down at the old hairpin, Chris Boyallon gets all out over the curbs. It's a Class C car that has come in. Could that be Ivor Mayers possibly in his 3:30? Had a slow lap, so it could be Ivor Mayers into the pit lane.
That looks feasible, who'd made up some ground from his starting position, certainly in the early part of the race. There goes over the line the Andy Bailey car, but there we can see the Brett Evans Mini, which we were talking about earlier on. It's just ahead of that number 27 Clio, which is the one being driven by Adam Morgan, who has a look up the inside of Brett Evans. This is for 13th and 14th place overall. There's almost a bit of contact there, but not quite. Graham Kelly now getting a warning flag as well. I expect that will be for exceeding track limits. It normally is.
Reports that the Gavin Johnson car sounded like it was a cylinder or 2 down, so the problems with that Lotus. Reports from trackside for that.
And that's confirmed by the driver Pip Hammond as well, or the co-driver Pip Hammond, who confirms there's a misfire, but they don't know why there's a misfire at this point in time. Thanks for Pip for getting in touch. Don't forget, hashtag for this event is 750MC Live if you're on Twitter, or do put your comments on the YouTube feed as well if you are watching at home.
Here's Peter Mansfield in the car that Rob Boston qualified so well, but has dropped down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th in class, I think, now in Class B. Steve Cheetham continues to lead, and he's got the best part of 10 seconds now ahead of Andy Bailey. Brett Evans, you saw a few moments ago in his Mini, just got past Adam Morgan, so Evans up to third. And of course, Morgan has to serve this pro driver penalty during his stint.
Yeah, and that's this 30-second stop-go penalty. So the reality is you'll probably lose close to a minute by the time you've done that and slow down to the 60 kph pit lane speed limit. That's less than 40 miles an hour, to put that in context.
Through here, second and third, David Whitmore and Chris Boyallon have lost a bit of time to Marcus Clutton. That all happened on the last lap. They're 2.5 seconds behind the race leader now. Clutton did a 46, but a much lower lap than the other two in the 48. So that's some 5 seconds slower than clear running times. It looks like they've got to be a clear track now. So obviously lots of lapped cars on that previous lap. On to lap 11 of this race now. Yeah,
and Michael Price it is that's at board that Marcus Clutton car that he's sharing at the moment. I should think the car will go even quicker once we do get Marcus Clutton aboard. So they're heading down towards the Fogarty S's once again. We're just about 20 minutes into this race now, and the top 3 well clear of the rest. What we've not had yet, he said, touching wood, is a safety car period, because that could throw everything up in the air.
The Porsche 924 that we saw into the pits, that car is overheating and has been pushed into the garage.
Okay, so, well, let's see if they can try and get that out again before the end, if they can secure those overheating problems and get a bit of running in, but of course they won't be contending for overall honours now. Just looking at Class B at the moment, Steve Cheetham's now got about 13 seconds between himself and the Golf of Bailey. Oh, Andy Bailey is driving that car at the moment. He's also got 2 cars between them as well. Darren Ball and Will Ashmore, both in Class A machinery, are both in between the 2 Class B leaders now. And Chris Boyallon in third place has just done his personal best lap of the race.
Yeah, so we're clear track and the fuel load going down, the pace improving there, all the top 3 in the 44s. They're so close, the 3 of them on lap time, something like less than 0.2 of a second separated their time. So how well each driver does really all depends on how well they go through the lap traffic. So out of the old hairpin, 20 minutes in, there is David Whitmore ahead of Chris Boyallon. And it's a long way back to the rest. Looking back here to the Craner Curves where we see Richard Bacon come through, just in the background, some 20 seconds back. But this is a good battle to watch. You've got the Lotus there, car number 10, which is the Oliver Crease and Simon Middleton car. And right behind is Adam Meeland, who's driving Sam McKee's BMW. And that car, Ian, is driven to the circuit for every weekend.
Well, it is, and it's normally driven home again. In fact, it always is driven home as well. But last weekend in the road sports race at Brands Hatch, there was drama when the suspension failed in the first part of the race, and it took a bit of an effort and a bit of help from colleagues to get that car back home again safely. But yep, that's a great feat, isn't it? In this level of racing, you've got a probably a six-figure sum car on pole position. You've got a car being driven to the circuit further back down, but still right on the pace in Class C.
Absolutely. So through the Craner curves there comes, I think that might have been James Kell in the family-run Mazda MX-5. See if it was James that started that one. So many cars on the listing trying to see, but he was racing at Pembrey over the weekend. I think he had one of his Mazdas written off there, but out here in the family run car with Darren this weekend. Looking back here is Chris Byalon turning his way through Redgate Corner. He's still on the tail of David Whitmore. There's the leader, Michael Price, is nearly 4 seconds clear now, so another good run through traffic for the race leader. Here's Whitmore in the Tigua TI Motorsport run BMW M4, just lapping one of the BMW compacts there to the outside through the kink on the run up towards Swans Curve.
Yeah, that was the 71 car of David Downey. That is the 76 Porsche that they are now about to lap. That's Michael Downey, son of David as well. That's also being lapped by the race leading Michael Price car. Worth noting as well, Michael Price, you mentioned, has got the best lap of the race, a 1:43.73. That's already nearly a second under the lap record that was set for this championship in 2017, the last time the cars raced here. That was the Hines and Fitzgerald outfit, who did a 1:44.72. So already they've got almost a second faster than that, which just shows really the development of Club Enduro as a category.
One of the Mazdas into the pit lane. That was the Jeff Gurier and Russell Tamplin Sheared Autos run car. You can see that car on your screen now. Just parking up behind the TWP Racing Lotus. Got 23 minutes into this race now. The top three very much tightly contested. Then you've got this much bigger gap to the rest. And Michael Price 4 seconds ahead of David Whitmore. Chris Byalon right on Whitmore's tail at the end of this lap number 13. And then in the fourth place, about 20 seconds further back, is Richard Bacon, who's now cleared away from Micah Brown, and Chris Brown, and both him and Lance Gould have got past Cole Swift. So Cole Swift has dropped to 7th place. Julian McBride completes the top 8 in Class B. It's Steve Cheetham that continues to lead the way. Second in the class is Andy Bailey. Brett Evans now back into 3rd place. It looks like he's having a good battle with Adam Morgan in Class C, though. It's Imran Khan who leads that over Tom Rogers, and 3rd in Class C is Adam Mealand.
Yep, 1 hour 36 minutes still to go. You can see there the 76 car, which is Michael Downey in his Porsche Boxster. Only his 2nd season of racing, 42 years old, from Haslington. Started racing in Club Enduro last year, and was thrilled to be racing against his dad at Spa last season. And that is the Class B leader that's just coming over the line. That's the number 43 car of Steve Cheetham. He goes on to another lap. Now, how's the gap between him and Andy Bailey going? Well, it's growing ever further, because the Golf is not yet in view, I don't think, is it? Yeah, here it is now. It's just coming over the line now, and there is some work that's going on the Munition-backed Lotus in the pit lane. The car that was only finished a few days ago, the Together We Progress car, is being worked on in the pit lane there.
And there is the Mazda that came in, the Gurier and Tamplin shared MX-5. That was Russell Tamplin that was at the wheel in the first part of that race. Here comes about a second, though, out of the hairpin, just lapping the Luke Handley Honda Civic. It's still David Whitmore, though, keeping Chris Byalon at bay. They're now 5 seconds behind the race leader, which is Michael Price. They're just lapping another of the Mazdas there. That's the car of James Watson and Robert Chilcock. They go through ahead of the Mazda then as they go on to Hollywood. A good crowd there, you can see on the banking at the top of Hollywood. Great view up there. See all the way down through the Craner curves and down into the old hairpin. Such a spectacular place here at Donington Park, as the track really does fall away from you down towards the old hairpin. It's so fast through the Craner curves too, and actually somebody's just pulling off there. We'll work out who that is in a moment or two, but a car's pulling off there to the side of the track at the old hairpin. So a few cars in dramas, as you kind of expect. It's a long race. These are all production cars, all built up from the race all built up as a race car from the road machine. So you are going to find issues with them. With such a great grid, we've always got cars to look at, and the ones we're doing at the moment are the David Whitmore and Chris Byalon battle that continues for second place. And it's unfortunately the Honda Civic that's pulled off the Class A car that was started by Will Ashmore and Robert Taylor. This is a spare car this weekend as well, Ian, because that isn't the car they were entered in.
No, they were originally hoping to be out in the BMW Compact, but that has fallen by the wayside. There you can see now on your screens the stricken Honda Civic with the Army of Motorsport lifting on the bonnet there. That was another car that we saw out in the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Now problems there. That is for the Clio, which is number 12, and that is Tom Rogers, isn't it?
Second in Class C, this is Tom Rogers, who was chasing Imran Khan in Class C, running there in second place. He was battling with Adam Meelan. They're only about a second apart at the beginning of the lap, but Meelan to be up into second place now because Tom Rogers can't see where he's going. He's trying to work the car, that Clio, back to the pits. This is a Clio Cup spec car, but as we mentioned, every car on treaded tyres here, so no slicks, so not running to Clio Cup spec as such. But he'll be peering in the gap at the bottom of the window screen. I'm sure this isn't the first time a Clio Cup car's gone around a circuit with the bonnet covering the window screen.
No, I think we have seen that before, haven't we? So yeah, Tom Rogers, who's racing the MSV Track Day Championship, also in the Citroen C1s during the course of last season. That's his local circuit, of course. He's from Newark, 27-year-old transport manager. He finished second in class in the MSV Track Day Championship in the course of 2018, sharing with his partner today, John Griffiths. But it's going to be a bit of misfortune here as they'll have to call into the pits. This will be will it be an extra stop? We've had about half an hour of racing. I wonder if they will do a driver change a little bit early while they bring this car in.
Because, of course, if you have got a problem, you can do your 3-minute stop at that point, and even if you have to make another stop, therefore, then the next stop doesn't have to be 3 minutes long. Let's see what the team decide to do as the car makes its way down the Donington Park pit lane, up the pit speed limit. There'll be marshals that pit in and down the pits, and there's a stop-go penalty being given to one of the cars,
That's
Ian.
number 4 by the looks of it, which is the Graham Leggett Charles Campbell Peugeot. That's already been in for a pit stop, and it could be connected with the pit stop, of course, because this could be in connection with a pit lane speeding infringement or something like that. And there are penalties for that kind of thing.
Absolutely. 6 seconds now is the lead for Michael Price. He powers across the line and down into Redgate for another lap, and the gap actually came down on that lap slightly. David Whitmore and Chris Byalon still there in second and third place. Richard Bacon continues to run fourth and pulling away from the cars behind him. Chris Brown ahead of Lance Gold. And now up into seventh place has come Julian McBride. So Cole Swift is really dropping back. This Area Motorsport Civic, of course, Ian, has won in the past, but you have said earlier how the championship has progressed, how the championship has got more competitive, and maybe that's what we're seeing here for the Area Motorsport team.
We saw another car in the pit lane as well. That's the 191 BMW of Darren Anderson, who's due to be handing over to Philip Nagel. So that's another car that's right at the far end of the pit lane from our commentary position, as we're coming up to half-hour mark in this race.
Looks like we've only really lost 4 cars so far, so that's not bad going, really, is it? It was so busy. Oh, huge moment through Coppice Corner there. One of the Honda Civics just in front of David Whitmore, who gets a slide on himself. You see the tyres going off now, and it's very much a warmer day than we saw here at the meeting last year, at least.
Well, yeah, it should have been the opening round at Donington Park last year for the Club Enduro Championship, but it was snowed off, would you believe? Now here comes that. Oh, now the windows falling apart again. So that gaffer tape, when it came in last time, didn't do the job. And now they are serving a stop-go penalty. I think what this will be, it will be for exceeding the pit lane speed limit, and now they have to stop for the number of seconds that is equivalent to every kilometre per hour over the pit lane speed limit that they were found to be.
And this is the Civic that got there. He's sideways. That's car number 34, which is the Mark Price and Danny Hobson DH racing car. This is the ex-Rodder and Vela class championship winning hot hatch car from last year. And it was Danny Hobson who started that car. He actually won in the Civic Cup yesterday over at Snetterton. So changing to a different Civic today, and he's actually now been warned for exceeding track limits. And you could see how sideways he was just a few moments ago up at Coppice.
Leaders on pretty much nose to tail as they make their way down through the Craner curve. Sorry, second and third, I should say.
I noticed the Clio still in the pits, Ian, so perhaps this is going to be their 3-minute pit stop. The car that was doing so well in Class C earlier, the Tom Rogers and John Griffiths shared Clio Cup car. Meanwhile, into the pits comes number 91. That is a Class B car. The M3 that's shared between Tom Kirkland and Oliver Owen makes its way in. The team there just checking the front right corner of that car, so perhaps an issue. No driver change is expected, so that looks more of a problem to me. In a moment for Julian McBride, he's had a spin at the final hairpin, but he continues. So Jeff Steele racing prepared BMW M3 then of Julian McBride, still in 7th place, still ahead of Cole Swift, who very much seems to be struggling. Best lap of 1 minute 46 for Swift, but this parent won at Silverstone just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. So into the second quarter of this race now, and it's Michael Price still leading the way. He's just down at the Melbourne hairpin now as these cars stream through on the start and finish straight with a little bit of time left to go.
Just going through there was Adam Meeland. He's only a couple of seconds ahead of the John Munro and Nick Dougal shared Mazda. Nick Dougal at the wheel. That's for 2nd and 3rd in Class C, separated by just 2 seconds, but they're over half a minute behind Imran Khan, the driver that's won in Road Sports before, sharing with Andrew Lightstead. Both of them classic Stock Hatch race winners, going really well, leading Class C. So we can now see coming down towards Redgate. This is the number 33 car, David Whitmore, in Luke Sejakowski's BMW M4. Chris Byalon still chasing him, just 1.3 seconds behind the pair of them. Here is the Class C leading car, just going through shot there. That is Imran Khan in Andrew Lightstead's BMW 330. So that is the Class C leader, and we'd have to wait about half a minute before we saw anybody else in the category.
Richard Bacon in 4th place, just on a PB, 1:45.33. He's 22 seconds behind Chris Byalon in 3rd place, though.
Looks like the Gavin Johnson Lotus did get back out, but it's back into the pit, so the problems continue for the new Lotus to the championship, run by TWP Racing, the team that have run Mazdas in the past with success, but now moving into this Lotus, as Ian said earlier, hasn't had much testing time, and really not a good run for them. They can see going down towards the Together We Progress Racing, TWP Racing team go to work then on that Lotus.
They do indeed, and it's been in the pit lane a little bit more than they'd have liked so far during the course of this race. Steve Cheetham, meanwhile, goes past our window, continuing to lead in Class B. He's only just ahead, though, of Darren Ball in a Class A car, and that's for 9th and 10th places overall as well.
We thought that Clio was doing its mandatory pit stop, was actually being pushed into the garage by the looks of things. So Tom Rogers, who went so well in the first part of that race, 2nd in Class C earlier, into the that bonnet going up, looks like it's caused more damage. Meanwhile,
a spinner, and it is one of the Mazdas, isn't it? It's the Shared Autos car. Yeah, it is the 52 car that had a spin, so Steve Dolman there in the MX-5 has spun. I'm trying to see exactly where that is. Out of our window, I think it's
out of the S's.
Out of the S's, yeah.
He was running 4th in class prior to that spin, so just behind the Meeland and Dougal battle, so that will promote Graham Kelly and Ivor Mayers into the top 5. The safety car board has gone out because of this Mazda broadside across the circuit, and as we're coming up to 1/3 distance in, I suspect teams will be planning their pit stops now, and teams running across the from the pit wall to the garage to prepare for their stops.
Yeah, exactly. So no pit stop window, of course, in the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship race. And so when you get a safety car like this in sort of the middle 50% of the race, then this is prime time to make your mandatory 3-minute pit stop, with hopefully losing a minimum of time. It can sometimes go the wrong way, though. If you end up getting stuck at the pit lane while the safety car train goes past or something like that, you could lose some time. But I think we are going to see a number of cars now coming into the pit lane, and Julian McBride is in, and so too is Carl Swift.
Okay, so Rob Baker will be taking over that Honda Civic on your screens. Julian McBride is a solo driver, but he'll have to get out of the car while it is refueled. 3-minute mandatory stop now, so the pit stops can be done safely. And that is what's going ahead now, so refueling. I think the Civic actually has enough fuel to last 2 hours.
Now, what's interesting here is Michael Price can't do his driver change yet, unless they make another driver change to get Michael Price back out in the car for the second part of the race, because his second driver, Marcus Clutton, can only drive a maximum of 63 minutes, and we still have, 85 minutes of this race left to go. So that's a strategic element here.
Is that his car that came in? I saw a car that looked very much like his livery on the edge of the screen, but I can't see that car in the pits.
I don't think it did come in that time. Try and keep an eye on exactly where that car is. The Class B second place car, as was Andy Bailey, has come in, number 95.
So that's the Class A champions from last year who have moved into Class B for this year, so changing from an M3 to a Volkswagen Golf. So I don't think any of our leaders have come in. Of course, these cars generally be a bit more thirsty on fuel and therefore can't do a stint on enough fuel to get them to the end. So you might as well stay out. That is the Porsche, isn't it, Ian, going to the end of the pits?
You're right, it has gone through the pit lane, hasn't it?
So that wasn't a 3-minute stop, though.
No, so what was that stop is the question. I'm wondering if he had a penalty that we didn't know about or something like that, that the car had to save. Now, in comes Adam Morgan.
Third in Class B, I think they were.
And again, is he going straight through?
I wonder what some drivers are doing. They're coming in thinking, oh, this is our time to stop, and the team are actually saying, no, we've got to get the car back out again. There's Liam Bidgeway, who is that car being pushed into the garage. That car lost fourth gear quite early on. He prevailed with it, but looks like Liam Bidgeway is into the pits. He finished 9th in Class B last year in the 2018 season championship. Moved up into Class A this year, though. So the safety car queue makes its way around the Donington Park circuit. The car's been cleared, hasn't it, from the chicane? Not quite behind the barriers, though. So are the lights out, I wonder? No, they're not on the 750 Motor Club safety car. And the safety car's picked up the Chris Brown BMW, which kind of means there's only sort of 4 cars on the lead lap, or 4 leaders on the behind the safety car. So that's could add a bit of confusion at the moment.
Yeah, so the safety car making its way around. It'll go around for at least one more lap then by the looks of it. Also, I noticed having come in Darren Ball to make his drive step in the Rutec Racing run BMW that's halfway down the pit lane. There it is on your screen now, just ahead actually of Julia McBride's Jeff Steele run car. As the safety car comes over the finish line here. So looking at the screens then, it is showing that it's effectively Michael Price leading by 5 seconds before all this happened from David Whitmore.
But we believe he came in, didn't we?
So, so we do need to wait and see how it all filters out when the queue comes back round.
The new leader is in fact, David Whitmore, which promotes Chris Byalon to the actual lead. So into the pits comes David Whitmore, the multiple M3 winner from last year. So Luke Senjakowski will get aboard his BMW M4, the TI Motorsport run car. Senjakowski won at Silverstone last year, but that was in an M3, also a race winner in Civic Cup, in M3 Cup and in the BMW Car Club Racing Series. So very much a quick driver is Luke Senjakowski. Lots more cars in as well, aren't there?
Including Michael Price again for a second time. Now, this still can't be a driver change, though, so this is all a little bit mysterious as to why Michael Price is back in.
Well, Marcus Clutton is there, I think, or at least there's somebody in fully with the helmet on, because of course they have to get Michael Price out the car whatever happens next, because you can't have the driver in while it's being refueled. But they might decide to do their 3-minute stop now and then make the extra stop later on.
For a driver change, probably with 63 minutes to go, you'd suggest. So we do have this safety car situation here at Donington Park in the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship.
It might be worth Jacob heading down to that Porsche and seeing if he can get any word on what is happening with their strategy. They might not want to tell him what's going on with their strategy, but he can give it a good go.
Jacob.
Welcome down to the pits. They are currently refueling the Porsche. Right in front of me, both cars, the 33 and the 74, in next door neighboured garages. Think the driver swap might be happening. You're telling me that it can't happen, but certainly the driver has jumped out of the car and the swap is ready to go in.
The question will be, is it the same driver that gets back in, or is it a different driver that gets in? So we'll try and keep an eye on that.
Yep, it's a different driver getting getting in. The driver swap has happened
Okay.
for the number 74.
So that's Marcus Clutton then getting in the car, so they might just do another driver change at the end, and this could be a tactical masterstroke, I suppose. We'll find out. Perhaps be good to hear if you can get a word from Michael Price in a minute or two, Jacob, if you can do that. Well, that would be splendid.
Currently prepped with a fire extinguisher, so I won't interrupt him too yet in case a fire breaks out.
And the other thing to note, the safety car has waved everybody through who was between it and Chris Byalon, so anybody that looked like they were a lap down will no longer be so. Meanwhile, looks like that fuel has been completed down there, Jacob.
Yep, Mike Price is out of the car. I'm going to jump in and try and get a few words with him. Mike, can we have a quick chat for the live stream? You've obviously come in from the pits there. What was the drive-through about?
That's a penalty for having a pro driver on the team.
I see, we must have missed that one on the comms. Do you have faith in this man then, since he is a pro driver?
Oh, absolutely, yes. Yeah. Well, it's all neutralised now, but we were in good spot. We were always going to have to take that penalty, ideally under safety car. But we did it in normal time, and now the pit stop, so it's live again now, so we're losing a little bit of time, but he's a class act.
We've just seen your nearest competitors in the 33 car pull off. Can you catch up to them as soon as possible?
Say again, sorry?
I said we've just seen your nearest competitors in the 33 pull off. Can you catch up to them out there?
Yes.
Fantastic. Back to you guys in the comms box. They're about to go back out on track.
And the safety car has come in as well, so racing resumes here at Donington Park, and Chris Byalon now with a huge lead, but he hasn't stopped yet, so that is going to be something he's got to do shortly. You'd have to imagine that that car couldn't do the rest of the race on one tank fuel, so he's staying out there. But with both David Whitmore and Richard Bacon and Michael Price all pitting, Chris Byalon has a very large lead indeed.
Yeah, I'm just rereading the regulations. I think that pit stop, well, the drive-through was okay, actually, for Michael Price, but he's still got Marcus Clutton in the car for what will be more than half of the race distance plus 3 minutes. So I think they will need to do another driver change for this to count, as it were.
I saw Giles Grimbridge down there, so I'm sure he will be informing them of how the regulations look if they don't realise themselves. Very busy, isn't it, up there towards Coppice Corner. There's Rob Baker, the head of Area Motorsport now, who's taken over that Honda Civic from Cole Swift. At the moment, the order is all going to look a bit confusing, isn't it, Ian, until everybody's done their pit stops.
Well, and that's the point. I didn't think we had the flurry that I was really expecting there. Possibly people think it might just be a bit early, another 10 or 15 minutes, and they'd have probably gone for it. But of course, there is that consideration of how much fuel the cars can run, in a stint.
Especially the Class A cars, which are the ones that really are not fuel efficient, I guess. Use the most fuel up and can't do much more than an hour on the fuel. Now, I wonder if the Mansfield Boston car came in. No, looking at the screens, that wouldn't be the case. So Peter Mansfield's still aboard that. But when Rob Boston gets in that Lotus Elite, I expect that to fly in Class B. Rob Boston, of course, the 2010 MX5 champion, Lotus champion a couple of years after that, before racing on the Toka package for the last few seasons. So Rob Boston, a very quick driver indeed. But he's not in that car just yet.
What this has done as well, of course, is bring some Class C drivers up into the top 20 overall as well. So Imran Khan now, for example, I can see is in 15th, and the Sam McKee Adam Meeland car is now in 18th position, as you can see on your screens there.
Couple more updates. The Jeff Gurrier and Russell Tamplin Mazda has retired as the car has won't stay in gear, so a gearbox problem for the number 93 Sheared Autos run car. Another car in dramas has been the Thomas Kirkland and Oliver Owen BMW M3. We saw that come in before the safety car come out. That had a wheel bearing problem, so a couple of updates down there in the pit lane.
Yeah, so 75 minutes or so left to go in this race. Chris Byalon then it is that's leading by about a minute, but yeah, there's lots of things to shake out yet. Some of these drivers have made mandatory stops, some teams haven't. Black flag now for Michael Price and Marcus Clutton. So that is going to be a stop and go penalty. Again, is that going to be a pit lane speed limit issue? There's a few things that aren't quite right, unfortunately, about how this race is going for that team at the moment.
And it's not their first time in the series. They finished 4th, I think, in Class A in the championship last year. Yes, they did. And they won at Spa. They were, I think, on the podium in every race they did. And the year before as well, Marcus Clutton took that team to Spa. So not their first Club Enduro race. OK, the rules have changed a little bit. But maybe a few people not reading the regulations as well as they should have done.
Who knows? Anyway, race continues though, and we're watching there Darren Ball go through, making his way on. He has made his stop, so he would have dropped down the order quite a long way, I would think. Josh was going to consult the lower reaches of the timing screen.
So he's on the tail as well of Rob Baker. They're 20th and 23rd overall now.
Yes, I can just see Rob Baker right at the bottom of the timing tower.
But after their pit stops, Marcus Clutton is still 9th, and Richard Bacon also pitted. He's in 12th place, but of course Bacon hasn't got a penalty, and he's only 7 seconds behind Marcus Clutton. So out of the stoppers, is that the leading car? Where's oh no, further up. Still in 5th place is Luke Senjakowski. So Senjakowski and Whitmore up in 5th place overall. They are some 30 seconds or so ahead of Marcus Clutton, so I would suggest the Sejankowski and Whitmore car is looking very strong indeed.
Yeah, that's well placed, isn't it? Especially with this stop-go penalty that Marcus Clutton is going to have to serve. That's the number 74 car, the car that was leading the race for a while. So this is the opening round of the 2019 Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship here at Donington Park. On your screen there, in the middle of the shot, the Porsche, that is Steve Cheetham, who was leading the Class B, continues to. He's up to 4th overall as things stand.
Second in the class now is the Mercer BMW. That's the David and Mark Mercer car. And starting that was Mark Mercer, the Formula Ford 2000 race. I think he's done a bit of historic Formula Atlantic racing too, has Mark Mercer. He'll hand over to his dad, David, who's very experienced indeed, raced at Le Mans, raced in British Formula 2 as well. So a hugely experienced driver, David Mercer, who will take over that car. That's second in Class B. And then third in class is the one that we saw pit, Adam Morgan and William Beach's Clio.
Yeah.
So providing that was a full mandatory stop, they're looking strong too.
Oh, I think that may have just been the pro driver penalty again for that one as well. That would again make some kind of sense. Into the pits, is that the Richard Bacon car coming in?
And that had already pitted. The car behind it looked a bit smoky. Was that just locking up, getting down to the pit speed limit? It doesn't smell very clever, it must be said. That's the Chris Nyland BMW.
Started by Nick DeJesus though, the E36 Compact. So both of those in for their pit stops now.
And so I'm sure Bacon did come in, but then again it's a question whether they did get the 3-minute compulsory stop completed. So there we can see the compact in traditional BMW livery, and the team, the Jeff Steele Racing team, looking underneath Richard Bacon's car. So the ex-Kumo BMW driver looks to have an issue, and of course we said how well he was doing on the positions after making a stop. So that's of course no more. Meanwhile, going through that, Steve Cheetham continues to lead Class B by about half a minute over Mark Mercer now.
Yeah.
But both those teams, of course, yet to pit.
Yeah, so Steve Cheetham, of course, 44 years old from Greater Manchester. Raced since 1997, originally in Porsche 924s. He was the champion of Porsche 924s in 2005. We came back to racing in 2012 after a break. Raced in Porsche Club and then switched to Club Enduro in 2017. So Richard Bacon's car still in the pit lane, not looking particularly happy. Looks like there is a problem there with the transmission probably, or possibly that. Another car into the pits as well, and it is, for the third time already in this race, Marcus Clutton's car.
And he followed Adam Meeland in, so Sam McKee about to get on board that. There's slippery surface flags out as well down at the S's. That was just a stop and go for Marcus Clutton rather than a time stop and go penalty. So Marcus Clutton will go back out, trying to spot any of the cars heading down to Redgate to work out what sort of position he might be in as he rejoins the circuit. Not quite sure. We'll see what time he loses. Meanwhile, the Peugeot back in with the taped up door.
Yeah, that's Graham Leggett. We think it's still Graham Leggett out there at the moment, as off has gone just by Allen, the leader.
Has he run out of fuel? Question mark.
Well, it's kind of parked in a slightly awkward position. That's just on the way up towards McLean's, isn't it? Just through Schwantz Curve. So Chris Byallen, whose car was out in front, I mean, there's only 50 minutes of the race gone, is stationary. A couple of cars being pushed into the garages we can see out of our window, including the 24 BMW, the Nick to Jesus Chris Nyland car, and there you can see Richard Bacon's car also heading into the pit garages. So not a happy day for a couple of BMWs.
So with Chris Byland...
Oh, it's got moving again now.
But he would have lost the lead, I would have thought, so that will mean Chris Brown in the BMW M4 will lead just by a couple of seconds over Lance Gould, and his portion of the BMW is not moving very quickly. If it is a fuel issue, it's not good news, is it? 50 minutes into a 2-hour race.
I don't think it can be. I don't think it can be a fuel issue. So that's the Peugeot now. No, it's not the Peugeot. It's the MR2 number 19 now that's being refueled, and that is Martin Buckland that started that car. So it should be Nathan Harrison that he's handed over to in the MR2 Roadster.
Martin Buckland, a Sport Specials champion, class champion in the past with the 750 Motor Club, driving this MR2 for the first time this weekend here at Donington Park. The Forza Motorsport liveried car. This car raced in the Silverstone 24 Hours, probably the last decade now. It's been sold on by the looks of things from Rogue Motorsport for this year. Meanwhile, wonder how Chris Byallen's getting on, getting that BMW back to the pit lane. We haven't seen it arrive here just yet. Meanwhile, the leaders come out of the hairpin to complete what is lap number 27 of this race now. Still Chris Brown ahead of Lance Gould. And let's see, the Lotus is back out there. The Gavin Johnson and Pip Hammond shared car looks to have been repaired. Meanwhile, we are still... here comes Byallen now. So Chris Byallen has made it back to the pits, and this will be very much a place for Jacob to head down to. The car making its way down into the pits now to see what the problem was with this M3 GTR.
Yes, Chris just arrived down here in the pits. I'm going to head down to his garage now and try and find out what the problem is. Very busy pit lane at the minute, as you would expect, as we approach the hour of this one. Chris, obviously not changing driver, so I can't ask him himself, but I'll try and find out from his team.
Thanks. Meanwhile, there's a car that has spun. That is number 191, I think it was.
Yeah, that's the additional entry. That's the Darren Anderson car. I think they may have now handed over to Philip Nagel. If they've done their mandatory driver change, but it was certainly Darren Anderson that started that car in the BMW.
Look like they're looking in the engine bay of the Chris Byallen car. So we will get word from them. We'll let the team do their work, I think, before probably finding out what's going on. Meanwhile, Darren Ball and Julian McBride on the track together. A couple of M3s. It's the E92 model of Darren Ball that's being chased by Julian McBride across the line. He got behind Brett Evans and then Marcus Clutton, who just sets the fastest lap of the race, a 1:43.35. That's about a second quicker than what Michael Price did earlier on. So there, the fastest car on the track. Marcus Clutton, car number 74, is up into 7th place and is 43 seconds behind the leading stopper, Luke Sedjakowski.
Okay, so we'll see how all of this pans out. There is Clutton now, is just behind Julian McBride. In actual fact there, Julian McBride, the number 50 car, a man who's failed spinal surgery, failed spinal surgery back in 2011, was in a wheelchair for a year and took up racing, which he never thought he'd be able to do in 2016, initially in the M3 Cup, where he was lapped on his debut at Anglesey. Still looking down the pit lane, we can still see Chris Byallen's car with the bonnet up, so it looks like there is the problem there that is hopefully being worked on. And hopefully Jacob can find out what it is and report back to us in a moment. So watching the Brett Evans Mini going through shot, that's up at Coppice Corner. Where's the Brett Evans car running at the minute? 18th, I reckon.
Yep.
And what about 6th or 7th in within class at the moment.
Meanwhile, into the pits once again comes the Gavin Johnson Lotus. So it looks like Chris Byallen's car's being pushed into the garage. Jacob?
Yep, they're just reeling it back in now. Chris has taken a quick comfort break, but I think he's just re-emerged at the back. I'm going to ask him just quickly what's going on. Chris, what's happened?
Not sure. They started to pull up loose power on going through the old hairpin, and then as she conked out, the picture was in the red. So it's cooled down a bit. I went back to the pits. I don't know what's wrong.
All right, thanks for talking to us, Chris. All the best for getting it fixed. Yep, not sure what the problem is at the minute. Hang on, a quick word from the mechanic.
Stone through the radiator.
Stone through the radiator, guys.
side by side for position back out on track. That's between Darren Ball and Julian McBride in the two M3s.
15th place.
Yeah, 15th place. So, as I say, pit stop still to be shaken out, I guess, but a good bit of side-by-side action there between two drivers who had made their stop. So that was for track position.
Into the old hairpin they turn, then they've got a lap. One of the BMWs there, so they accelerate up the hill towards Schwantz Curve, and McLean's now do these two BMW M3, slightly newer model car for Darren Ball, who's having to fight hard to keep Julian McBride behind. McBride, I think, very much admits that he's going much better now in the second half of last year after moving away from the M3 Cup and concentrating on endurance racing, and has been really going strong. He finished third in the championship in Class A last year. He got 3 class podiums, which I don't think he would ever dreamt of at the beginning of last year. It's going really well now with Julian McBride.
Yeah, absolutely. But on this occasion, he's just lost out to Darren Ball for that position inside the top 15. And now a black flag again for Marcus Clutton. It's another stop-go penalty. And the car's been in the pit lane, I think, more times than it's sort of passed the Wheatcroft Straight, or gone down the Wheatcroft Straight past the pit lane. It's been in and out so much.
It might be worth Jacob finding out what's going on with that team, the 74 Porsche, with I think 3 stop-go penalties that car has had now, 2 while Marcus Clutton has been driving it, and we're unsure as to why. Meanwhile, this BMW battle continues. Julian McBride still trying to find a way past Darren Ball. He done it ever so briefly last time by, but as Ian said, back past went Darren Ball, but Julian McBride sitting right in the slipstream now of the car ahead for heading down towards Redgate. Meanwhile,
we've got one off into the gravel, and it is the Michael Downey Porsche Boxster that is off in the gravel at the Fogarty S's. It's only a few feet off the edge of the circuit there.
Okay, we have news of why that Porsche has been penalised. The first one was for speeding in the pit lane,
which is what I thought, yep.
And the second was for a refuelling infringement. So Marcus Clutton has been penalised for the 2, and of course the third penalty that we mentioned was the one taking the penalty for the pro driver.
Michael Downey getting out of his car now, and he will, sprint, amble towards the safe side of the barriers.
Into the pit lane comes Chris Brown to hand over to his son Mika. So the Jackpot Racing BMW in the pits and is doing its stop. So that means that Luke Sejakowski will take the lead, and of course he has stopped, so Luke Sejakowski will take the lead of the race and will be the car leading the way. But
Steve Cheetham, our Class B car, Class B leading car, comes in as well now. That's its first stop. So this, I should think, now with a mandatory stop, we are almost exactly an hour into the race. 58 minutes have gone by.
Down here in the pits, guys, Chris Brown has indeed jumped out of the car. Mika's about to go in, and I will have a quick word with Chris, if you'll allow me. Chris, you've pitted from the lead there. It's a good first stint.
Yes, really enjoyed it. Got back into the car. The car drags us along. It's just fantastic. The boys have set it up really well.
And Mika's about to go out now for the second hour of this race. Do you have faith in him to bring it home?
I certainly do. He's a faster driver and it's clearing up a little bit, so of course he's going to bring it home.
Any top tips for any drivers yet to go out this afternoon?
Just watch out for the gravel coming into the Melbourne Loop. There's an awful lot of it all over there.
Yeah, well, Chris Byallen's just come in with a stone through his radiator, so definitely something to watch out for.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Back to you guys in the comms box.
Where we have a safety car out for the second time in this race, and if we didn't have the flurry of pit stops before, I think we will now. I think this will be for the car that's stranded at the exit of the Fogarty S's. That's the car of Michael Downey. You can see that Adam Morgan is now heading into the pits. And actually, that's good timing as well, because it should be a pretty even stint then for him to hand over to William Beach, an ex-Honda Civic racer, who will take over for the second part of that race. There you can see the Morgan and Beach car in the pit lane, the fuel going in, so the driver's out. There's cover provided by a member of the team with a fire extinguisher just in case there is a problem, and we sincerely hope there's not, as that car is refueled. And this is the same up and down the pit lane. All of the teams have to provide someone to give fire cover. And there is Adam Morgan just having a word with William Beach. You can see his Sicily sponsorship on his helmet as well, for the 7-time British Touring Car Championship race winner.
Behind them is the Honda Civic that's come in of Danny Hobson to hand over to Mark Rice, the 3-time runner-up in the Civic Cup. Mark Rice taking that car over. Mark Rice also a winner at the Burkitt Relay, I think. There's the Jackpot Racing BMW that Micah Brown is about to take over. And I wonder, coming in when they did, just before the safety car came out, whether that's going to be an advantage for them. Very much experienced drivers are Stan and Father Pair and Micah and Chris Brown. Also in Aston Martins, though, they raced at the Aston Martin Festival at the Le Mans 24-hour weekend a few years ago. Also have raced in Brit Car and GT Cup 2.
Now, the Marcus Clutton car is driving into the garage by the looks of it.
Is that a problem? Let's see if Jacob's anywhere nearby to find out what's going on there. To the car that was one of the favourites, the car that started on pole position, then into the garage, the Marcus Clutton and Michael Price shared car. That car was in second place when it made its way into the pit lane, so that car is out of the way. So I wonder if Luke Sedjakowski, no, he's not quite going to have a lap on the field, is he? Because Micah Brown has already headed out onto the circuit again, and yet to pit is Mark Mercer to hand over to his dad, Dave, but they are leading Class B. They're third overall.
Meanwhile, the marshals are now with the Michael Downey Porsche Boxster, trying to manfully, and womanfully possibly, I don't know, push it out of the gravel trap. They are not having any joy, and I think they're probably going to need some mechanical intervention in order to get that out of the way. So it's going to be a little while yet, I suggest, before we get the race back underway. There they are. And yeah, Marshall's opened the door saying, this isn't working, mate. Now there's progress. But yeah, Michael Downey, yeah, I think they've decided to call it a day, and they'll get a snatch vehicle to collect that. So it's going to be a few more moments before this race gets back underway. There's Adam Morgan in the pit lane after his stint. Maybe if Jacob gets a chance, have to find out what's going on with Marcus Clutton and Michael Price. We can hear from Adam Morgan as well.
Is that Julian McBride back in too? Yeah. So we believe he had already done his stops, so possible problem there. The 1 Series BMW in as well. That's the Nick Grove and the Carlo Turner shared car. This pairing finished 6th in the Class B Championship last year, but have moved into this new car for this year, the car that's prepared by Jeff Steele Racing, but run privately by the Camel Storm team at the weekend. So that's into the pits. As you can see, William Beach has taken the Clio out that Adam Morgan brought in. Also see the Class C leader is in too, so that's Imran Khan to hand over to Andrew Lightstead. However, there is no team by him, so has he gone the wrong garage? You can see sprinting up the pit lane is Andrew Lightstead, as Imran Khan couldn't find a space where his pit crew were, so the team have had to bring down the fuel as well. You can see jumping out the car, Imran Khan, and he's preparing the fire extinguisher for the pit stop when the fuel goes in.
It's possible that's just as close he could get to where he's supposed to be. There's so many cars in the pit lane at the moment. It necessitated a jog from Lightstead.
You can see how much of a private effort this is. It's just the two drivers that are working on the pit stop.
Yeah. But this is the true spirit, if you like, of Club Enduro, isn't it? This is what it's all about. It's those, you know, proper privateer entries with, you know, not big teams working with them. This is what it's all about. Meanwhile, as you can see on your screens, for those of you watching on the live stream, hello, wherever you are, by the way, it is the number 76 car that is now recovered from its gravel trap, and Michael Downey's car should be able to be towed back. Hope you're enjoying watching on the live stream as well as here at the circuit. And now problems. Another car is stranded, and that is number 50, Julian McBride, and he was one that was up inside the top 10 and certainly the top 15 after his stop.
But we saw him come in just a few moments ago for a short stop, and now the car has pulled off. As soon as it's really come down the pit lane, down the Craner curves, that car has stopped. So one problem the marshals have sorted out pretty much out the S is they're going to have another to do in a moment.
Do we have news from Jacob?
We are down here with the number 79, the car that you guys were talking about being just the two drivers themselves, and we've got a couple of supporters here.
Yeah, that's right, yeah, myself and what's his name?
Whoever that goes.
Rob, yeah, we've been helping the guys out this morning. We're doing getting the wheels and that ready, swapped over, and just getting everything prepped, doing the driver changes, the seat belts and stuff like that. So, but yeah, it's just a bit slow with these tough jogs for the fuel going on.
Just how much of a challenge is it to get one of these cars out for this race?
A huge amount. I mean, Andrew and Imran, they've been racing together for quite a few years. Andrew picked up this to do the 750 Motor Club 3 Series Challenge a couple of years ago, and he's done so much work. It's incredible.
Yeah, thanks for having a word with us. Just before we come back up to you in the Comspots, guys, the Price and Clutton 74 car, word from them is that the penalties have hampered their race too much and they have retired.
That's a bitter blow for them, because that was the team that certainly had the most pace, and certainly the driver, Marcus Clutton, had the most pace. Now, we've still got Julian McBride's car to be rescued. Julian McBride out of the car now, and now he's going to get back into the car again, because the Manitou is on the scene to come and collect that. I suspect, if anything, this might have prolonged the safety car period. I think we might have got going again had it not been for this separate incident with, I say incident, it's just a retirement, isn't it, for McBride. Now Darren Ball even is just heading out of the pit lane again, so he's been another driver that's been in multiple times, it seems.
So perhaps some drivers in the earlier stop didn't do the full 3-minute pit stop. It would be the presumption that we make from afar. Meanwhile, there's a car crawling into the pit lane. Is it going to make it? No, it suddenly speeds up again. I think that's Ivor Mayers in his BMW. He was doing pretty well. I think he was second in Class C behind the Lightstead and Kahn pairing. That was the car that had the bonnet come up earlier, wasn't it?
And you can see the black gaffer tape on the front of the car. That is the legacy of that, the Taylor Yates entered machine for the man from Northern Ireland. Ivor Mayers, who's done some Formula Ford 1600 racing in his time as well. Can't be a bad man in my book.
Regular at the Formula Ford Festival, isn't he, every year? But in the last few years has been racing with the 750 Motor Club, mainly in Club Enduro, but he's upgraded his compact this year to a 330, and very much a similar car to the Lightstead and Kahn team that have gone on their way. So I think Kahn will have given Andrew Lightstead the Class C lead still, I reckon. We'll have to get confirmation of that once we get back to green and everything on the screens sort themselves out. But a really good stint from Imran Khan, first time in that car.
Absolutely, but he's a driver, as you say, that's won his class in road sports race in the past and in the XR2 and Classic Stock Casual, so he's no mean peddler, isn't Imran Khan? I'm afraid he didn't get out in the car as much as he'd like, really. Any more news from you, Jacob?
Yeah, we're down here in the pits with the Class B leader, Mark Mercer. Mark, how's it going for you?
Yeah, good. It's our first time out in this car, so a bit of a learning curve, but it's going well so far.
You enjoying it?
Yeah, it was good fun, good fun. It's getting quite hot in there, but apart from that.
And I believe it's your dad who's gone out now.
Yep, yeah, he's out to do his stint. You know, just, should be able to hold us where we are.
Who's quicker, you or him?
He won't mind me. He's 70 this year, so still very consistent. You know, only a little bit slower.
All right, great. Thank you. Back to you in the comms box, guys.
Thanks, Jacob. Diplomatically put. As we watch the safety car train, which is heading down to the hairpin, down to the Melbourne hairpin, out of our window.
Mark was saying how experienced David Mercer is. He started racing in mod sports back in 1975 and won races there before racing in mod sports cars, run at Le Mans, finished second in Group C2 at Le Mans.
He likes Donington Park as well, because he won the first mod sports championship round when Donington Park reopened in 1977. I think he was on the same grid and therefore beat Jonathan Palmer on that occasion as well. Jonathan Palmer, who's Motorsport Vision operate the least to Donington Park these days, and I have to say, doesn't Donington Park look absolutely fantastic, as good as it ever has done, I think, and great work been done by Jonathan and the Motorsport Vision team here to make this circuit look absolutely magnificent. When you consider the shape it was in, just under a decade ago, it's a remarkable transformation.
Absolutely. Safety car carries on round though, so they must be continuing to work with Julian McBride, getting that car to a safe place. So the Rannon McGowan 750 Motor Club safety car has Brett Evans behind him. Brett Evans actually running in 7th position as he crosses the line in a Class B car. That Mini's going really well actually, isn't it? It's very much an unlikely car for this, but the R56, the car that's run by Autobahn Motorsport, running there in 3rd in Class B. It may well gain a place or two on the stops. I think Steve Cheetham, though, does continue to lead the category. Meanwhile, up front, it's Luke Zedekowski that leads with David Whitmore. We remember the Civic, we were saying, was struggling in the first stint. Well, they're in 2nd place now, Rob Baker and Cole Swift, so good strategy from Area Motorsport. They've done a lot of endurance racing. Winners at the Burkitt Relay in both handicap and overall form, and winners in Club Enduro in the past two. And then in 3rd position, it's the Chris and Micah Brown pair. In 4th is Steve Cheetham. And then we have to wait and see who's in 5th, because the screens say it's the Mercer duo, but of course we know that car has just pitted, as has the car in 6th position, which is a car we haven't really mentioned much. That's John Gardner and Paul Huxley in one of the Seat Super Copa cars.
Darren Ball into the pit lane again. This time there's refuelling going on, but he's been into the pits far more often than he would have liked by now. And so it looks like his race not going well. So what have we got? We've got about 50 minutes of this race left to go now. We're under safety car here at Donington Park in round 1 of the 2019 Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. It's being led by Luke Sedzikowski at the moment, from Rob Baker in 2nd place. Micah Brown is 3rd. Class B leader Steve Cheetham is 4th. Jacob.
Yep, we're down here with race leader Dave Whitmore. Dave, how's Luke doing out there?
He's doing a really good job. Start of the race, we set our fastest lap really, but with all the fuel and the temperature today, it went off pretty quick, so struggling a little bit. And with the Porsche, you know, and the GTR car behind us, it kept pushing us all the way through. And because we had to keep the pressure on, it didn't give us any time to cool the car down in any state. So Luke's got in it now. Hopefully we can manage it, bring it home, and have a safe race.
Obviously the Porsche's retired now. Is anyone else would you say is your biggest worry?
I never ever want to say, I think everything's your biggest worry when you're leading a race, because there's only one place to go, isn't it, and that's downwards. So, yeah, there's plenty of good cars out there, super drivers everywhere, obviously the M4s and the GTR cars, stuff like that, but if the race gods permit it, I think we'll bring this one home, hopefully, touch wood.
Well, all the best for that. Thank you for talking to us.
Thanks a lot, Bob.
Back to you guys upstairs.
Thank you very much indeed. Safety car lights are still on. I thought for a moment that they might have gone out, but we've got Julie McBride's car now cleared out of the way. It's just parked up against the barriers there, not far from Will Ashmore's Civic, which was left there earlier on.
Looks like the safety car wants to do a wave by before we can go green again, so that's what's happening at the moment. So we will pick up the leader, Luke Sedzikowski, who is just passing the line now, so it'll be about a dozen cars that will go through. It's a full lap, I think. Yes, it's a full lap lead that Luke Sedzikowski has got over Rob Baker. So therefore the battle is really for 2nd place, which is Rob Baker just ahead of Micah Brown. See how many cars are between the two of them. Not too many, I don't think. And then Steve Cheetham, the Class B leader, they're in 4th place, and on the same lap as him is the David Mercer BMWs, as is Brett Evans, but Brett Evans is going to have to come round and catch the safety car queue. In Class C it is Andrew Lightstead that leads that. They're in 12th overall, him and the car that Imran Khan started. 2nd in Class C is Nick Dougal, who's handed over to John Munro, that's the Mazda MX-5, and 3rd in Class C is solo driver Graham Kelly. So that's how the podiums sit in the classes.
Yeah, so this wave by of the back markers continues, and hopefully what they'll do is make a little bit of progress to try and catch back up with the train before it's released. We have got 47 minutes of this race left to go. It's a 2-hour race, of course, for the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. Still more races to come after this, of course, here at Donington Park, with Low Cost rounding out the programme at the end of the afternoon. But we've got this safety car situation still going on here in the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, and hopefully before too much longer we'll get racing back under. We've not had any major incidents here, of course. This has just been cars that have been stranded in dangerous positions that have needed to be recovered out of the way. Now it looks like the safety car has now got behind it the BMW, doesn't it, which is right.
Absolutely, then there's just a car to the 2nd and 3rd place cars, but of course they are a lap further behind. The safety car lights have gone out, I think, so we'll go racing with about 3/4 of an hour remaining here at Donington Park in round 1 of Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship 2019 season. 2 hours of Donington Park here. We go to Croft next. That'll be a longer race though, 3 hours we have in North Yorkshire in a month and a half time, but we'll concentrate on this one, the 2 hours of Donington Park, about to get back underway. The BMW M4 leading the way, Ian.
Yep, it is. So we've got 3/4 of an hour left to go. We've got most, if not all, of the teams now having made their pit stops, but still not quite all of them. And we've got Luke Sedzikowski then in the Tagiwa Imports car leading the way then as the race gets back underway, but they're chased by the Honda Civic.
And that's the battle for second place up the inside of Rob Baker. Attempts to come Micah Brown, so this is the change for second place. Micah Brown wasting no time to get past Rob Baker, so the Jackpot Racing BMW goes past the Area Motorsport car, but they're a full lap behind the leaders.
Yeah, so realistically not going to catch Luke Sedgwickowski, so it's probably all going to be about that battle for P2 there. You can see the number 27 William Beach Clio just making its way down through the corner curves. William having taken over from Adam Morgan, who drove the car in the first part of the race. There is Steve Cheetham, our Class B leader, looking to make up ground. Now, how much daylight between himself and David Mercer does he have? 10 seconds is all that he has in hand, so he can't really afford to rest on his laurels now. There is the now Andrew Lightstead driven red number 79 BMW 330. That was just going through shot there. Leaders are up at Coppice Corner and should be heading back down towards us any moment now.
You've got two BMW M4s here, but they're very much different because the Luke Sedgwickowski car is a self-developed car, so built up from a production car, whereas the Brown car is built by BMW Motorsport. It is a GT4 built car, built to that spec, not quite running in GT4 spec because you have to put the treaded tyres on, you have to run to the power to weight ratio too, so not running in full GT4 spec of course here in Club Enduro, but a self-developed car by Luke Sedgwickowski, going really well, a lap ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Things have fallen well for them, especially with the demise of the Price and the Clutton Porsche Cayman. That was a force to be reckoned with. Here is the, I think now, Alistair Gould-driven Porsche coming through some traffic.
And they were battling with Luke Schlevitz in the Gulf, well, no, not in the same class. That is the battle for 7th and 8th. However, although the Gould's down in 8th place, they are running in 4th position in Class A because Class A has been pretty attritional. Only, about 6 of the Class A cars in the top 20.
Yeah, we started out with fairly even numbers, didn't we, across the three classes, but it certainly seems that the Class A cars, maybe in this heat, we're only in April, are falling by the wayside a little bit more readily than some of the others.
So there is the leader, turning through the old hairpin.
And there's the second place car, so it looks quite tasty, doesn't it, on track, but a lap between them.
And Micah Brown's first lap is the personal best lap of that car, 1 minute 44.81, and lapping a bit quicker as well than the car ahead. So I guess what Micah Brown's going to be trying to do here is getting that car onto the lead lap, and then they'll be wanting another safety car, I guess, to close it back up.
That's their best hope from here, isn't it? I mean, there's probably not, I wouldn't have thought there's a lot to choose between Luke Sedgwickowski and Micah Brown in terms of their lap times. As a general point, once they're both up to speed.
Yeah, Sedgwickowski was 4 tenths quicker in qualifying, so very much even. I guess Sedgwickowski has seen a lot of the Class A cars pull off. He doesn't need to drive as fast as the car's trying to chase him, so it's sort of a bit of a, do you want to keep the lap advantage or do you want to let him go and just run your own race?
It's a difficult one, isn't it? It's a bit hard to defend against a car that's effectively a lap behind you.
And the car behind has spun.
It's all academic then, because Micah Brown there has spun down at the Melbourne hairpin, and there is some damage on the right rear quarter of that car. It may not have been completely self-inflicted.
Absolutely, we're coming through a load of traffic too, so that means Rob Baker is back into second position, I think. Let's just check that.
Yep, on screen we can see that.
And here's the car with damage. It's going to bring another car into the pit lane with it. That's the Luke Handley Honda Civic that was running in 5th position in Class B. And it did have a stop-go penalty to serve too, but there is damage to that car, and that was in the region of where Micah Brown was.
And it's sort of matching damage, isn't it? On the left front of his car, it's the right rear of Micah Brown's car, so it may have been that they had a little coming together under braking for the Melbourne hairpin that time. It wouldn't be the first incident we've had down at the Melbourne hairpin today.
I'm sure it's nothing that was done purposely. That is an Area Motorsport car, though, the team that is run by Rob Baker, who's just gained second place due to that. But Baker is only 9 tenths of a second ahead of Micah Brown, so the battle for second does continue. I think they're the cars up at McLean's at the moment, so Rob Baker back into second place. There is the now damaged M4 of Micah Brown chasing the second place car up towards Coppice.
And the one thing he's got to hope for there is that he doesn't get the meatball flag, the black flag with the orange spot on it, which warns of some damage to the car that needs to be attended to in the pits. My untrained eye, I am not an expert in this, looks as if I don't think he should get that penalty, but if that bumper looks as to work any further loose, then that situation could change.
See how much quicker that car is in a straight line, but a heavier car, of course. to meet these power-to-weight ratio that we mentioned. 300 brake horsepower per tonne is the limit in Class A, down into the Melbourne hairpin, and Brown's looking up the inside of Rob Baker, and Baker's just letting him go. He knows that BMW is much quicker, it would seem, so Rob Baker just lets Micah Brown go, and he's going to run his own races. Rob Baker, he's raced in enough endurance races to know that he doesn't want to damage his Honda Civic either.
Well, absolutely. It's a lot about consistency in this kind of racing, isn't it? And so Baker will be keen to promote that.
Huge slide out the hairpin for Micah Brown. I think that's what Rob Baker was trying to avoid, wasn't it?
Yeah, possibly so.
Micah Brown on a bit of a mission after that contact with a back marker a lap or so ago. As he turns then into Redgate, does Micah Brown now in second place once more. Steve Cheetham there in fourth place is only a further 3 seconds behind Rob Baker, so the Class B leader Cheetham then going well and pulling away from David Mercer. What was a 10-second gap has, I think, doubled at least since the safety car came in.
That 51 Civic that was involved in that incident of Luke Handley, that is now being pushed down the pit lane, and that looks to be out of the race.
Oh yes, you can see it's heavier damage than I think we first thought as well, so maybe that pushed the damage into the radiator perhaps, and obviously that has much more serious effects. It's 28 seconds that Steve Cheetham is ahead of David Mercer, so I think, as Mark was saying, his dad not quite as quick as he is. So what can Brett Evans do, I wonder, about David Mercer? He's quite a long way back at the moment, and Brett Evans actually is under a lot of pressure from Luke Slavitz in the Volkswagen Golf. That's for third and fourth in Class B, only separated by 1.5 seconds. So that is the Mini being chased by the Golf. I think two cars, they're the only model, and they're side by side actually heading down towards the Goddard's hairpin. They've just been lapped by the leader, and through goes Luke Slavitz up the inside of Brett Evans. They turn into the corner. Evans fights back. He's coming back up the inside of Slavitz. So the Mini and the Golf are absolutely side by side as they're going to complete the lap. They're being lapped by some of the Class A cars. Better traction off the corner from Luke Slavitz. The Class A champion from last year goes up into third within Class B, and he's about a minute behind David Mercer. But
also for position, you've got the Porsche there as well, haven't you? Which is Alistair Gould coming through, different class. That's in Class A, but that was trying to sort of separate them there. Didn't quite manage it as they ran through Hollywood that time. So you've got the Golf, you've got the Mini, then you've got the Porsche, which is in a different race effectively, because points are scored within each individual class in this championship rather than based on overall finishing position. Mini almost freewheeling it there through the old hairpin of Brett Evans as he tries to get back on terms with Luke Slavitz.
Brett Evans also was running Class A before in a BMW podium finisher within Class A is Brett Evans. He won actually the Anglesey race a couple of years ago, finished 7th in Class A, but of course the car that just passed him was the champion in Class A. So two drivers who were in M3s last year have moved down into Class B, but having a good battle nevertheless.
Yep, 37 minutes left to go in this race. Still the lead being held by Luke Sedzikowski, who took over from David Whitmore by a lap from the rest of the field. And of the cars that are still out there and circulating, that is the car with the best lap at 1:43.95 as well. There is the Brett Evans car once again, man from Halesowen in the West Midlands. Now lost a few car lengths to Luke Slavitz in that battle for third place in Class B. Don't forget it's David Mercer up ahead in P2, and Steve Cheetham still leading Class B with the advantage over the Mercer car.
Absolutely, so Luke Slavitz will be trying to close that gap in. It's a big gap at the moment, but I think it is a possible margin that can be caught, because Luke Slavitz looked quite a bit quicker than David Mercer on the last lap. The gap is 55 seconds, but he was 5 seconds quicker, and it's certainly at that rate there is time to close in the second place car in Class B.
Yeah, so there is the fourth place car as it now is in Class B, which is Brett Evans just ahead of the Oscar Down. Now there is the Boxster back out. That is the Michael Downey car that was in the gravel trap. So that's been released in his back out race again. That's the ex-Broad family Boxster, I believe, as we watch the Brett Evans Mini go through.
About 20 seconds behind Brett Evans is Rob Boston in the Lotus Elise that was started by Peter Mansfield, and he's lapping much quicker than any other Class B driver at the moment. So watch out for the Lotus. Rob Boston 20 seconds or so behind that Mini at the moment, but on the last lap was a couple of seconds faster.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of traffic out there at the moment, of course, but Rob Boston, a very experienced driver in most notably, 2010 it was, he won the Mazda MX-5 Championship, which I can scarcely believe it was that many years ago that he won that championship.
But I think he's been back in Mazda since and won races, hasn't he?
He has, yeah.
But maybe not done a full season. Of course, has won the Lotus Elise Trophy too. I think that's him just turning through the corner there. Meanwhile, there's Micah Brown making his way through that battle for what is 7th position between Brett Evans and Alistair Gould. Alistair Gould has got past Evans on this lap.
Graham Kelly is into the pit lane in the number 188 car. 3rd
in class, Graham Kelly, so that may well promote Ivor Mares onto the Class C podium.
Yeah, it's worth saying in Class C, obviously that's... Oh, let's first of all hear from Jacob.
Yes, I'm down here in the pits with one of our pro drivers, Mr. Adam Morgan. Adam, how are you enjoying yourself this afternoon?
Yeah, it's really good fun. I can think of a lot worse things to do on a bank holiday on a Monday. So, no, it's been a great day out. You know, Will's in the car now. We've pitted. I think we're about 6th in class. So, Will keep his head down, stay out of trouble, and hopefully we can bring it home and gain a couple of places.
Obviously, we're more used to seeing you in the British Touring Cars with the Mac Tools team. How does the Club Enduro compare?
Slightly different. Yeah, it's a different format of the weekend for us. We've normally got 3 races, which is a very, very busy day for us. So, Sunday today has been quite chilled, it's quite relaxed, but it's great. You know, it's a great weekend. I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and hopefully back for some more.
And what do you make of the venue, Donington Park, as a circuit?
It's great, yeah. It's a great circuit. You know, I've loved coming in to touring cars. We've had some great results. I'm actually back here this week for touring cars later on, so I've been looking for a few little tips around the way. But no, it's a great track.
Thanks for talking to us, Adam. Much appreciated. All the best for the race.
Very much. Cheers. Thank you.
Ian, Josh, back to you guys.
And we've got another pit stop penalty going out, and this time it's to the number 5 car, which is the car being shared by the father and daughter, Peter Gillett and Nicola Gillett, in the second half of the race. It should be, he said, checking his notes, it should be Peter that's driving this car, so that possibly is another pit stop infringement or something like that.
Just going through the shot there, Woods the Class C leader, Andrew Lightstead still lead. Of course, both him and Imran Khan raced the same Ford Fiesta XR2, didn't they, in classic stock catch. Imran Khan bought that off of Andrew Lightstead, and both of them won races there. We saw, of course, we get classic stock catch on the live stream coverage later in the year, but that started at Brands Hatch with a number of 750 Motor Club series just last weekend. Here they come then, Andrew Lightstead at the wheel, turning his way through the old hairpin in this BMW 330 that he ran in the 330 Challenge last year, got on the podium in that towards the end of 2018, did Andrew Lightstead. And they're making their way up towards McLean. 2nd in Class C continues to be John Munro in his Mazda MX-5, but I think it's the best part of a lap behind now.
Yeah, John Munro, ex-Max 5 champion in 2016, I think it was, wasn't it, that he took the championship, and he's been racing in this Enduro format for a little while now. I think it's a bit of motorsport commentary as well when he's not racing himself. 21-year-old student from up there in Scotland. It was the youngest ever driver in a top 10 sprint back in 2014, when he'd only been, I guess, 16 years old at the time, so that was quite something at the time. So there's the 79 car of Lightstead, still the Class C leading machine, but we've got a gap coming down.
Well, the second place car just comes across the line now, so that is almost a lap, isn't it, in Class C that Andrew Lightstead has. That in time terms, that is 90 seconds.
Yeah, 3/4 of a lap, basically, isn't it?
Yes. Graham Kelly, though, I think was a short stop, wasn't it? Maybe a penalty. So he actually has held on to 3rd place in Class C, 15 seconds ahead of Ivor Mares, and then 5th place in Class is Sam McKee.
Chris Byallen's back out there, I noticed, but a car that's into the pit lane now is the number 23 car. That's the Ben McCauley and Graham Robinson car. I think it was started by Ben. That was a car that needed a clutch change, I think, before the race. And also in now, that is the Peter Gillett car for the pit stop penalty. And out it goes again. So there goes Peter, local driver from Loughborough, enjoying his endurance racing, having started out racing in Formula Ford 1600 up in Scotland many years ago.
Somebody just had a run through the gravel up there at the S's, but continued without problem. In Class B, we mentioned earlier about David Mercer being closed by Luke Slavitz That gap now is about 45 seconds, so it's not coming down perhaps as quickly as we first imagined. And Brett Evans a further 7 seconds behind, but Evans is now only 3 ahead of Rob Boston. So we said that Rob Boston was catching, he's nearly with Brett Evans now. Actually, by the end of the lap, they may well be right together.
In spite of the fact that Brett Evans has just done his personal best lap of the race as well at 1:49.81, but Boston's just done a 1:46.73, so lapping 3 seconds a lap faster. That's pretty incredible. So that will be for what, 4th place within within Class B.
And Rob Boston a couple of seconds faster than anybody else in Class B, so it's not just Brett Evans that is going much faster than it's the rest of them. So we wait for them to complete another lap to see if that position changes. Meanwhile, on the screens you can see Andrew Lightstead continuing to run at the top of his category, Class C for Lightstead. Then he turns out of the hairpin with half an hour to go. And here, coming out of the chicane, is that battle for Class B we were mentioning. So Brett Evans is still ahead of Rob Boston, heading down towards the Melbourne hairpin. And it is the Mini still ahead of the Lotus. They make their way out of the hairpin. On the screens you can see these 2 cars now. This is for 4th and 5th in class. I think the question is how high Rob Boston can get up in Class B. He's looking up the inside in towards Goddard's, and Boston, much lighter Lotus, a smaller engine of course, a lower powered car, but with the power to weight, the much lighter car therefore, and therefore much more nimble through the corners. Up to 4th in class goes Rob Boston, and he's now got about 9 seconds to make up on Luke Schlevitz. So that is the target there for Rob Boston. And then I guess the next thing is if he can catch David Mercer there, 2nd in category.
Yeah, that's another 40 seconds ahead though, isn't it? So that is not out of the question quite, but it's going to be a tall order. There's another Class A car that they need to get past as well first. That's the Alistair Gould Porsche as well that Rob Boston will need to negotiate. That's about 7 seconds up the road. It was at the start of the lap, probably about 6 seconds now. He's making such good progress away from Brett Evans there.
See Rob Baker going through shot. He's now half a minute behind Micah Brown. So the Civic just doesn't have the pace I think I was expecting it would do this weekend. Whether it's not running on full power or there's a problem with it. We've seen the Area Motorsport Civic go so strongly in the past, or whether it is just that what you mentioned earlier, Ian, about everybody else picking their game up since we last saw that car in the hands of Rob Baker and Cole Swift a couple of years ago.
Possibly so. There is Rob Boston there making his way down the straight towards the Fogarty S's, and you can see actually it's quite a bit of daylight back to Brett Evans behind him now.
The only cars lapping quicker than Boston are the 2 M4s up front, so that kind of puts it in perspective. It's quicker than almost all the Class A cars as well.
Yeah, and this really does show the quality of a driver you have on board. Chris Byallen, who had gone back out again, is back into the pits again, so possibly just an exploratory lap or 2 there, but Byallen back out of the race.
Some of it might be to get the car ready for the BMW Car Club series that he'll be out in later on this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anyone's keeping a tally of how many races each driver in the country is doing so far this year, but Chris Byallen must be somewhere near the top of that count, given the amount of racing he's done so far this year.
So Rob Boston is now 6 seconds behind Luke Schlevitz for second in Class B, because the Mercer car has gone missing. So that question mark we had about whether they could be caught might have disappeared. Not unless that's a transponder issue at all, but the Mercer BMW has gone missing on the screen. So that means up to 2nd in Class B comes Luke Schlevitz, who's being caught. Just 6 seconds behind is Rob Boston, and Boston is lapping a couple of seconds faster. So 2nd and 3rd in Class B is something to look out for.
Yeah, so we'll try and find out where that number 41 David Mercer BMW M3 has gone. That was running so well in Class B. So Cheetham and Schlevitz now out on their own 1st and 2nd, and Boston will pull ready into the podium places, and he's only 6 seconds now behind the Schlevitz Volkswagen Golf as we work the last 27 minutes of this race. 26 minutes just ticking through on the clock now.
No sign of that Mercer BMW around the circuit.
I didn't see it come into the pit lane either, so possibly it has found Placed just out of view of all of the cameras. It's perfectly possible for that to happen here at Donington.
See, Rob Baker's car is now being passed by Class B machines. Is that Civic in trouble, I wonder?
Last lap was a 1:49. It was just 3 seconds off its best, but we'll see what lap time it does this time through. Assuming it comes through to complete a lap.
Meanwhile, Lance Gould has got past Luke Slavitt, which means Rob Boston has clear road to challenge him. And into the pit lane, he's thinking Rob Baker, then he sort of pulled out the way, and I think we might have found the Mercer BMW there, parked up against the barriers.
It is just on the way down to the Melbourne hairpin, so it looks like it's in a position of relative safety there.
But what I was going to say, it looked like Rob Baker was pulling into the pits, and he changed his mind. It was a much lower lap, at 1 minute 51 seconds, but he continued. So we'll have to watch out for that, as well as that battle for second in Class B. Luke Slavitt being closed in by Rob Boston, just 2.3 seconds between the two of them, and that gap is coming down at quite a rate, really. The two cars then make their way up towards McLean's, and they turn their way through the right hand up. And the Lotus now right on the tail of the Volkswagen Golf as they turn their way up towards Coppice Corner now, and Rob Boston looks up the inside, and I think he's going to go through. So Rob Boston gains the place. Rob Boston's up to second. We can see that on the screens now. Boston up to second in Class B. I don't think it's going to catch Steve Cheetham because they're almost a lap behind, really.
Yeah.
But up to second, a good drive there, and the Golf had nothing to stop Rob Boston coming through.
No, absolutely. I mean, the lap times he's been doing, far superior in the 1:46s. The best lap that the Golf has done is a low 49, so 2.5 seconds slower, really, than Rob Boston. So any defence was ultimately going to be futile, I think. Let's watch Boston just getting the back of the car stepping out a little bit there as he came through the Melbourne hairpin. That time, a warning flag. We saw one go out a moment ago to Julian McBride. There's one now going out to number 25, Darren Ball as well. Does that mean that Julian McBride at some point got back into this race? I'm not sure whether he did or not. No, his car is still parked down there at the Melbourne, not Melbourne hairpin, the old hairpin. As into the pits now, does it? No. Well, I'm just wondering if that's just a problem then, coming out of the slow corners.
Could well be.
And it makes it look like he's going to hug the pit wall or come into the pit lane, but just because he's maybe lost one of the lower gears, something like that, possibly, so he's not got good acceleration out of the slow corners.
This is Rob Baker, of course, in the Area Motorsport Civic, who's sort of lapping the same sort of time as Brett Evans, his Class B Mini. In Class A, really the Area Motorsport team haven't got huge amounts to worry about. If they want third overall, though, they're only 14 seconds ahead of the Class B leader, Steve Cheetham, who is closing the gap in. Now you can see the car park at the Crane of Curves where Julian McBride's car is stopped, but here's Rob Baker then trying to get past Brett Evans. I wonder the other reason he's going tight out the corner so nobody hits him up the back, and who expect Brett Evans, I don't think likes being involved in the battle with this car, but I don't think Rob Baker has too much choice if there is a problem.
I don't think either of them have got any choice about it, have they, by the looks of it at the moment. We've got the BMW just coming up behind them as well. 22 minutes of the race left to go in this 2019 Tiguan Club Enduro Championship opener. Don't forget, Tiguan also putting up a £200 voucher for the driver or team of the race as well, which will be adjudicated afterwards.
Again, out the slow corner, Rob Baker's Civic just takes a long time to pick up, doesn't it? And it's actually early on the brakes into the hairpin as well, as Brett Evans looks to come back past the car. He kind of just let through just a couple of corners ago.
Yeah, and it is not that quick away from the hairpin there, is it? But not that slow either there. So let's see what happens this time at the Goddard. Is it maybe it's an issue on left-handers? Who knows? Yeah, certainly, yeah, it's much slower there. The Mini nearly has to come to a stop behind it. But they're sort of making it work, aren't they? Rob Baker's sort of making that work. He's driving around a problem, clearly, now.
Well, I guess if anybody's in the car, the team boss is the best person to sort of drive around the problem. He knows that car better than anybody, but he's now only 10 seconds ahead of Steve Cheetham, and in fact, Rob Baker sort of lapping slower than most of the drivers behind him, but it's the Gould Porsche that's the 4th place in Class B, but I think they're quite a way back, really, so Rob Baker just needs to keep driving on as he is and drive around the problem, get it home. Behind him, Brett Evans was very sideways, coming through the hairpin.
And then the car behind that, Nick Grove in the Stormy Camel Motorsport team. Got a yellow flag coming out of Fogarty's. That's the MR2 that's had a moment, isn't it?
Yep, but that's got back going, so that's the car that Nathan Harrison took over from Martin Buckland, the 22 GT Racing Run MR2. Nathan Harrison, a winner in MR2s in the past, the Mark 1 MR2s, but Nathan Harrison in this much more modified car, the Super GT car, the car that was built by Rogue Motorsport about a decade or so ago. Meanwhile, Rob Boston has caught Alistair Gould for 5th overall. I notice the two cars running quite close to one another for 5th and 6th overall, but different classes. Notice Class C for 3rd place has come right together now. Graham Kelly has been caught by Sam McKee. McKee's already got past Ivan Mayers, a 4th in class for McKee, and he's now getting on to terms with Graham Kelly. Meanwhile, on the screens, we see Rob Boston, who is up to 5th because the Gould Porsche's had a moment. The Gould Porsche's down to 7th, and into the pit lane comes Rob Baker. So the Area Motorsport Civic, it would seem, can last no more. So this is a job for Jacob down in the pits, because the 3rd place car is making its way down there. Rob Baker for Area Motorsport is into the pits.
Yeah, so Baker trying to drive around that issue, but clearly could do so no longer. They've got fuel on standby as well.
But they didn't fuel the car up in the stops. Has it run out of fuel? Because this car normally can go for 2 hours, and instead it was happening on left-hand corner.
Looks like a fuel surge issue then, or something like that. They were probably hoping that they'd be able to get to the end, and it's just not quite worked out. And so that means that Rob Baker has to get out of the car while this is going on. Jacob.
Yeah, I'm just going to try and find out what's going on. Rob's looks to be waiting to go back in. He's taking his gloves off. I'll try and grab a quick word. Rob, what's the issue?
I think the lift pump's gone down on one side of the tank because it's just surging around left-handers, but we've got 40 litres left still in the tank. So we're just going to put more fuel in, see if it sorts it.
There's the issue, guys.
It's only had the fuel left, but as we heard from Rob there, a problem with the actual fuel tank. And is it Cole Swift getting into the car? It is, isn't it?
It is indeed.
So Cole Swift arguably perhaps a bit quicker driver than Rob Baker maybe. Rob Baker, though, the reigning Civic Cup champion. So kind of when we didn't see him sort of do a full season until last year, and then you realise I think Rob Baker was perhaps a bit quicker than some people realise.
Yeah, absolutely. A very competitive championship that was in as well. We had a moment down here for Aaron Baller, who thinks car has now been pushed to the safe side of the barriers. It had a moment there. Meanwhile, there's a bit of tank tape going on, I think, to the front of the Area Motorsport Civic as well. Possibly for some front-end damage before that car can get back out into the race again. Obviously, it's going to be dropping down the order all the time. It was up in P3. But well, I guess the question is, will it lose a position in class to the Gould Porsche?
That's just gone across the line, so is that... It's got to do another lap, has it, before it would gain the position, I think. We'll check that on the screens when they sort themselves out. Meanwhile, I notice Rob Boston up into 5th overall. It's about 70 seconds behind Steve Cheetham, so despite going quicker, I don't think he'll be able to catch the Class B leader. There is Boston, in fact, turning his way onto Coppice Corner, about to lap one of the MX-5s.
Yeah, so with 17 and a bit minutes left to go, we've got still Luke Sergikowski leading the way overall. Comfortable advantage that he's got over the 2nd place car, which is that of Micah Brown, which has just gone past the start and finish line now. A lap down though.
So it never made that lap back, I guess mainly from that spin it had, losing it time. There's Rob Boston then turning his way onto the Melbourne hairpin. I guess he's up to... yeah, because the Baker car's in the pit. So yes, Boston up to 4th, and I reckon the Goulds then onto the Class A podium in their Porsche, all the way down from Scotland. They originally were one of the reserves, but with problems for others. It's been a good trip down from Laurent to now Alistair Gould, running in 3rd position in Class A, with the problem for the Baker and Swift car that gets back going. But I think they're a lap behind now, won't they be, I believe?
I think you're right. You're right,
or pretty much a lap anyway.
That car back out into the race anyway. The Area Motorsport Civic. There's the Class C leader just going past our window, which is still Andrew Lightstead in 11th position overall now. So they've come up well, and there's three cars back to the 2nd place car in Class C, which is John Monroe's MX-5.
Rob Boston's pace is really shown here. He's 25 seconds now ahead of Luke Slavich, and it wasn't that long ago that he overtook him, really.
No, not at all.
Slavich now is less than 10 seconds behind Brett Evans, so Evans now he's sort of cleared the Civic, or the Civic sort of let him go when he came into the pits. It means that he's chasing the Golf once again for what is now 3rd in Class B, and then 5th in class is the William Beach and Adam Morgan Renault Clio. Class C, as you said, Andrew Lightstead still leading John Munro, but Sam McKee has come up to 3rd. So McKee got past Graham Kelly, and now Graham Kelly's got Ivor Mares right on his tail. And then it's James Kell, who I mentioned earlier on in that Mazda MX-5 running in 5th. So he's another driver that's done loads of races this year. He done the MX-5 Super Cup at the beginning of the year. He won at Brands Hatch. Then he done the Ginetta Super Cup on the Toka package just a couple of weeks ago, with racing over the weekend in the MX-5 Super Cup at Pembrey. And apparently wrote off one of the Mazdas there after getting clobbered by another. But the pairing, him and Darren, are here running well within the top 5 of Class C, and I wonder if he can start closing in on that Kelly and Mares battle for what is 3rd place.
Red and yellow slippery surface flag is out at Redgate now. That's some fluid down, or maybe a bit of debris on the circuit. Not quite sure. So watch Sam McKee go through it. There's the answer. It's a bit of debris. It's one of the floppy corner markers. That actually they're not that floppy, are they? Those corner markers. You wouldn't want one slapping you in the face. That's for certain, but that's the reason why I've got the slippery surface or debris flag up there at Redgate Corner at the moment.
Cole Swift across the line is in the top 10 overall, but has dropped to 5th in Class A. Class A 3rd is Alistair Gould. 4th is now the Sayat, that's sort of not really shown well, but just been kept going at the pace that John Gardner and Paul Huxley have driven. This is Paul Huxley's first season of racing, in fact, after doing hill climbing and sprinting and running 4th in Class A. 39 seconds ahead of Cole Swift with just a quarter of an hour to go. And I think it's just 5 Class A cars running now.
Yeah.
Because we saw Darren Bull pull off, and he is next on the screens. Yeah, so just 5 Class A cars running. Sejakowski leading in 2nd, Micah Brown 3rd, Alistair Gould 4th, the Gardner and Huxley Sayat, and then in 5th place, Cole Swift.
Yeah, into the last quarter of an hour of the race now as well. So hopefully things will have settled down a fair amount now. We've got briefly on our screens the first 4 cars all on 4 different laps, although that will settle itself out once some of them come through. 54 laps having been completed by the race leading car Luke Sejakowski, that was started out by David Whitmore. I remember David Whitmore being so pleased when he got his first podium, then his first win in the M3 Cup, so I'm sure if he can come home having played a big part in winning the opening round of the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship as well, he'll be absolutely delighted.
Top 2 are together on the track again, aren't they? Because Micah Brown has caught Luke Sejakowski. I would have thought in Luke's position here, you want to wave him by. You don't want to get involved in anything that might go on between the pair of them while they're together.
Even if there is a safety car now or something like that, you'd think it's too late in the race that it will have an impact whereby the second place car could get right back on your tail again.
Yeah, exactly. There's no point taking the risk. And Micah Brown's lapping very quickly, and what would he have lost in that spin? 15-20 seconds, and he's closed that all in.
But even if he'd had that, he'd have still been 3/4 of a lap behind, wouldn't he? So, assuming that both continued at the same pace, which isn't necessarily a correct assumption. So yes, the 2 leads together on track, but 2.5 miles apart in some ways. There's more lap. Oh, it's Michael Downey being like. Michael Downey's had quite a lot of screen time during the course of this, especially if he tries to unlap himself from the race leader as he does there. So in the end, Sejakowski able to pull away from the Porsche Boxster.
Really great job TI Motorsport have done with this M4. It looks brilliant, and it's going even better in some ways, leading the way by a lap and about a second to Micah Brown. But David Whitmore drove really well, battling amongst the leaders, not getting involved in any incident though, just lapping at the pace of what was Michael Price and was Chris Byalon. But both those cars have broke down, and Luke Sejakowski just driving at the pace he's comfortable with and doing exactly what he needs to.
Number 87, which is the James Watson car, the MX-5, he took it over from Robert Chilcott. That's now got a pit stop penalty as well, so that will have to come in for stop and go by the looks of it, with only 11.25 minutes of the race left.
Notice.
Oh, now who's that going slowly on the grass down there?
Looks like it might have been through the gravel as well, looking at the dust behind us.
It's a BMW.
This is the battle for third in Class C. Is that Graham Kelly's car?
Yeah, I think it might be.
So he was chasing Ivor Mares once again. He started to close him in, but that will be... sorry, this is for fourth in Class C. So Ivor Mares is fourth. Fifth was Graham Kelly, but James Kell will have taken that place up, and down to sixth for Graham Kelly. He turns his way onto the Goddard's hairpin. Now, has he got a problem, or was it a mistake, I wonder? We're probably...
I think it's not looking as quick as it was, that car.
So they've dropped to sixth in class now, and it's the Summers and Livesey Lotus. It's about a minute behind in seventh.
Yeah, I think there's a problem with that car, to be honest with you. 10 minutes left.
Just going through shot as well there with Brett Evans, and he's now only 4.5 seconds behind Luke Slavitz, so he's closing him in once again. It's been a good drive from Brett Evans, doing a whole 2 hours by himself. Meanwhile, the two leaders almost side by side, coming off of the hairpin there, so you really do notice the two different builds to these two BMW M4s. They're based on the same car, but as I mentioned earlier, GI Motorsport have built this up themselves from a road car, whereas BMW Motorsport, of course, built the GT4 spec car that the Browns are running. And this is showing exactly what Club Enduro is about, is building a car up from the production road car, as GI Motorsport have done. And Luke Sejakowski and David Whitmore leading the way, showing that you don't need to go and buy a manufactured car from the racing team. You can do it yourself, and because of the power to weight ratios, because of the rules that the 750 Motor Club have put together, you very much can beat the GT4 machinery.
No, and certainly it's a rules package that had a lot of approval last season. A lot of drivers very enthusiastic about how it works out and how the playing field can be pretty level. Looking at the Class B battle, Steve Cheetham now in the overall podium playing positions in number 43, but Rob Boston's got the lead down to less than 55 seconds now. He's not going to catch Steve Cheetham because there's only 9 minutes left to go, but he's closing in at the rate of about 3.5–4 seconds a lap, so it wouldn't need all that many laps. Probably needs another half an hour for him to catch him, but unfortunately he's only got 9 minutes.
There's the leader, heading out of the Melbourne hairpin, still with Mika Brown on his tail. Obviously, Luke Sejankowski comfortable with the gap. Meanwhile, Ian.
Into the pits again has come the Carl Swift Rob Baker Area Motorsport Civic that was up inside the top three earlier on, but then had to make an extra stop because of those fuel surge issues. It's still showing in 10th place on the timing screens, but it looks to be out of the race.
But can you score points? I believe you can by completing 70% of the race distance rather than seeing the checkered flag, and nobody else is going to pass them in Class A. So
no, they may well find themselves still classified for some points, so we shall see. As there's 8 minutes left now.
There's Graham Kelly's BMW continuing there in 6th position, a bit off the pace, but I think just gathering himself back up after the dusty moment down at chicane. He's got the leaders. We've got the Class B and the Class A leader together there, so Steve Cheetham about to go a lap down.
And just behind them you've got the Class C leader as well, because Andrew Lightstead, there he goes just through shot now as well in the red BMW 330, so all on track together, the first and second overall, and the Class B and the Class C leads all within the space of a couple of 100 yards.
So that's Sejakowski a lap ahead of Brown, and then Brown a lap ahead of Cheetham, actually first, second and third overall altogether on the circuit in these closing stages of this race, and particularly in the top class here. And it's been a race of attrition, bringing your car home, although saying that Sejakowski is driving as quickly as that car's gone all race, only about a second a lap off of it, so it shows how well these two M4s have been built, that they can be driven as hard as the drivers like, sort of what is now the modern way of endurance racing, just driving as fast as you can throughout the whole distance.
Yeah, just put it in context, I mean they're lapping in 144s, the two leading cars, albeit on different laps. Rob Boston's lapping 146s in 4th place and second in Class B. But beyond those, no one else is lapping anything less than a 149. Steve Cheetham and Alistair Gould both lapping in the 149s in their respective Porsches in 3rd and 5th positions. I think everyone else is 150 plus, and some of them quite considerably plus.
Class C, you mentioned Andrew Lightstead leading that by a good margin, still over John Monroe. But for 3rd place, it's closer. Much closer than the top two are to one another. Sam McKee still there in 3rd place, just 9 seconds ahead of Ivor Mares, who's about the same gap back to James Kell, and it's James Kell who is the quickest of those three. But as you say, coming into the closing stages now, then those gaps probably just a little bit too big for the positions to change.
Yeah, certainly are. 6 minutes, that's all to go. They're putting a lap there on the number 71 compact. That's David Downey, father of Michael, who we've seen a lot of during the course of this race. But yeah, if this was for the lead of the race and on the same lap with 6 minutes to go, well, I think we'd be quite enjoying this, because it would be a really good battle, because they're so evenly matched as well on the lap times as well. Just putting a lap on Luke Schlevitz in the BMW, Volkswagen, it's still third place within Class B.
But only 3.5 seconds now ahead of Brett Evans, so that is something that could happen. If we look to the background, they've got the Volkswagen Golf being chased by the Mini. Let's have a look. There is the Golf, and saying the Mini's with 3.5 seconds back. Where has it gone?
It's not. I think I just saw it in the background there, but it might have lost a little bit of time during the course of this lap as well. So that's potentially something that's going for third place in Class B. Is Steve Cheetham actually has just put a lap now, another lap on Schlevitz there as well.
So that's a lap between first and third in Class B. Rob Boston now is only 45 seconds behind the class leader, Steve Cheetham, and that was the best part of a lap, I reckon, when Boston got into the car. So, particularly at Croft, perhaps, where Boston can do 2 stints if the team decide to do that round as well. That's very much a Class B contender, I should think.
I would definitely think so. I mean, get him in the car for as long as possible, and into the pits comes that Volkswagen that was looking a little bit recalcitrant. It is now in, so Andy Bailey and Luke Schlevitz. Luke Schlevitz now at the wheel, making their way into the pit lane in that number 95 car, the Jabra Racing machine. It was originally built as a production GTI Mark V car. It won races. It also is the car that won some of the last races at Rockingham before that circuit closed last November.
So that means Brett Evans is up to third now in Class B. Fourth should go to Will Beach, who's sharing that car with Adam Morgan, and then fifth in Class B is another of the Lotuses, but the Exige, the Data Motorsport car of Oliver Crease and Simon Middleton.
4 minutes left as we get towards the end of this to give our Club Enduro Championship race now. There's the Will Beach Clio going through shot, followed by Sam McKee in the BMW 3 Series. That's that ex-Rodron Vela car.
You wouldn't really have known without being told about it, would you? No, it's completely different in the new colour scheme.
It does. There are some elements of the colour scheme that are the same, i.e. the orange, but it does look quite different. And that car is now being driven by Mark Grice, who's won Civic Cup races in the past.
Absolutely, and of course his teammate Danny Hobson won yesterday at Snetterton. Meanwhile, the leader...
Graham Kelly into the pit lane again, by the way.
So he's 6th in Class C. The leader is about to go on to his penultimate lap of the race. Crossing the line, Luke Sejankowski sort of dropped Mika Brown once again. So Luke Sejankowski onto his penultimate lap of this race. He turned his way into Redgate, car number 33, the Teguera backed car, the TI Motorsport run machine. Turns its way onto Hollywood. And we'll head down the Craner curves. Still in second place, a lap back is Mika Brown, who took over from his dad, Chris, at half distance. And then Steve Cheetham's Porsche runs in third position, all the time being closed in by Rob Boston, but it's not going to be enough with just a couple of laps to go.
No, absolutely not. The leading cars making their way up towards McLean's once more. Lots more traffic to deal with, but possibly not that much more by the end of the race, actually, because it's a bit of a gap just ahead of them now. One of the Class C cars keeping out of the way of Mika Brown there as they headed up towards Coppice. I think that was Ivor Mayers, wasn't it, with a taped up bonnet on that car. So leading cars now down the exhibition straight with only 2 minutes to go. The best lap times are 1:45 at this stage of the race, so it will definitely be the last lap board this time. It's a straight 2 hour race, not 2 hours plus a minute, plus a lap or something like that.
All 3 class leaders now are within the top 10, as Andrew Lightstead has moved up into 10th position after the demise of the Honda Civic.
I can see there's a driving standards flag going out to Luke Schlevitz, although his car now in the pit lane, so he's not going to see it from there, being signalled from the finishing line.
Of course, that's going to be another car that drops out of the top 10 before the end of the race. But out of the final corner come these 2 BMW M4s. They accelerate down the start and finish line. The last lap board is out. The last lap signal on your screens as well to the race leader, Luke Sejankowski. David Whitmore started the car. David Whitmore who finished third in the M3 Cup last year, was a winner there. Sergio Koski, a race winner in Civics and M3s, as well as the BMW Car Club Racing Series, which are here today as well. And one at Silverstone last year did Sergio Koski, but looking to start 2019's Club Enduro Championship in exactly the way he means to go on in 2019, I should think. And a great driver pairing, they're much an equal pairing as well, Ian. And this M4 looks very much sorted for its first ever race.
Well, it's what you want, isn't it? You want a sorted car, you want a reliable car, and actually having two drivers who can lap in more or less the same lap times, that is a pretty useful thing to have as well. And that's what we've seen during the course of this race. They're heading up towards Coppice Corner now for the final time. About 26 seconds left on the clock. And barring disasters, they go side by side with an MX-5 through Coppice. They should be able to bring it home safely now. So dropping back down the exhibition straight towards the Fogarty S's once again. About to turn into the left-hander, so not really too much pressure on because the lead is pretty much a lap for Luke Sadzikowski in the Tagiwa liveried car. Luke is one of the men behind Tagiwa, of course, and it is the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, so all the stars are aligning here. Round the Melbourne hairpin he goes, climbing up the hill towards Goddard for the final time then in this 2-hour race, which in the sun, in the heat, will have been a bit of a test of endurance today for all of the drivers, I'm sure. Checkered flag is being made ready, up to the line he comes, and Luke Sadzikowski wins round 1 with David Whitmore of the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship for 2019.
Great drive, as I mentioned, from the pair of them. And you mentioned about how hot it was. Well, Steve Cheetham, who's going to win Class B, has done the whole 2 hours all by himself in his Porsche. And he shall be through shortly, as will Andrew Lightstead, the Class C race leader. So we're just looking for Steve Cheetham. Here he comes out of the hairpin, Ian.
Yeah, and he comes up to the line, and he's got a wave for the marshals as he acknowledges the checkered flag, winning Class B and finishing on the podium overall as well. So that really is an excellent effort for the man that was the 2005 Porsche 924 champion as well and has raced in Porsche Club Championship more recently. So he wins Class B.
And two classic StockX drivers are going to win and dominate in Class C in Club Enduro. Imran Khan started, it's Andrew Lightstead that takes the flag. We wait to say how competitive the Classic StockX Championship is, and two of their drivers have absolutely thrashed the competition in Class C. A great drive from both Imran Khan first and then Andrew Lightstead.
Yeah, and that's a comfortable win there over John Munro and Nick Dougal. So the Lightstead and Khan car comes home 9th overall. Munro and Dougal now over the line in 12th place overall. Worth just looking at what happened to the rest of the cars in Class B. So Steve Cheetham it was that won Class B, Rob Boston 2nd, and Brett Evans 3rd. And in Class C, as we say, Andrew Lightstead and Imran Khan winning from in 2nd place Munro and Dougal, and then 3rd was the Adam Meelan and then Sam McKee BMW, which will drive its way home to Warwickshire later on.
Absolutely, and we had to repair the car, as you said earlier, after the car failed in road sports last weekend at Brands Hatch. First failure it ever had in, 3 years of competition, and I'm sure Sam McKee's going to be delighted with a podium finish here to start his Club Enduro campaign. In Class A, of course, Sadzikowski and Whitmore won. It was the Browns in 2nd, and 3rd place to Lance and Alistair Gould in their Porsche. So I'm sure there will be 9 teams very happy to be on the podium to start the year off. It's about 6 weeks' time. We go to Croft for the longest race of the year, 3 hours around that venue. First time the championship has been to Croft. The track's been resurfaced as well for this year, so that's going to be very interesting around a very quick circuit. It's going to be very busy around them. Perhaps not quite so obvious places to get past the lap traffic there either, so that should be a really interesting race.
Let's have a look at the results of this one though. Luke Sadzikowski and David Whitmore took the win by more than a lap, having completed 62 laps themselves. Chris and Mecca Brown were 2nd, Steve Cheetham winning Class B in 3rd, then Peter Mansfield and Rob Boston, great drive from Rob Boston towards the end of the race, took them to 4th. The Goulds, Lance and Alistair were 5th, Brett Evans was 6th and 3rd of the Class C cars, Class B cars. Also within the top 10 was our Class C winner, which was Andrew Lightstead and Imran Khan. John Munro and Nick Dougal were 2nd place in Class C, 12th overall, and Sam McKee, Adam Meelan 3rd place in Class C and 15th place overall as well. Let's watch through the rest of the finishers. Peter Gillett and his daughter Nicola finishing 21st overall, just ahead of David Downey in the BMW Compact. of the drivers. You can see Robert Baker Carl Swift classified there 25th on the screen, subject to final confirmation of these results, of course. That was despite finishing the race in the pit lane and despite having a stint in the gravel trap that brought about the safety car. Michael Downey classified within the top 30 as well. And then really we're getting into the cars that didn't make it to the end here, including the Mercers, who went missing with about half an hour to go when running strongly in Class B. So that's how the results looked from the opening round of the 2019 Takiwa Club Enduro Championship. Yep, and a few more cars there. There really was quite a few non-finishers on this occasion as well. We lost the Mazda of Steve Dolman and Paul Sherd. That was much earlier on. That brought about another safety car, didn't it? For example, Will Ashmore, Honda Civic was the first of the Class A cars to fall by the wayside. So all of these cars then making their way down the pit road. I think what we'll get for this one is that the 3 class winners are going to be stopped and brought in. They'll be taken up to the podium, and we'll hear from them in a few moments' time, no doubt, alongside Jacob Harris. But we'll just wait for them to get there first before we hand down to him. As you say, Croft, with its new surface, the next round of the championship, one really to look forward to. I'm sure it'll be another very good grid there up in North Yorkshire for round 2 of the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship for 2019. But as I look down towards the podium now, I can see that we do now have winners heading into the clutches of Jacob Harris.
Okay, here we are on the podium with the race winners. We have got Mr. Whitmore and Mr. Sadowski. Guys, congratulations on your race win.
Well, what can I say? A lot of hard work's gone into building this car for last year. Luke, Teguer, TI, Dave, Fordy, all the team have put a massive effort into this. And the effort that's gone in from this man here on the build has been amazing. So I'm going to hand it over to this lad a little bit then.
Luke, he's really talked you up there.
Yeah, just a bit. Yeah, well, it was obviously an idea that we came up with last year to build an M4, and yeah, it took a lot of hard work over the winter. It was Dave turned up as a road car, and obviously we converted it into a race car. So yeah, it's a brilliant car. Motion Motorsport have done an amazing job, and yeah, I think we both enjoyed it out there.
Has a winter of hard work been worth it?
Oh, massively, yeah. We were dreaming of coming in here and putting it on the front row and winning the race, and obviously the dreams come true.
Can we see you keeping this up for the rest of the season?
I'd like to think so.
Glad to hear it. Lads, congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, I think we've got our class winners coming through, although a number of drivers are racing in other classes this afternoon. This is Andrew, the winner of Class B. Andrew, congratulations.
Class C.
Class C, apologies. I'm hearing things very fuzzy in my ear. Talk us through your race there.
Well, Imran started off a very consistent run. I would say we were a bit unsure with the first safety car. Should we come in, refuel, leave him in the car, but carry on until the halfway mark? Luckily, there was another safety car that allowed us to recover the time that we thought we'd lost to car 73. And then, well, I drove around, fell off a couple of times, managed to stay in the lead, and hey presto, tired.
So, Imran, a few dodgy strategy calls, but you managed to avert them with some good quality driving, apparently.
Yeah, I'm going to say that's true. Built a big lead up at the start. I thought it was going well. Then the first safety car came out, and yeah, we were considering pitting, but fortunately I think it was a good call to stay out. And second safety car came out, we decided to pit, and it's plain sailing from there. Andy brought it home.
Obviously, we're here at Donington Park for the first round of the Takiwa Club Endurance. Can we expect to see you guys fighting for the class wins throughout the year?
Yep, we're planning to do all but one round, I think, isn't it? So, yeah, we'll be in it for the championship.
Glad to hear it, guys. Congratulations on the class win. See you later in the season. So now we have the Class B winner. Apologies, Steve, isn't it?
Yeah, brilliant race. I really didn't expect to come third overall. I would have, coming into today, I would have topped third in class. So, excellent result.
And you did it all by yourself?
Yeah, a little bit knackered now, but yeah, great fun.
The 2 hours in this heat around this track must be absolutely exhausting.
Tell us how you did it.
Yeah, he was, and to be fair, I'm glad he had a good lead later on because I could back off a bit. I did all the hard work in the first half of the race, and built myself a lead, and we come in at exactly the right time, just as the safety car was coming out, so that worked in our favour. And yeah, he gave me a chance to relax a bit at the end of the race.
And I'm going to assume, as a solo driver, you've got a strong team behind you.
Yeah, we've got an excellent team. Last year we first go at endurance racing, and we didn't get the pit stops right, and we had a few problems. But this year we've looked at everything, and we've come back, and we're to win the first round's excellent.
And how are we looking for the rest of the season? You plan on doing all the rounds?
I'm planning on doing them all, as well as a full season of Porsche Club Championship. So I'm going to be a busy man this season. Yeah.
Yeah, you go steady. You don't want to overdo yourself?
No, I'll try not to.
Congratulations on your class win. I'll sure to see you later in the season.
Thank you.
There we have it then, our class winners from the Tagiwa Club Endurance round number 1 here at Donington Park. Next up, we got the second race in our BMW CCR Championship.
And in fact, it's the Gala Performance Toyota MR2 Championship that's up next for its second race of the weekend. And we saw one race earlier on before the lunch break. That was won by Paul Cook, who won it by just under 3 seconds. A very full grid of 40 cars, and all but one of them finished. Patrick Stoner, it was the only non-finisher in the earlier race. So keep it up, lads, for this, and lasses, for this second race of the day in the Gala Performance Toyota MR2 Championship. You can see the sunlight glistening off the cars in the assembly area now. This is how the grid will line up. It's going to be Paul Cook and Sean Traynor on the front row of the grid, Ben Rowe and Alistair Topley on the second row, Stuart Nichols and Aaron Cook are on row 3, and on row 4 Graham Mailings and Timothy Heron. This based on the fastest lap times from the earlier race. Row 5 will be Matthew Allen and Chris Thomas, Darren Aldworth and Gavin Aldworth locking out row 6. Matthew Welford and Jonathan Grimes, another of the Roadster drivers, on row 7. Welford was one that was off in the gravel at one point during that first race. Lee Brown and Shane Mansbridge, looking to improve on his race 1 performance, make up row 8. On to the 9th row, Nick Williamson and Peter Higton in his car, then Mick Nichols and Mike Nash on row 10. Ashley Parsons and Adam Lockwood, having switched to a Roadster for this season, on row 11 of the grid. Then it's the MR2 Mark II of Andrew Ruthven and Daniel Bryant on row number 12. Gary Patton and Dave Hemingway make up the 13th row of the grid, ahead of Stuart Briley and Adam Lewis. Maxine Nichols is there on row 15 of the grid, alongside one of the Mark I drivers, Neil Stratton, David Mustard and Michael Yapp on row 16 of this grid. And finally, towards the back, Phil Collins and Gareth Baxter are right towards the back of the field, although there are actually a few more cars than that right on the back of the grid as well, for what will be another 13-minute plus 1 lap race for the Gala Performance Toyota MR2 Championship. Still a little bit of clearing up being done from the previous race, but when the car's released out onto the circuit, it will be underway straight away because there's no green flag lap for this category. Let's just think back to what happened a little bit earlier on today then, Josh Barrett, because we saw a win for Paul Cook and also actually a new lap record for him as well.
Absolutely, and he was behind, of course, at the beginning. I think he started from the second row, in fact, didn't he? Got up to second early on and then worked his way past Sean Traynor, and then Traynor trying to chase Cook as the cars are released from the assembly area for this race, and he chased Paul Cook. Sean Traynor made a mistake there at Redgate and dropped back again, so Paul Cook in the end came home with a bit of a margin, 3 seconds over Sean Traynor. Ben Rowe, who was a winner last year, battled for the championship with Sean Traynor, who's the multiple reigning champion, is Traynor, but Ben Rowe coming in 3rd position. But I think the drive of the race came from Alistair Topley, didn't it? Not so much because he was moving up the field, because he's a newcomer to the championship, and he finished in 4th place. And Ben Rowe was saying, "Who's this car behind me? Who was chasing me all the way? I don't recognise it." Well, that's a newcomer. Alistair Topley doing a really good job, and he'll be up there again. Stuart Nichols was the best of the Roadsters. He finished in 5th position. The best of the Mark I's the Class A cars quite comprehensively was Dave Hemingway. He finished in 22nd overall, so the cars make their way onto the grid. And Aaron Cook, another driver, done really well actually. He finished in 7th position earlier. Notice the novice crosses on the back of his car. I don't think there's one on Alistair Topley's, is it? So we'll have to find out what Alistair Topley's done before, because that was a strong run from him. But novice driver Aaron Cook going really well, and here's start on row number 3 for this race. The cars, despite the leaders have already lined up, they're still coming out of the assembly area. There's going to be 40 Toyota MR2s that start this race, the championship that's sponsored by Gala Performance. In 2019. The cars now all make their way onto the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit, and what a sight they will make. All 3 generations of the Toyota MR2 here, the Mark 1s, which tend to be more towards the back of the field, 30 or so years old those cars are now. Then the Mark 2s, which are the cars that are on the first couple of rows, and then the Mark 3 Roadsters. But we have seen the Roadsters win before, Ian. There's no reason why a Mark 3 car couldn't win overall. We've got overall championship as well as a class championship structure too.
So we've got 2 cars being brought back on the back of a tow rope from the Club Enduro, one of which is Darren Ball, the other one of the Civics as well from the Club Enduro race. But yeah, we've got a very full grid of cars. I'm just looking down beneath me just to see if I can see any gaps there, but it's looking pretty full, and the final few rows of cars still coming into position as well. So all looking good here. 16-round championship for this. The Gala Performance Toyota MR2s. Best 14 rounds count. It's an 8 double-header system. It's only a couple of weeks away before the next meeting, which is at Donington Park, after this weekend here. Silverstone, I should say, after this weekend at Donington Park. The last few rows of cars should just be coming into position, and then we'll be able to get racing underway for a 30-minute plus 1 lap encounter. So Paul Cook in the yellow and grey car. On pole position is the white car with the blue longitudinal stripes of Sean Traynor alongside him. Second row, on the inside you've got number 2, that's Ben Rowe, mostly black car with the gold trim, and then it's Alistair Topley, which is sort of goldy coloured car as well. And then third row, 88 Stuart Nichols. First of the Roadsters, that's the blue car with the silver checkerboard design on it, and then the Rogue Motorsport number 96 car for Aaron Cook. Rogue Motorsport, Patrick Mortell's concern, historically have been responsible for putting a number of cars on the grid.
A transporter full, isn't it? That Rogue sometimes 2 as well. That
it has been in the past.
That Rogue Motorsport bring to the circuits. The top 3 on the grid, though, they almost between them won every race last year. It was only a single win for Chris Thomas and Tim Heron. Otherwise, the 3 of them, Traynor, Rowe and Cook, won the race. Traynor won 8. Ben Rowe won 5 and Paul Cook 4 times. So they've certainly been the most successful drivers in this championship over the last few years. But the countdown has begun, so we can get round 2 of 2019 underway here at Donington Park.
Yep, so 32nd board is raised then. The tension will be starting to rise down on the grid. 3 classes, of course, for the Mark 1s from the 1980s, the Mark 2s from the 90s, the Mark 3 Roadsters from the early 2000s. So they've had the 5-second board. We'll shortly get the red lights going on, which they do now, and the lights go out now. Away we go then. Good start from the outside of the front row, initially by Sean Traynor. Ben Rowe's got away quite nicely from row 2. One of them is on the grass. That might be Matthew Allen, number 65, I think, on the inside line. But it's Paul Cook that's got the lead. Sean Traynor's gone backwards a little bit as he's gone up through the gears. He's dropped down to about 6th place behind Stuart Nichols in the Roadster. 1 or 2 of them off, kicking up the dust on the exit of Redgate Corner. But it's Paul Cook then leading. Ben Rowe is in 2nd place. And it looks like the Rogue Motorsport car of Aaron Cook that's made its way up into 3rd position, with Sean Traynor getting 1 of those places back now. He goes 4th ahead of Stuart Nichols and Alistair Topley.
What a sight this makes. 40 Toyota MR2s bundling down the Craner curves into the old hairpin. They're 3 and 4 wide in the middle. Can they all survive? Let's hope so. They climb then up towards the McLean's corner. It's Paul Cook ahead then of Ben Rowe, number 26 Paul Cook, who's in back-to-back races. He'll be out in his BMW after this. A great start from Aaron Cook, the novice driver there in 3rd position, ahead of the champion from the last few years, Sean Traynor. And Stuart Nichols in 5th place, but Alistair Topley trying to get up the inside of him. Couldn't manage it though, as the rest of the field flow through. It's so tight on lap 1, isn't it, Ian?
as it always is, especially when you've got such a big grid and especially when you've got, touch wood, such good reliability as well. There's about a 10-car train heading through the Fogarty S's for the first time. That's Chris Thomas making up a place on Graham Mailings there, and Mailing started 7th, Thomas started in 10th position, so a better start to the race for Thomas than it was for Mailings. Here comes Alistair Topley, looking down to the outside, bizarrely, of Stuart Nichols as they go into the Melbourne hairpin. Does that leave the door open for the car behind of Tim Heron? No, it does not. And so as they climb up the hill towards us, then it is Paul Cook then, picking up where he left off in race 1, where he won by nearly 3 seconds in the end from Sean Traynor. Leading the race, and very late on the brakes is Sean Traynor, and there's contact there with the Aaron Cook car. They both survive it, though. It costs them both time, and it allows Paul Cook and Ben Rowe to sprint clear.
And Sean Traynor may well lose a place in the end to Stuart Nichols. Nichols up the inside, also trying to get involved. There is Alistair Topley. Can he get 2 places in one? He dives up the inside of the pair, and he backs out of it in the end. So Stuart Nichols, who's won races in the championship in this car in the past, runs side by side with Sean Traynor. Off of the corner they go, and Stuart Nichols trying to muscle his way in front of the more powerful MR2 of Sean Traynor, the Class B car, but the heavier car. But round the outside goes Alistair Topley. A great move through the crane curves to go round the outside of multiple champion Sean Traynor.
Yeah, and Chris Thomas just in behind him as well, so he's continued to make up ground in the ex-Matt Palmer double championship winning car. That's the blue car with the Dayglow green livery, so he's right behind him now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 7th place, isn't he? Chris Thomas at the moment started the race in 10th place. There, though, is Sean Traynor, number 27, the man that started on the front row alongside Paul Cook. He's now got an awful lot of hard work to do as he climbs up to Coppice once more. The gap from 2nd to 3rd, I think, if anything, has come down. I think it looks like Aaron Cook in the first half of this lap has just narrowed that a bit.
Yeah, I think after that contact he thought he'd get away from all the roughness that was happening around him, and a great run this has been from Aaron Cook. Behind him it is Stuart Nichols. He's under pressure from Alistair Topley. There's some side-by-side action behind them as well, but let's watch Nichols as he turns his way in his Roadster through the Fogarty S's and makes his way down towards the Melbourne hairpin. And Traynor's lost out, hasn't he, because past him goes Alistair Topley, and Traynor, I think, locks up these rear wheels there, gets sideways because of it, and loses another position because through there come the car of Chris Thomas, who continues to work his way through the field. A great run this has been in the first couple of laps from him.
Up towards the Goddard hairpin come the race leaders then, and it's Traynor that's trying to fight back on the inside line using plenty of curb there, but he's worked. Chris Thomas has gone all over the grass on the exit of the corner, but he rejoins the circuit now, and he is in what, 7th position still, as he was when I mentioned that a few moments ago. So it's Cook leading by just over a second from Ben Rowe. 8/10 back is Aaron Cook in 3rd, then Stuart Nichols 1.3 seconds behind him in 4th place, leading Class C.
Out of the Redgate corner they go then. You can see that second margin that Cook has over Rowe, but the fastest lap of the race has gone to Aaron Cook, hasn't it, there in 3rd position. Side by side through the Traynor curves. Once again goes Sean Traynor and goes Chris Thomas, but I think Traynor there holding on ahead. This is a battle for what is 6th and 7th position. And for whatever reason, Ian, Sean Traynor just does not have the pace in race 2 of the weekend.
He certainly doesn't, does he? Really struggling then. He had he didn't do the first meeting of last season at Brands Hatch, but he still went on to win the championship, and that just goes to show that one bad weekend, or not so good weekend, doesn't necessarily hamper your chances in the overall championship. He's now coming under threat from Tim Heron, who's trying to go alongside him into Coppice corner. Heron on the outside line, that's leaving the door open on the inside for the car of Graham Mailings, find his name eventually, to try and get through as well, and he has done, and Traynor actually is losing more and more speed as this race goes on. I wonder, he must have a problem here that might prevent him from getting to the end of the race at this rate.
Well, we wondered if he had a problem in the earlier race, didn't we? But he said it was a mistake, but we'll see. But up ahead of all of them, Alistair Topley has got past Stuart Nichols for 4th position in this race. So Topley up into 4th, and ahead of them, you mentioned it earlier, Ian, Aaron Cook. He's closing in Ben Rowe. Meanwhile, some good battling. That's Sean Traynor dropping more positions, or as you suspected, a problem for the 2018 champion. It doesn't look like he's going to make the end of the race.
We've lost the number 48 car, I'm afraid, as well. That one's Mike Nash off into the gravel trap, so he's out of the race. As Sean Traynor, now how far down the order has Sean Traynor fallen?
think that car might be for the pit lane,
Yeah,
mightn't
I
it?
think it is for the pit lane by the looks of it. Yeah, so he's out of it as well then. So as we're on to lap 4 of this race, Paul Cook has just done the best lap of the race, a 1:54.64, which is about a second slower than he managed in the earlier race. As there's Sean Traynor. Yeah, he's on the grass. He is heading into the pit lane. So Paul Cook continues to lead by 1.2 seconds as we're coming up towards the halfway point.
Okay, into the old hairpin comes a battle involving Graham Mailings. It's Tim Herron up ahead of him. Tim Herron hasn't got the little rear spoiler, has he, on in the back of his car for whatever reason. Makes it look a bit different, doesn't it? Make it look like a Toyota R2, but it is. So this is the battle for what is 7th and 8th positions. As we mentioned earlier, the overall you have an overall point score system as well as the classes. Out over the grass there was the car that was in front of Dave Hemingway. That was Peter Higton in his Class C car. But here are the leaders. So that is what Paul Cook, the margin he has over Ben Rowe, and Aaron Cook in his second car race is right on the tail of Rowe, heading down towards the S. He's using all the curb on the entry to the corner there was Aaron Cook to try and give the car as much momentum as he possibly could on the run down towards the Melbourne Loop. Low-powered cars, momentum is absolutely key.
Yeah, and heading into the hairpin, and Ben Rowe, bit of a mistake there, allows Cook to get alongside on the way out of the corner. Cook nosing ahead as they climb up the hill towards the Goddard hairpin. Yeah, he's got fully alongside now, so Cook there has made it through. Up in second place we've got Cook leading and Cook in second place now as well.
You mentioned how Paul Cook was a second slower than the earlier race. Well, Aaron Cook is going about half a second quicker than he managed, so improving all the time this weekend is Aaron Cook. He finished 7th in the earlier race, started 6th for this one, is already up into second place, so absolutely brilliant job this has been from Aaron Cook. He's only 1.8 seconds slower than Paul Cook. The two Cooks spelled differently. Can he close him in? He was quicker on the last lap despite having to go past Ben Rowe. This could be a new contender for the 2019 championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Enter stage left. Meanwhile, Dave Hemingway continues to lead in Class A. He's just dropped out of the top 20 though from our timer screen, so he's lost out to one of the Class B Mark II cars there.
A little bit closer between first and second in that class in this race. Neil Stratton is second in class, only about 3 or 4 cars between them. There was much more in the earlier race this morning.
So Aaron Cook there in P2. Of course, he only finished 7th in the opening race, so this is, I should think, beyond even his expectations for his first full weekend in the Gala Performance Toyota MR2 Championship. He's sitting there in second place at the moment, and then a couple of places behind him is the car of Alistair Topley.
Stuart Nichols has really dropped away from Topley, and I'm sure it was Chris Thomas that was ahead of him coming out of Coppice Corner. We'll check that at the end of the lap.
Yeah, because he was only 8 tenths behind, wasn't he, I think, at the start of the lap, something like that.
Earlier, Nichols was ahead of Topley, so another sort of star driver in the championship dropping away. We're going to try and pick them up here on the run down towards the Melbourne hairpin. But they're the leaders. This gap then was 1.8 seconds at the beginning between Paul and Aaron Cook. Aaron Cook with an E, Paul Cook without, makes their way down into the final hairpin. Meanwhile, there's a battle. That's car 22. Nick Williamson gaining a position by the looks of things. Here come the leaders across the line. The gap was 1.8 seconds. The gap's now 1.6 seconds. So Aaron Cook is closing in on the race leader, and that is the new fastest lap of the race. So Aaron Cook, fastest lap. There are 3 minutes plus a lap to go, so probably about 3 laps, isn't it?
Yeah.
The gap is large, but it is possible, I would think, for him to see if he can carve away at it. Of course, Paul Cook doing so many races this weekend, he might be getting a bit worn out by now.
He's got another one to come as well. And I don't know if my eyes were deceiving me, but on the back of Graham Mailing's car, which is the car that's second place in Class C, there is a bit of, there is a bit of rear bumper just flapping in the breeze there.
And the car behind him, his front bonnet, his bonnet was flapping as well. Out over the curbs there, that's 65. That is the car with a flapping bonnet. That's Matthew Allen. It looks like he might have lost a place. And Nick Williamson, he's had a strong race, hasn't he? Because Williamson started back on row 9 and he's well inside the top 10.
And I'm pleased to see he's running the same livery as he did in the M3 Cup last year as well. So that's good to see. Nick Williamson in the MR2 this season. Yeah, so there is the flapping bodywork on the back of Graham Mailing's G&T racing car.
Up ahead of them, Stuart Nichols was slow on the last lap, so that means he's only a couple of seconds ahead of Graham Mailings. That is the battle for Class C, the Roadster class then. There's Nichols just going out of shop. Graham Mailings has got a battle to watch out for himself, though, because that's Nick Williamson, who's been charging through in this race and now really getting to grips with the MR2 compared to the M3. I think he goes through the gravel there. He did gain the place, whether that's a legal pass or not. That's not for me to decide.
But it's also brought back into it. I think that is Matthew Allen as well, number 65 as well, and they're all falling over one another there. Allen on the outside line at the got Melbourne hairpin. He's going to have the inside line for the next corner though, so he might be able to get past the Mailings car here. Yes, he is, and all of a sudden then that's given Stuart Nichols a little bit more comfort. I think there's a little nudge, a little nerve on the back of the Matthew Allen car from Graham Mailings. Nothing deliberate though, and they both escape unharmed.
That means Stuart Nichols has got a much safer margin in Class C now. By the way, another fastest lap done by Aaron Cook. The gap is just a second between the two leaders overall now. So Paul Cook, 1.04 seconds ahead of Aaron Cook, who's cleared off down the road from Ben Rowe. He's a couple of seconds ahead now. So there could well be a battle for the lead before the end still. We're on the penultimate lap of this MR2 Championship race. We continue to watch this battle that we viewed on the last lap. There's Graham Mailings, a bit of dust down there at the old hairpin. I wonder if somebody run a bit wide in the leading pack. Sideways too is Tim Heron, and Heron now is under pressure from Matthew Welford. So Welford trying to get himself into the top 10 there. Bit of a lock-up, I think, from car number 3, which is Chris Thomas, who's being chased by Stuart Nichols. And their car 22, Nick Williamson, having that really strong race from what was 17th on the grid. So he's gained 10 places, had Nick Williamson. Meanwhile, for the lead, Ian.
Yeah, it's much closer, isn't it? It was a second, it's probably about half a second now. They're about to go on to their final lap of the race. I can see the last lap board being prepared by the marshal on the finish line there, and Paul Cook now has got a battle on his hands because Aaron Cook within a car length then as they turn through the Melbourne hairpin for the penultimate time. So just over 2.5 miles to go in this Gala Performance Toyota MR2 Championship race. Paul Cook heading his namesake Aaron Cook up towards the Goddard hairpin for the penultimate time, and Aaron Cook's having a look up on the inside, then decides better of it. Paul Cook moves across in front of him. They both use quite a bit of curb on the exit of the corner. Last lap board is shown now to the leading cars. Ben Rowe still there in third place in the background. He's only about 7/10 clear of Alistair Topley in fourth. It's quite a long way back then to fifth place, which is now Chris Thomas, although Stuart Nichols is fighting back on him.
There's smoke trailing the Chris Thomas car. He's got a problem, and that may well allow Stuart Nichols to try and go around the outside. But I think that challenge from Aaron Cook, it really didn't work because he's lost time because of it. That sort of a rookie error going for the first move you can possibly make. Of course, there's so little time left, it was worth a go. Someone's had an incident down the S's because there's a bumper on the racing line turning into the S's, but hopefully that will be okay for one further lap of this race. Paul Cook, he's looking for the double victory here this weekend. He won more races than anybody else within the 750 Motor Club in 2018, either in his BMW M3 or in this Toyota. There's double yellows though as they turn into Coppice, so somebody's had an off there. Don't think we can quite pick out who that was. Trying to work out who has gone missing.
But meanwhile, they are through that yellow flag zone now, down the exhibition straight for the final time. And Aaron Cook not quite close enough here to mount an attack then on Paul Cook and get a surprise win in the second round of the 2019 Gala Performance Toyota MR2 Championship. Down towards the Melbourne hairpin for the final time they go then. About to turn into the corner, and it's half a car's length between them as they go under braking. Of course, that increases again as they get back on the gas, but Paul Cook doesn't get a completely smooth run out of the Melbourne hairpin that time. So we'll see if we will get a change here, if Aaron Cook can make a late out braking manoeuvre into the Goddards. He was quite a long way back, but it didn't stop him having a look, and they almost overlapped as they come up to the line then. It's going to be Paul Cook that holds on to take the win by only a couple of car lengths from Aaron Cook in the end. The gap between them, just under 0.6 of a second. Ben Rowe holds on to take third place, so another podium for him. Not a bad start to the year. Fourth place goes the way of the newcomer to the championship, Alistair Topley. Despite that smoke coming out of the back of the car, Chris Thomas takes fifth. Sixth place goes the way of the Class C winner, Stuart Nichols. Seventh goes to number 22, which is Nick Williamson. That's a very good drive from him from row 9 of the grid. Well, that is one of the strongest drives of the day, that's for sure. Graham Mailings is 8th, Matthew Allen 9th, Tim Heaven rounds out the top 10.
Class A winner we shall wait for, but that should be Dave Hemingway, because he's got an increase in margin over Neil Stratton, so it'll be a double win to start out the season in the Mark 1 cars for Dave Hemingway. He was the runner-up last year. He won the Class 4 times. Here he comes out of the Melbourne hairpin, so a double Class A win for Hemingway. It was a double Class B win for Cook and a double Class C win for Stuart Nichols. That makes the race seem a lot less exciting than it has been, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. Plenty of action there. Obviously, in that particular race, one of the key points was the demise of Sean Trainer with some kind of mechanical issue. We think in the early part of that race, the reigning champion and the man that's won the title in 2015, 2017 and 2018, a bit like Brands Hatch at the start of last year, which he missed. He's on the back foot going into the next meeting of the season, which will be at Silverstone, but Paul Cook has started well. Although he had so many wins last year, he was only 4th in the championship, and he wasn't a contender for the M3 Cup, which he also had a number of wins in last year. So I'm sure this year he'll be going for a championship title.
Absolutely, and charging at the end there again was Aaron Cook. He set another fastest lap. Paul Cook set the personal best, his personal best lap. Aaron Cook was 3/10 quicker, 1 minute 54.31. So Aaron Cook is a new man to watch in the Gala Performance Toyota MR2 Championship.
Yeah, he certainly was definitely a man to look out for in future rounds of the championship, but it was Paul Cook that won in the 8-lap race by just over half a second from Aaron Cook. Ben Rowe about 5 seconds behind them, taking third position, then Topley and Thomas. Stuart Nichols, our Class C Roadster class winner, in 6th place overall. His nearest rival within the class was Graham Mailings in 8th position overall. Matthew Welford there in 11th place ahead of the Aldworths, Gavin and Darren. Jonathan Grimes, another Roadster runner, in 14th. Sean Mansbridge really not performing of his best this weekend. He was 15th. Adam Lockwood taking 16th position in the Roadster. And then looking a little bit further back down the order, Adam Lewis 21st, Adam Ruthven 22nd, just ahead of Dave Hemingway, our Class A winner, and you can see he had 3 cars between himself and Neil Stratton, so Hemingway was 23rd, and Neil Stratton's 2nd place within Class A for the Mark 1s was 27th overall. And finally, getting down towards some of the cars that didn't make it to the end, as you can see there, Sean Trainer 4 laps down, Mike Nash 5 laps down. The other car that we lost towards the end, I think, was Wags Firmin as well, also a non-finisher, 2 laps down at the end of that race. So we've got the cars coming into the pit lane at the end of the opening meeting of the season for the Gala Performance Toyota MR2 Championship, and it's going to be Paul Cook, who probably we're not going to be able to hear from, because he's going to have to go straight into his car for the next race. But don't let that deter our man down on the podium, Jacob Harris. Hopefully he'll be able to hear at least with our 2nd and 3rd place men, maybe even a class winner as well. We'll see who gets sent up to talk to Jacob, but I don't think it's going to be Paul Cook, because he'll be getting across the paddock as fast as he can to get into his car for the next race. A few cars to clear up at the end of that MR2 Championship round as well. So it continues at Silverstone in just a couple of weeks from now, less than 2 weeks from now, because it's on the Saturday of the bank holiday weekend at the beginning of May. So I see drivers making their way up onto the podium now, I think. And yeah, certainly Ben Rowe's just putting his cap on, so let's hand down to Jacob Harris up on the podium.
Yes, I'm here with 2nd place Aaron Cook. Aaron, come on in. 2nd place in that one. You proud of that?
Yeah, it was good from 6th place up to 2nd. I was hoping to get a win. I thought that it was the last lap, the lap before, so I went for a move. If I hadn't have gone for it, I might have had a better run on the last lap, but 2nd's great for the first meeting, 2nd ever circuit race, so pleased with that.
Are you looking forward to more circuits in particular on the calendar?
Not really. I'm not really too sort of in the know with most circuits. I've been here a few times, done a bit of testing, but most of the other circuits are going to be quite new as well, so we'll just take it as it comes.
Maybe a case of buying the right game on PlayStation and trying them out beforehand, is it?
Yeah, we'll try. We'll see what happens.
Congratulations, and look forward to seeing you throughout the year.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Ben Rose, finished 3rd place again. Ben.
Yes. Yeah, well, I was fighting very hard to try and keep this young man back, but I mean, fair play to him. 2nd race with us, and he's on the podium. 2nd, very impressive, very good. I didn't feel like my car was quite right. I had a bit of a coming together with somebody in qualifying, and it hasn't felt quite right all day. It's I've got quite a lot of vibration in the car, and it doesn't really want to go through the hairpins. But I think I sort of made up for that by taking my brain out and just being a bit mad. So.
If the car's not quite right, 2 third places is a decent result.
Yeah, no, I can't moan. I mean, 2 third places at the start of the season is not a bad result anyway. I mean, you know, get here, finish 2 races in qualifying, and that's kind of what, you know, as much as you can expect. And then beyond that, that's just, you know, gravy, really. So
once we iron out those flaws in the car, we'll see you on the top step of the podium, will we?
Well, I hope so. I managed it a couple of times last year, so I've never been brilliant at Donington. It's never been a particularly happy hunting ground for me, so 2 third places, I'll take that quite happily.
A solid result, Ben. Congratulations, and all the best for the rest of the season. There we have it, our 2nd and 3rd finishes. Unfortunately, our winner, I believe, is going out in our next race. That'll be the 2nd of our MR2 races.
And next up, it is the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, 2nd race of the day for these cars. We had these right at the beginning of the day, and we had a win there for Mike Cutt by about 12 seconds. Be interesting to see what happens for this 2nd race of the weekend. It's a slightly longer race, of course, over 18 minutes plus 1 lap compared to the 13 minutes plus 1 lap that we had a little bit earlier on. So a little bit of extra time, bit of extra wear on the tyres that the drivers need to take into account. So, BMW Car Club Racing Championship, in its 1st year running with championship status. It ran as a series of races last year, and what a great field that we have for this opening meeting of the season. So we get underway here at Donington Park, then there's around at Combe, Castle Combe at the end of May. They go to Brands Hatch as part of Deutschfest in July. Silverstone on the international circuit in August, Alton Park, Snetterton, and on the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone to round out the year. And that is a replacement for a meeting that should have been on the Silverstone National Circuit in June, but unfortunately that's been cancelled because of the Grand Prix circuit being resurfaced ahead of MotoGP. So earlier on today, it was a win for Michael Cutt. He won by 12.2 seconds from Chris Byallen, and Rick Kerry was 3rd. And there is also the leading drivers in M1 class, which is for M series powered cars. Of the more powerful variety, there's an M2 class for cars that are less powerful. There are paragraphs in the regulations to the championship that explain how the two are differentiated, but it's quite long and quite confusing, so we shan't go through all of that here, but that effectively is the difference. In Class M2 earlier on, it was Paul Cook, who we've just seen win the MR2 race, win Class M2 from Graham Crowhurst, who switched over from the M3 Cup last season, and Wayne Lewis also in one of the E46 M3s that ran in the M3 Cup, which was run by the 750 Motor Club until last year. There's then the 6-cylinder class, Class 6, that was won by Darren Ball early on in his, not the car we saw out in Club Enduro, which didn't make it to the end, but his BMW 330 Ci. Kevin Denwood was 2nd in his E46 Compact, and Gareth Montgomery was 3rd early on. And then the other main class is the Cup class for 325 Ti Compacts, and that was won earlier on by Clive Watson from Peter Skinner and David Morris. So some different names at the front of the Cup class for this season. Cars coming out onto the grid, and these do have a green flag lap, unlike the MR2s that we just saw. So once they've all made it onto the grid, they will have an exploratory lap of the circuit just to try and get some heat into their tyres. There's no nominated tyre manufacturer in the majority of the classes here, although there is in Class 6 and the BMW Cup, where they went on an MRF tyre for this season. Earlier on, it was the first ever race on the national circuit, or the Grand Prix circuit, I should say, for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. And so we've got some new lap records, and the lap record from Class M1 was set by Michael Cutt, a 1:43.13, averaging nearly 87 miles an hour on his way to what was quite a clear-cut victory. But Josh, do we think that we're going to see Mike Cutt quite so dominant in this second race?
Well, it was all about them first couple of laps, wasn't it? Then everybody else sort of was on the same pace as him. And Chris Byalon, he had a bit of a slow start, didn't he? And had to work his way back through. So if a better start could be done from him, which is hopefully a repaired car after a problem in the Club Enduro race, it could be a good battle between the pair of them. And of course, Rick Kerry came through, and Rick Kerry's going to have a clear grid slot in front of him, because Robert Davidson had an incident in the earlier race down the Craner curves. Unfortunately, his E36 M3 couldn't be repaired. But I think we're looking good all the way back there. So well in excess of 30 fabulous looking BMWs about to take part in this. Well, it's only the first race weekend of a championship status for this series. It only started last year, and what a job everybody at the BMW Car Club have done to get such a big grid in such a short amount of time to make this championship as strong as it is today.
So yes, off they go on their green flag lap then. It is the second race of the season for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Mike Cutt and Chris Byalon lining up on the front row. No Robert Davidson on the second row, as we just explained, but Paul Cook is there. Rick Kerry and Richard Bromley on row 3 of the grid. Then it's Kaz Singh and Graham Crowhurst on row 4. All of those, bar Paul Cook, are Class M1 cars. Paul Cook, the first of the M2s. Further back on the grid, we've got Hugh Gurney and Gary Hufford, 9th and 10th. Jason Hollyhead and Wayne Lewis, 11th and 12th, and David Heisman and Adrian Williams rounding out row 7. Then you come into the first of the 6-cylinder cars, Kevin Denwood and Darren Ball lining up on row 8 of the grid. Row 9 will have Gareth Montgomery and Stuart Pywell, ahead of Bill Redrop and Jim Benson. All of those are 6-cylinder class cars as well. Matt Page in 21st is the first of the Cup class machines, just ahead of 6-cylinder machine Rob Ullman. And then some more M2 machines, Raheem Ballou and Mark Coulmer, rounding out the first 12 rows of the grid. Clive Watson and David Morris on to row 13, then Richard Harrison and Craig Emerson, the former Classic Stock Catch racer, on row 14, making his debut weekend in his 330 Challenge spec car. Michael Dark and Adrian Ferdinands round out the top 30. Chris Neal and Sean Jackson go on row 16. And then right towards the back, we've got Pete Skinner and Carl McMillan. So an excellent 18-minute plus 1 lap race in prospect. The cars already are making their way through the Fogarty S's, or the leading cars, I should say, doing so. That's Mike Cutt, then number 44, the 47-year-old engineer from York, double champion in the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship in 2011 and 2014. Also had race wins in the Kumho BMW Championship as well. He enjoys racing here at Donington Park, but he just prefer the national circuit to the Grand Prix circuit that we're racing on here today. Alongside him on the front of the grid then is that number 58 car, Chris Byalon. That's the car that we've seen out several times already this season in 750 Motor Club action. It won the first race of the 750 Motor Club season at Brands Hatch last weekend in the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Row 2 then, it is just number 26, Paul Cook. Heartbreak there for number 27, and that's Richard Bromley, who should have been starting on the 3rd row of the grid. His car, which was also a non-finisher in race 1, of course, is being pushed back towards the assembly area by the looks of it. His E36 M3 is not going to be able to take the start of the race, so whatever problems he had looks like they may have recurred again before the start of this one. So I was just telling you, wasn't I, about Paul Cook, the 49-year-old director of Top Gun Refinishing. He's from Stonesfield. He's done 12 years in club karting. And he started racing cars 4 years ago, initially in the MR2s and then M3s from 2 years ago. And now we've lost Chris Byalon as well from the front row, haven't we? So also disappearing on the green flag lap was the driver that should have been on the front row of the grid. That car was in the pit lane.
I guess that car wasn't repaired quite as well as the team had hoped there, because that car broke down that halfway through the club enduro race, didn't it? And it had its bonnet up on that occasion, and it has once more. So your question about Mike Cutt, where his challenge is going to come from, I think Rick Kerry might be the only person that's really able to do that. So he'll be hoping to get past Paul Cook early on so he can push on and chase the race 1 winner. So that's E36 of Mike Cutt, the 1 Series V8 power car of Rick Kerry.
Green flag waves at the back then. The 5-second board has gone up. We'll wait for the red lights to go on. They do so now. And the race gets underway. It's a good start by Paul Cook from the second row of the grid with that empty space ahead of him. He's capitalising on that. He's pulling alongside Mike Cutt then as they head up towards Redgate Corner for the first time. Rick Kerry there in 3rd position, but it is going to be Mike Cutt that then heads into the lead. There's some contact further back and a spinner. One of those in cars involved looked to be the number 3 of Kaz Singh. He's into the gravel.
Singh was very slow away, and so that might be some of the reason that happened. And it was Gary Hufford that went for a spin in the AB Motorsport run car, but it's Mike Cutt from Paul Cook as they turn their way through the old hairpin, and Paul Cook's really putting the pressure on. He may be in a lower powered car, he may be in an M2 car, but he's going to put the pressure on, and Kaz Singh is working ever so hard to get his car out of the gravel. That's the only car left. The marshals are sprinting to assistance with the Manitou down there, but let's watch the leaders because Rick Kerry has joined in now, so it's free for the lead. I think climbing up the hill, Paul Cook really noticed the effect of the power loss or the lower power of the M2 car. So is that going to allow Rick Kerry to challenge down to the S's, Ian?
We'll wait and see then, heading through Coppiscombe, the rest of this big field of BMWs for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, and it's Rick Kerry up to 2nd place there down the straight, but Paul Cook trying to fight back, almost overlapping with Rick Kerry's 1 Series as they came out of the Fogarty S's, but he couldn't do anything about it, and Rick Kerry therefore up to 2nd place, as he perhaps rightfully should be. He's in an M1 car. Paul Cook much later on the brakes though for the Melbourne Hairpin. Will he get a better exit from the corner? The answer to that question is no. So it is still Mike Cutt in the red car, the E36 M3 that leads then from the 1 Series V8 engined car of Rick Kerry in 2nd place, and then it's the E46 M3 I should say of Paul Cook in 3rd.
Paul Cook's got to watch out because in his mirrors is a class rival, that's Graham Crowhurst. The pair of them both won races in the M3 Cup last year. We've got the yellow flags out for the recovery in progress. And that means drivers have to slow down through this corner, but green flags on the exits, so they can go racing once more. It was 1.7 seconds that Mike Cutt managed to pull away from Rick Kerry as Kerry got the better of Paul Cook. So Rick Kerry in a much better position than he was at this point in the previous race, and this is a longer race as well. There's Paul Cook, he's the M2 leader over Graham Crowhurst by only a second. There's Crowhurst, the new livery for this year for that car. 3rd in M2, a bit further back, is Wayne Lewis. Class 6 is being led by Darren Ball, but only just over Gareth Montgomery. We've got one car coming very slowly into the pit lane. That's car number 7, which is Kevin Denwood, one of the Class 6 cars. Actually, the pole position car in that class is out the race.
Yeah, so that's a great shame for Kevin, who was one of the early drivers in the Compact Cup when that first started as well, all of those years ago. 15 minutes of this race remain. Leading cars heading down the exhibition straight towards the Fogarty S's for the 2nd time then in this 18-minute plus 1 lap race, and it is still Mike Cutt then that is leading by 12 car lengths by my reckoning from Rick Kerry as they head down into the Melbourne Hairpin. We're seeing some of the cars a little bit further back down the order go through. I think this is the car of Bill Redrup, isn't it, that's just making its way through the Fogarty S's now. That's the number 8 car. He's got Stuart Pywell, number 76, in that gunmetal grey car. I do like the colour of that car, and they are battling over 13th and, over 12th and 13th, I should say.
Well, that is 3rd in the 6-cylinder class behind Darren Ball and Gareth Montgomery, who are just ahead of them. So out of the corner they go. You've got Stuart Pywell under pressure there from the leading Cup car. That's Matt Page. So Matt Page leads the Cup class, and he's running there in 14th position. 2nd in Cup is quite a bit further back actually. That's Peter Skinner. 3rd in that class, David Morris.
Yeah, so we're watching Stuart Pywell in that gunmetal grey car, number 76 for the 42-year-old from Wakefield. This car, a new build for last season, and he's only done 12 races in that car this year. Now, he is about to come under pressure then from the recovering number 4 car, which is Gary Hufford, who was involved in that incident at this part of the circuit 2 laps ago, when there's a bit of contact with Kaz Singh, whose car has now been recovered. So, Gary Hufford back up inside the top, well, 12 cars, I think, now. We'll see how far he can go.
He gets another one through the Craner curves. You can see the damage on the back of his M3. And that's Chris Byalon out as well, isn't it? Did he drop a lap, though, when they were repairing that car? He did. So he's not battling for position. Getting some track time here with the 750 Motor Club at Donington Park.
Okay, and Gary Hufford certainly pushing hard for each one's curve, clipping the curb there, kicking up a little bit of dust. The Huff, as he's known, the 52-year-old build from Stevenage, did 4 years racing in the MX-5s. He's then had 2 years in the M3 Cup and moved into the BMW Car Club Racing Series, as it was then last year, having 4 wins, having upgraded the car further in order to be able to do that. Had a couple of wins at Brands Hatch at the Deutsche Fest meeting last year. And there is Gary Hufford now tinging his way through the Fogarty S's as the leader meanwhile comes past me. That's Mike Cutt, and he is building a lead here over Rick Kerry as we watch this battle between Stuart Pywell and Matt Page, who's the first of the Cup Class cars. Cup Class E46 325 TIs, all built and run to an identical specification, but that's not one of those cars. That's the number 76 Class 6 car of Pywell from Wakefield up ahead.
It's a 1 Series car, and him and the car in second place, Rick Kerry, in a 1 Series as well. They're built to very different specs, of course. Rick Kerry with a V8 engine, this just the 6-cylinder version. There's Gary Hufford. He gains another position on the run down towards Redgate Corner. That was going past Darren Ball to put himself into the top 10 for Gary Hufford. It's going to be a bit of a gap, though, to the rest. Adrian Williams is next up, but he's somewhat 8 or so seconds ahead. So Gary Hufford going to get some clear track now. We'll see what sort of lap time he is able to do in that car with that damage at the rear of it. He turns his way through the old hairpin, accelerates away, and Chris Byalon actually not that far behind. So 2 of the quicker cars. Byalon not on the lead lap, though, working their way through some of the lesser powered machinery.
And there is Hufford turning his way through McLean's now, up towards Coppice Corner. He will go out on his own a little bit at the moment. He's got a few seconds to make up to the next car in front of him, which is going to be the 67 car of Adrian Williams, as you say, the 52-year-old director from Cambridge. Looking down the information that was provided, there's a lot of drivers who are 52 years of age in this championship. Fantastic livery there on the number 69 car. That's the Warstein livery for Jason Holyhead, and he's making his way through in an interesting looking battle there.
That's the battle for 4th place. He's on the tail of Graham Crowhurst. They're in different classes. You also have David Heisman behind, so Holyhead and Heisman are 3rd and 4th in class M1. They're trying to get past the car that should be a little bit slower in the straights. Graham Crowhurst then turns his way onto Redgate. He started his racing career in the club that I suppose is no longer the BARC South Eastern Centre, and almost beat Rod Burley at Brands Hatch, which was a rather interesting race. And he's doing well here to be in 4th position. Oh, but he's got some smoke trailing him from his car. Don't know he's locking up there, because that would be too early for braking. Yeah. So if that's perhaps the bodywork leaning on the tyre as it's on full compression mode through the Craner curves. But he won at Snetterton at the end of the M3 Cup season, did Graham Crowhurst, and he's just ahead of that car of Jason Holyhead that Ian was talking about just a moment ago. And David Heisman also in that battle. Is Crowhurst closing on Paul Cook, I wonder? The gap was 2 seconds at the beginning of the lap. He's not that anymore. This is a battle for class M2. This is Paul Cook's 4th race of the day, remember, and he's won his class at least in each of them.
Yeah, that's a pretty good record. Can he keep it up? Not if Graham Crowhurst has got anything to do about it. Crowhurst, who had that win at Snetterton in the Tequila M3 Cup at the end of last. That was a crazy race, wasn't it? that one, bizarre. But yeah, Graham Crowhurst here, about to put the fight to Paul Cook, isn't he? Less than 2 seconds now, less than 2 lengths now as they turn their way through the Melbourne hairpin. Paul Cook in the Dayglow yellow and black car, just ahead of the camouflage type livery on Graham Crowhurst car. What it's trying to camouflage itself against is not quite clear, with red and grey and white and black on it, but nevertheless that's the kind of livery that it is, and they're just ahead of Holyhead and Heisman in 5th and 6th place overall. So really you've got a bit of a 4-car battle going on for 3rd place, and it's side by side now for 5th position here, because Heisman having a look up the inside of Jason Holyhead for P5, just behind what's going on in this camera shot. Have those two changed around? We'll try and find out in just a minute. There goes Rick Kerry in 2nd place. Yes, they're still side by side, and it looks like Heisman has gone through to 5th.
Absolutely, so can he go after an overall podium? Look at Graham Crowhurst, that is the bodywork, isn't it? Rubbing against the tyre on full compression through the Craner curves. That really does show how much commitment you take through this corner. The battle for third in Class M1 changes because David Heathman's got a problem, has he? He was indicating to the left-hand side of the circuit, and through back into that position goes Jason Holyhead. So as soon as David Heathman got that 5th position overall, the car ails on him, and we're into lap traffic. That's something we didn't have to worry about in the early race, and Graham Crowhurst has made the most. That goes up the inside of Paul Cook, so he gets the lead in Class M2, does Graham Crowhurst, ahead of Paul Cook and into 3rd overall as well.
Absolutely right. Well, Paul Cook here, you've got some work to do because your record of class wins is, well, not very much, and the fact you're going to lose a position, you've got a problem, I think, is the answer here. Paul Cook slowing now, he loses out to Jason Holyhead, who's in a different class. So, is this now a problem that he can know? He's going to pull off, take the shortcut onto the national circuit. I'm sure he's looking exactly where he was going at all times in doing that, and he will pull into the, well, he won't, because he's stopping in the middle of the circuit, just waiting for a place to rejoin.
And he's being followed by the other ailing car, which is David Eastman. So 2 cars have used the national circuit to get themselves back to the pit lane.
Yeah, waiting for a gap in the traffic, quite rightly so.
Well, we mentioned about the heat of the day. I wonder if that is what's causing some of the BMW's problems here, because we're losing a lot of the top class cars, much like we did in the Club Enduro race. So on your screens, you kind of have to ignore the fact that Paul Cook and David Heathman are being shown much higher up the field because of that short-cutted lap. So the real order is Michael Cutt, 8 seconds clear of Rick Kerry. 3rd position is Graham Crowhurst, who has Jason Holyhead still on his tail in 4th place. Hugh Gurney is now up into 5th place. Wayne Lewis is 6th and 2nd in category. Then in next up is Gary Hufford now, who's recovering really well, isn't he? Up inside the top 8.
Well, he is, but his bodywork is looking ever more keen to depart from the rest of the car, so that will need to be kept an eye on. I'm sure the scrutineers around the circuit or in the pit lane will be keeping an eye on that from the pit wall, and if necessary they might say, nope, you've got to come in to get that sorted. There's 6.5 minutes of this race left to go, plus 1 lap. There you can see Graham Crowhurst, who's there in 4th position.
Which
third, it will be third, won't it? Yeah, when that all sorts itself out on the screen. Just ahead of Jason Holyhead. Not much to choose between these two.
Yes, Holyhead in a car that's sort of a bit reminiscent of a 1990s DTM machine, isn't it, with that livery on the car. Graham Crowhurst a bit sideways. Is he out of the Fogarty S's? Is that going to allow Jason Holyhead to challenge down here into the Melbourne hairpin? Still a good lot of time to go because of the slightly longer race that race 2 of the weekend is here at Donington. Out of the hairpin the pair go. I mean, this great battle for what is 3rd and 4th overall. They may be in different classes here, but I'm sure they're battling as hard as ever to get an overall podium.
Well, absolutely, there is that incentive to go for, and Graham Crowhurst, 30 years old, from Gravesend. He's a signalling engineer on the London Underground, as you say, 4th overall in the Quake Motorsport Saloons. Motorsport News Saloons back in 2016, didn't race in 2017, came back to racing the M3 Cup last year, now getting involved in some of the backmarker lappery. That's Carl McMillan's number 60 Cup Spec 325i that's being lapped by both of those cars in 3rd and 4th position. There is Rick Kerry, still in P2.
But he is being caught by this battle for 3rd position, which were nearly a couple of seconds quicker, in fact, than Kerry's car. So is this another car that's perhaps feeling the effect of the temperature here today? Who would have thought that when you come racing on Easter Monday, that the temperature would be a problem? It's normally rain and all sorts of horribleness.
Oh, and who's that off onto the grass between McLean's and Coppice? Can't spot the number on that car. We'll try and work out who it is in a moment. Climbing up the hill to Coppice as it goes.
Being passed by the 3rd place battle. That is still Graham Crowhurst ahead of Jason Holyhead. Well, I wondered if Holyhead was going to use the back marker to pounce, but maybe he's going to use the power of his M1 car to challenge down into the S's. But Graham Crowhurst has that one covered.
Yeah, you say that, but the power didn't really seem to help him there, did it? He was making no real headway down the exhibition straight on the car ahead of him, the M2 spec car that ran in the M3 Cup last year. Again, Warstein livery car threatens to get through on braking for the hairpin, but actually does get a better run out of the Melbourne hairpin this time. The two of them will run side by side up towards the left-hander at Goddard's. Holyhead just about for a moment had his nose in front and then had to back out of it because of that back marker which they needed to try and lap. That I think is the map Page car, possibly. Not quite
Number
sure.
40 it was.
Number 40, not 46. So
Sean Jackson.
That was Sean Jackson's 3250.
Here's a challenge into Redgate off the hairpins, particularly. You can see the extra horsepower that Jason Holyhead has, but couldn't make it work. They are now less than 3 seconds behind Rick Carey. They are continuing to close in on the second place car. Meanwhile, side by side across the line, Gary Hufford and Wayne Lewis are side by side here. As Ian said, you can see the flapping rear bumper on the Hufford car, but he gains a place. He's now up into the top 6 from what I guess was dead last when he got back going after that contact on lap 1.
Yeah, so good comeback this from Gary Hufford. Then what lap times he's been doing? He's done a best of a 1:45.74, and actually that's better than several of the cars ahead of him, all bar the first 2. In actual fact, that are ahead of him on the road. So what might have been for Gary Hufford here, but no. What is it going to be for Gary Hufford? Because all of a sudden there's a lot of smoke issuing from the back of his car, and is he going to be much longer in this race? Possibly not.
I think this might not even be bumper related either.
No, I think this is something in the internals, isn't it?
That's another high-powered car here at Donington Park today that's failing, or failed, I think. Gary Hufford isn't going to go any further. And Rick Carey has got Graham Crowhurst right on his tail. So what was a 3-second gap?
And it's changed. It has changed. Carey makes a mistake there, and through goes Crowhurst. The gap was 3 seconds. It's now nothing. And then has it changed around again as they're coming back up towards the hairpin at Goddard's? We'll wait to see. There is Crowhurst. There is Carey. There is Jason Holyhead. So it has changed. It's Crowhurst through to P2 now. By the way, we've not seen him for a long time. Michael Cutt is still leading this race.
By 17 seconds. I thought Holyhead was going to follow Crowhurst through as well, but he sort of paused halfway down the straight and didn't go past Rick Carey. So it was a problem for Carey on that last lap, because that was a slow lap. Has he got a problem too? Because Jason Holyhead just easily accelerates past him coming out of Redgate. So yet another car in trouble. You wouldn't have thought a race of this length would be an attritional one, but certainly in Class M1, Ian, that is absolutely the case.
Well, if it had gone 13 minutes plus 1 lap rather than 18, we'd have probably had a few more finishes. As we're watching Holyhead go past one of the Cup class cars there. So Holyhead then up to 3rd position. Minute or so to go here. Holyhead still right with the Graham Crowhurst car. This is the battle for P2 overall. It's not a battle for class position. Rick Carey is still continuing there. He's not a million miles away, but is he going to get to the end of the race? Less than a minute to go now of the timed element of this race. They make their way out of Coppice Corner, down the exhibition straight then. The fight for 2nd place. We've seen these two at it for a little while now, but now this is for P2, and it's going to be Holyhead to the outside. But again, similar to a couple of laps ago, the power didn't really tell there, did it?
Let's see off the slower corners if that's the case as well, as they make their way through this Grand Prix loop that was built about 30 years ago now, and Jason Holyhead is looking to the inside of Graham Crowhurst, but Crowhurst has that one covered. Does he run a bit wide though? Does Holyhead get alongside him? He does. The two of them are going to be side by side as they come down to the final corner on this Donington Park circuit. The Goddard's hairpin, the inside line though from Graham Crowhurst keeps him ahead of car 69, Jason Holyhead. They were about to start their penultimate lap of the day for the BMW Car Club Championship, and here comes Holyhead up the inside of Graham Crowhurst. They're going past one of the older 3 Series cars as well, the E30 of Robert Davidson, and they get past, Richard Harrison that is, they get past him without problem. To the battle of a 2nd place continue. They may be 20 seconds behind the leader, Mike Cutt. They're getting a lot more airtime, aren't they, as they make their way through the Craner curves, up the inside of Rahim Ballou now to put a lap on between, a lap on him, and Graham Crowhurst has used that just to put a bit of a margin now between him and his chaser, Jason Holyhead. Rick Carey's still 4th, his car is slowing, but he is 8 seconds ahead of Hugh Gurney. Gurney might be able to get him before the end.
Possibly so. Hugh Gurney there in 5th place has survived, really. I mean, that's been one of the key elements of this race, to still be there at or near the end of the race. The last lap board will be shown this time around to Mike Cutt, who's already down towards the Melbourne hairpin. It's side by side with 2 back markers. There is Mike Cutt. I can see out of our commentary box window. There we are. You can see there, and he's got a bit of damage on the back now as well.
Just lapped the car Stuart Pywell that's still going there. He's actually inside the top 10 now, the top 3 in Class C inside the top 10. Darren Ball continues to lead ahead of Gareth Montgomery and ahead of Stuart Pywell. The Cup leader, that has changed, has it? No, Matt Page is so far ahead of the rest. He's still there in 11th overall, just behind Stuart Pywell on track. So Matt Page leads the Cup class. And actually in that, them 2 cars that the leader was going side by side with Ian, it's the battle of a second in the 6-cylinder class. So Stuart Pywell got ahead of Gareth Montgomery, so that was a change position. Another car has failed. He pulled off there on the edge of the circuit. That's not the Wayne Lewis car, is it? He was running in 6th. He had a slow lap last time by, so we shall see. Meanwhile, we watch the leader, Mike Cutt, exit the old hairpin. He's the race leader by 21 seconds over Graham Crowhurst. In 3rd is Jason Holyhead. In 4th is Rick Kerry. Is it? No, he's not, because a much slower lap means Hugh Gurney now moved into 4th place. 5th is Rick Kerry. Wayne Lewis is off and out, so it's Adrian Williams that comes inside the top 6 now.
And into the pits comes number 55, Raheem Ballou, so he's out of the race as well, one of the M2 class runners. So Raheem Ballou's race coming to an end, but Mike Cutt then making his way down the exhibition straight towards the Fogarty S's for the final time. So it was a 12.23 second victory in race 1. He's already leading by more than 21 seconds in this second race of the day. Bit of I think that's body trim, isn't it? Or is it circuit furniture that's hanging from the back of the car? It's quite hard to tell, but either way, he's down into the Melbourne hairpin for the final time, accelerates away from the corner, up the hill towards the left-hander at Goddard to end the lap, and it's going to be a double win in the opening 2 rounds of the championship for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Mike Cutt heading out of the final corner, up to the line, checkered flag waves, and he takes the checkered flag for a resounding victory in round 2 of the championship.
And the next card through is the battle for second in Class 6. Stuart Pywell is going to beat Andy Montgomery, but let's watch the battle on the screen, because this is for second overall. Of course, only 7 cars on the lead lap due to the faster cars in trouble, but Graham Crowhurst is going to win Class M2 and finish an impressive second overall, beating Jason Holyhead. So second place for Crowhurst, 3rd for Holyhead, and then we'll have to wait a while before we get Hugh Gurney, who should stay ahead of Rick Kerry, because of course Kerry was slowing. But as I mentioned, Class 6, that's going to be won by Darren Ball, who's going to get an extra lap in on the rest, beating Stuart Pywell and Gareth Montgomery. And the Cup class has already gone to Matt Page as well. He was a lap down, but way ahead of anybody else in his class. Something in the region of half a minute ahead of the second place in the Cup class, Peter Skinner, who's battling away with David Morris on this last lap, and their car's just crossing the line now, I think.
Yeah, and it's actually Clive Watson that's made his way past both of them on the final lap, so he gets 17th place and second in the Cup class from Pete Skinner and David Morris. So they're having a great old fight within the Cup class, albeit quite some way behind their class leader, class winner, Matt Page.
They finished half a second apart, the 3 of them there, so that was a good racing. Meanwhile, Hugh Gurney has come through in 4th place. Adrian Williams has got up into 5th, ahead of Rick Kerry, who just limped his car across the line in 6th place. And then I think the last car to take the flag will be our Class 6 winner. We're just waiting for Darren Ball. He won earlier too. He won in the 330 Challenge last year. Here comes Darren Ball. He's going to be a double class winner too here in the opening race weekend for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. And also with that class win, he finished 7th overall.
Yep, so pretty respectable set of results for him there. Mike Cutt showing his appreciation to the marshals on his slowing down lap then. He'll be very satisfied with his day's work indeed, having come down from York for his racing here at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit today. And we'll look forward to seeing the BMW Car Club Championship out again. It's a little bit of a break actually before they reappear at Castle Combe at the end of May as part of the Castle Combe Racing Club bill. With a number of 750 Motor Club categories represented during the course of that meeting in the Whitsun Bank Holiday. But our race winner's car, Michael Cutt, is heading down the pit lane as a fleet of recovery vehicles, and every single one of them will be needed to pick up assorted broken BMWs from around the circuit at the end of a very attritional BMW Car Club Racing Championship race. These are the results. Michael Cutt it was that took the win by 22 seconds in the end from Graham Crowhurst, our Class M2 winner. Jason Holyhead third overall, second in M1. Hugh Gurney in fourth overall, completing the M1 podium. Adrian Williams was second best of the M2 cars. A bit further back, Bill Redrop, they're one of the six-cylinder cars, the 330 Challenge cars, in 12th place overall, ahead of Rob Oldman and Michael Dark, his fellow cars from that class. Richard Harrison in the treble 3 car, well, that was certainly a spectacularly driven 328i for the 29-year-old from Bromley. Further back, Chris Neal, Cole McMillan, Craig Emerson, again bringing the car home once more in his 330, but then we get into the cars that sadly didn't make it to the end. In some cases didn't really make it much beyond the start, in the case of Kevin Denwood.
And as well, David Heathman retired on the lap before he retired. He set the fastest lap of the race, in fact, a 1 minute 43.14, which would have been just 100th of a second away from Mike Cutt's lap record, and was 100th of a second quicker than Mike Cutt went in that race.
Okay, so David Heathman certainly pushing his car to the limits, possibly a little bit beyond them as he retired from that race. So we've got our cars down at the far end of the pit lane, most of them heading into Parc Fermé, but the top three parked just in front of the podium area, and I can see that we've got drivers climbing up the steps rather laboriously to the podium and once again into the clutches of Jacob Harris.
Down at the podium, we are just waiting for Mr. Cutt, double race winner today. I'm sure he'll join me up here momentarily, along with a couple of other class winners as well. You can see his car just behind me. Mr. Cutt, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We're just having a few technical issues. I was just being formal. We're having a few issues with the camera, but we may have to scrap that. In fact, we'll just speak to the spectators here, and 2 wins today. Couldn't have gone better.
No, couldn't have gone better, but there was some marker out on there and a load of stones, so she came back here onto the Melbourne Loop, and that just slowed the pace off a little bit. But, you know, kept it railed behind. I could see where they were and just kept it, you know, kept a good gap and drove it home to the end, yeah. Short shifting it all the way, really. Yeah.
You must be pleased with your day out here at Darlington Park.
Absolutely, yeah. A lot better than last week at Croft. I broke down twice, so yeah, it's been a good weekend, and I love this circuit. It's fantastic. Yeah.
And this should put you right back into contention to challenge for the championship.
Absolutely, yeah. Up there, absolutely, yeah. Let's bring on Castle Combe. Let's see what we can do. Yeah.
Castle Combe, a track you're a fan of?
I've only done track day there. Never raced there, so could be interesting. There's some boys who are pretty handy around there, so we'll see.
You've got to have the engine to pull yourself down the straights there. That's the main thing, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely, yeah, with 100%, yeah, indeed. No, it's been good, really good weekend, and thank you for 750 Motor Club for hosting it. It's been very, very good. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, thank you for providing the entertainment. Mike, congratulations on your double race win.
Thank you very much.
I believe we have another winner of class to come. Just waiting for them to appear from behind the podium. My wonderful assistant is looking at me as if to say, I'll be right back, I'll find them. So a brief lapse in interviewing time here. 2 more races to go today. I did mistakenly mention that the MR2s were coming up. That was, of course, the BMW CCR Championship. And we have here another class winner. Who have we got here? Sorry, I didn't quite hear over my earpieces that were playing through over.
Graham Crowhurst.
And how was your race, Graham?
Hard. Don't really know how I've come second overall, but I'll take that.
Well, what were you expecting then?
Well, we're in the lower second class, so certainly not top 5, maybe top 10, so P2, wow.
A welcome surprise though.
A very welcome surprise, yeah. I didn't realise until I came in and they put me there.
I think I perhaps know the answer to this question, but can you keep up this form throughout the season?
No, but I'll give it a go.
So how are you feeling about Castle Combe next up?
I've never done it, so nervous, but I'll test there and we'll just try and continue the pace.
All right, well, congratulations on your surprise second place overall, and of course your class win. all the best for the rest of the season.
Thank you very much.
Up next is Darren Ball, winner of Class 3. I'm not quite sure where Darren is coming from, whether it's behind me or in front of me. Can hear through my ear that Chris is calling him up the stairs here to the podium. Darren will be with us momentarily. James still trying to fix the camera, unfortunately. We will bring you images if and when we can. But for now, here is Darren, winner of Class 6, is it?
Class 6, that's correct, yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, you won earlier as well?
I certainly did, it's 2 on the trot.
2 class wins, you must be pretty happy with your day at Donington Park.
I'm very happy, very happy. Yeah, it could have ended up a lot worse than what it did. I had a little tap at the beginning of the race, but held it all together, and yeah, it was great. From there, it just seemed to be fairly plain sailing, in all fairness.
How much work have you put in today to get your car out there for both these races, and what does it take over the winter to get the car ready for a full season of this?
Oh, massive effort, massive. There's always something to do. You think you're ahead of the game. Week before the race meeting, you think everything's done, and then you find something else, and then something else, and something else, and something else. So until we actually get here on the day, even then, there's always something to find to do. So it's always a constant with it.
Well, congratulations on the class win, and all the best for the rest of the season with all that hard work.
Thanks very much.
Next up, we have the winner of the Cup class, Matt Page. Matt, welcome to the podium. Class winner then?
Yep, it was a good race, to be fair. The car was a bit iffy in the last race, but great way to get out there and give it a good go.
What issues did you have in particular?
The earth come off, and I ended up ABS, and it was running in limp mode.
But luckily you had the talent to cope with that.
Yeah. But no, it was fine this race. It was the last race, the previous race it was doing, but it was absolutely banging out there, so everything was going well, so I'm happy.
And do we expect to see you challenging for the Cup Class Championship this season?
Let's hope so. I'm looking forward to it anyway. I'll get down to Castle Combe next and see what we can do.
Have you done Castle Combe before?
Yeah, I've done it previous year. It was in the wet, so I wasn't too tasty out there, but hopefully we get out there and it'll be a nice dry day and we can show what we've got.
Well, everyone else has said they haven't been there yet, so you should be prime position to get a result.
Let's hope so. I'm looking forward to it.
Congratulations on the class win, and thanks for talking to us. Do we have any more, Chris, or is that it? That's the lot from the podium. Up next, it's the last of the bike sport races, the RLM Racing Bike Sport Championship. I'll be with you shortly.
So as Jacob said, next up it is the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship, second of 2 races today for these cars. And we saw them out early on, and it was a convincing win for Josh Smith by 12.5 seconds over the rest of the field in his Radical PR6 on his debut in the Bike Sports Championship. Joe Lockett was that took second place earlier on, and Chris Preeton third, also getting the class win. Cars yet to be released, still some of the BMWs from the previous race being recovered, as you can see. Some of those that didn't make it to the checkered flag after various incidents or dramas during the course of that race. So the bike sports cars will come out very shortly then, Josh. we can see them in fact being released even as we speak, so right on cue they're coming out, and the grid for this race set by the second fastest qualifying times from earlier on. We'll give you a full run through of the grid in just a moment, but Josh, what do you think we can expect from this race?
Well, it's all hard to look past Josh Smith up front, isn't it? You mentioned his 12-second victory early on, the multiple OSS champion, moving up into the Bike Sports Championship for 2019 and really putting his pace on the board early on. But we saw Joe Stables, didn't we, race him hard until Stables had a car problem. I think Stables is back, he absolutely is, and we saw a great battle between him and Joe Locke before that, and Chris Preen was involved in that as well. There were some great battles earlier, weren't there? We saw that as well. Ash Hicklin and Doug Carter and Mark Bootle battling. Looks like we may be missing Charles Hall again, so he obviously had a bit of a drama in qualifying this morning. Scott Mattellaby looking for a better race. He had a spin, didn't he, earlier in the Class C car, the lower powered cars, the 1 litre cars, rather than the 1300s of the rest of them. Pretty much the other 1 litre car, though, of course, is the Sabre of Stephen Bell. He's there too, and of course Mattel and Bell, as well as being in Class C, they're the only non-radical sports cars on the grid. The Mattel MC41 having its race debut this weekend in the hands of Scott Mattel, multiple race winner and a champion in RGB from a few years ago. And of course Mattel cars very much a contender in the RGB Championship. They looked out the podium just 8 days ago at Brands Hatch, and Scott Mattellaby looking for a good race here. He qualified 8th position, so the car has got good pace to race against these bigger engine cars. So I'm sure it's a bit of a learning experience for him this weekend, Ian.
Absolutely. He won't have had too much time in the car. He'll have done a few test days, but not much more than that. So he will be in a little bit of difficulty from that point of view. Now I can see that Doug Carter's managed to get himself out of position. He's got himself alongside Ashley Hicklin, having filled the space vacated where Charles Hall should have been. So hopefully he'll sort of find his way into the right position for when the race actually gets underway to avoid any penalty. Of course, once again, it's a rolling start. The one to watch, I think, in this race, as it was in the earlier race, is going to be Joe Spencer, isn't it? Because he starts 12th on the grid here, net 11th with the car that's missing, but he came through the field before problems developed later on in the race.
Yes, hopefully they've got that car fixed and he'll be able to race on through the field, as you say, starting there on row 6 of the grid, the sports car champion in Okazaki. But let's have a look at the grid for race 8 of the day.
Josh Smith then on pole position, this grid based on second fastest lap times from qualifying this morning. Joe Locke next to him. Joe Stables back out for race number 2, the reigning champion from last year, and Chris Preen next to him. Charles Hall missing from row 3, so it's Ashley Hicklin on his own. Doug Carter and Scott Mattel. Well, Scott Mattel hoping to get a finish under his belt this time out in the Mattel MC41. Mark Boots and Robert Rees all line up on row number 5 of the grid. Tony Barwell and Joe Spence, the double Northwest Sports and Saloon Car champion, he's on row 6. Stephen Bell and Andrew Gord, row 7. Adrian Reynard way back on row 8 of the grid alongside Mark Raisin, so he, another one who should come up through the field. And Andrew Kimpton, Ian Charles, they're on row 9. Jeff Farmer and Alistair Smart, row 10. Neil Harris and Sean Peters, the Sometime Cockshoot Cup racer, and Charles Adrian on 23rd on the grid. They round out the very healthy field for this RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship, Josh.
See a few people asking on the stream how they can get involved in racing with the 750 Motor Club. Well, there's a how to get started page, isn't there, on the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk. So after all the racing's finished, head there, show you how to get involved in racing with the club, and it's detailed on every single championship is on the home page as well. So head there at the end of the day and you can find out about all the categories, not just the bike sports we're about to see, but all 20 plus of the 750 Motor Club Championships, and we look forward to seeing you later on in the year.
Yeah, as we say, we've really got a small selection of the 750 Motor Club Championships on display here at Donington Park today. We'll see the majority of them on our live streamed coverage courtesy of Alpha Live during the course of the season, headlined at each meeting though by Club Enduro, so you'll get a full range of championships. But although it's great to watch the live stream, there's no substitute for being in the paddock, getting up close and personal to the cars, and indeed the drivers will be only too happy to tell you about what's going on. This Bike Sports Championship then split into 3 classes. Class A is for tuned motorcycle engines, Class B for production motorcycle engines, and Class C for any motorcycle engines less than 1100cc. And there's weight limits as well to equalise everything out. In my earphones I can hear the engine notes rising because they're coming through Goddard's. The safety car is pulling in and the red lights go on, the red lights go out, and we're off and running, and it's a great start by Chris Preen from the second row of the grid. Joe Locke from the front row was caught napping a little bit there in the green car, but it is Josh Smith once again that has the lead of the race now. From Preen up to second place he goes, and Joe Locke losing a bit of ground there as they all negotiate their way around the first couple of corners. Joe Locke is still there in third position. Fourth at the minute looks to be, I think that's Ashley Hicklin. Joe Stables is in fifth place, so he's lost a position as well as they've gone off the line, Josh.
Through the old hairpin they go. There's Doug Carter leading a whole group of the cars as they go through that corner for the first time. They make their way up towards McLean's. It's Josh Smith leading, but Chris Preen going with him in the Tim Gray Motorsport Run SR3. He's got the 2 PR6s either side of him. Joe Locke right underneath the rear wing of Chris Preen as they turn their way through Coppice Corner. Joe Locke moved into the championship last year after racing Saloon Cars, racing the Civic Cup, and getting more and more used to the sports cars, the speed of these cars every time out. He won at Snetterton at the end of last year and he's challenging Chris Preen down towards the S's. Couldn't do it. Ash Hicklin, who another driver that improves every time out, running there in fourth place. He's got a good run through the S's. Can he challenge Joe Locke on the run down towards the hairpin? Let's see. He's looking up the inside. He's another car. Another SR3 going up the inside of the PR6 of Joe Locke. They're going to run side by side through the corner. The PR6 is a much smaller car visually than the SR3. The SR3 carries a bit more downforce than the car ahead, but Joe Locke does hold on ahead in third place.
But it's Josh Smith out front then, as he was in the earlier race, and already he's building a good lead over Chris Preen in second place. 1.5 seconds at the end of lap number 1. Chris Preen in second, Joe Locke is third, Ashley Hicklin is fourth, and fifth at the back of that group, the black car with the yellow bodywork you can see is Joe Stables. Scott Mittel though going well, up in P6 in the Mittel MC41R. That's the little 1000cc superbike engine car.
Absolutely, it looks visibly lower than the Radicals as well, doesn't it? That it was chased in there down towards Redgate into the old hairpin. They are now. Ash Hicklin using lots of curb on the inside of the corner. The champion from last year is chasing him. That is Joe Stables, who retired in the earlier race. Can Stables challenge on the run up towards McLean's? No, he dives up the inside. Thought he wasn't going to do that, but he didn't make the move. He was too tight on the inside, really, kicking up all the grass. And it's sort of exaggerated by the aero of these cars. It flicks the grass up in the end. Scott Mattel now right on their tail. The two SR3s, they're going to run side by side down the exhibition straight. Let's see. Not quite. Ash Hicklin is ahead, but in the slipstream of both the two cars behind. Here comes Scott Mattel. He looks up the inside of Joe Stables, but I think at the end of the straights that car hasn't quite got the speed.
Corner marker just went for a Burton there. That was taken out by Hicklin, I think, and it's flipped up over the two cars behind him. I wonder if Scott Mittel has made changes to the car between these two races, as well as he's perhaps learnt a bit about it in that first race. He only did a handful of laps really in that earlier race, but Scott Mittel learning all the time with that car, whereas these Radicals up ahead, well, what there isn't left to know about how he set these cars up, I'm not quite certain. It's Josh Smith's come through again, and that lead has more than doubled. It has nearly trebled to 4.4 seconds over Chris Preen now in second place. The gap between Chris Preen and Joe Locke has come down by a couple of tenths of a second, so we need to watch out for that. But once again, we're looking at the number 27 car, the Scott Mittel machine for the former low-cost champion. Then you've got behind them Doug Carter and Mark Boot disputing 7th and 8th, and Joe Spencer just steadily making progress. He's up there to 9th.
Absolutely, into the old hairpin they come. So this is 3 Radical PR6s together. You can visually see the speed that Joe Spencer carried through the corner. He's right underneath the rear wing of Mark Boot as he runs up through Swans Curve in towards McLean's. Is there going to be a challenge here from Spencer? No, he couldn't quite make it. So quick these cars are. The braking zones are so small. Look up front though. Joe Stables was up the inside of Ash Hicklin for 4th place. Meanwhile, the PR6s go through in this battle of 7th that we're watching. Doug Carter still ahead of Mark Boot and ahead of Joe Spencer. They make their way down the exhibition straight, and this is the battle for 4th place. Joe Stables up over the grass on the inside. He's over the gravel through the middle of the corner. He didn't go past Ash Hicklin. Is that going to allow Scott Mattel to challenge though down into the Melbourne hairpin? Not quite. What's happening behind? Doug Carter still there in 7th position, only just though. Could look into the outside is Mark Boot. That's going to allow Joe Spencer to look to the inside, and they're going to be level, and Carter slow off the corner. Was there a bit of a touch there, maybe?
I think there might have been, yeah.
And is there going to be a challenge into the Goddard's hairpin this time? Again, Boot looks to the outside of Carter, but they all stay in the same order, amazingly.
So here they come then. Doug Carter at the head of this group. Mark Boot just behind him. Joe Spencer, second race in the Bike Sports Championship, just behind him. And then the man that's behind them in 10th place on his own rather is number 4, Tony Barwell, having a little bit of a race on his own. These three then make their way through Hollywood. Here's Ash Hicklin, who at Fox Yeses didn't give Joe Stables an awful lot of room, as Stables tried to essay a move on the inside line at the first part of the Fox Yeses. Stables is trying to come back to him again. This is the fight for 4th and 5th positions here. Stables, I remind you, the champion from last season, finding his work much more difficult this year, it would seem. Scott Mittal still there in P6 as well. They climb the hill now towards the right-hander at Coppice, and do they all make it through there okay? It looks like they do, and then they'll head down the exhibition straight now. Stables is going to have a look here. No, he tucks back into the toe. Mittel's going to pick up a double toe here. He'll try and draw alongside Joe Stables. Then he pulls back in behind him, and it's single file through the Fogarty S's this time. Stables carries more speed through the corner though, and they head down the short straight towards the hairpin. Stables has a look up the inside. He's got Fully alongside. Well, does he run wide on the exit of the corner? Yes, he does, and that means he's going to lose not one but possibly 2 places here. Hicklin goes back through. Can Scott Mittal convert this into P5? It's going to be on the outside line for the Goddard hairpin now, and it's just going to be Joe Stables therefore that hangs on for the moment.
I almost thought that Scott Mittal was going to get past both of them at one point, but no, he couldn't quite do it. In fact, they stay in the same order. It looks like there's a change behind, though, because Mark Boot has got ahead of Doug Carter. Joe Spencer still involved in that battle. That's all happening in the background. There's the MC41 of Scott Mittal in its first race weekend here at Donington Park, chasing the 2 Radical SR3s of Ash Hicklin and of Joe Stables. Through the Craner curves they come, down into the old hairpin. They turn right, down a gear into the old hairpin. Search quick, these Radicals and the Mittal are through that corner. Probably the quickest car that come around Donington Park through the corners, I would think, through the Craner curves into the old hairpin and that sort of thing. But let's look up at McLean's, because this battle of 4th continues. It's close in front too between Preen and Locke, but here comes Stables. Is he going to challenge? Yes, he's alongside. He's sideways though to Ash Hicklin on the outside line, can carry the momentum through onto the exhibition straight, and he stays ahead. It's Scott Mittal going to challenge again. He's looking up the inside of Joe Stables. He's fully alongside this time though, before the braking zone, and he makes it work. Scott Mittal goes into 5th place. So I guess, Ian, this is his first race for a year as well.
Yeah, he's not done a lot of racing really. He's been focused on preparing cars and running the cars primarily in the RGB Sports 1000 Championship, and I know he and his dad are going to be very busy at Silverstone in a couple of weeks when we've got the Bike Sports, the RGB Sports 1000 and the F1000s all on the same bill, as it's nose to tail for 2nd and 3rd there. Chris Preen under pressure from Joe Locke. Chris Preen in Class B, Joe Locke in a Class A car, and there's this gap back to the next group, which is still headed by Hicklin, now from Mittal and Stables. A penalty being shown to Jeff Farmer. It's a 5-second penalty. That'll be for exceeding track limits, but he's down in 17th place, so it doesn't really have much significance for the overall positions. We have got less than 10 minutes to go of this race, so we're pretty much halfway through.
Absolutely. It's been a great race again, hasn't it, from the Bike Sports? Josh Smith might be up the road by some 10 seconds, but behind it is really good stuff from the RLM Racing for this year Bike Sports Championship. Look here, there's Mark Boot. He's very much pulled away from the battle for what is now 8th place. That's Doug Carter ahead of Joe Spencer. Let's look at the battle for 4th place, because Scott Mittal's looking up the inside of Ash Hicklin. That might allow Joe Stables to get the run. It could be 3 wide by the time they get to Coppice corner. Let's see how they get through there. Hicklin, Stables with a big slide. Is he going to hold on to the circuit? He does. He goes round the outside of Scott Mittal in all of that. So a place gain there in towards Coppice corner. Stables ahead of Mittal, but Mittal's going to fight back in towards the S's. Can't quite do it. He backs out.
Yeah, and that Stables car doesn't look to be handling as well as it normally does it? I have to say. Few issues there.
Remember, he crashed at the end of last year at Snetterton.
He did.
And I wonder if that car perhaps not handling to his liking since then.
That's right. He did take his dad Richard's car out for one of the races at Snetterton, didn't he? So there is the battle for 2nd once again. Chris Preen in 2nd, Joe Locke in 3rd, the former Civic Cup racer, making his way out of the Goddard hairpin to start another lap.
Stables gained 2 places in half a lap now. He's got past Ash Hicklin. Maybe that car isn't working how he would like, but he is up into 4th place. Now, can he escape from Ash Hicklin? But Hicklin's looking to the outside as they turn in towards Redgate. In front, Joe Lock runs out wide. He challenges Chris Preen for 2nd position. So Preen and Lock, we're watching, going down the corner curves. The SR3, the car that carries more aero than the PR6, therefore isn't as slippery down the straights that Joe Lock. And of course, we should mention that Chris Preen is the leader of Class B here for the standard engined card rather than the tuned car that Joe Lock is in.
Meanwhile, Josh Smith still leads this race. He does so by 13.5 seconds now after just 6 laps of racing. So that is an astonishing rate of progress for the 3-time OSS champion, the 2013 Castle Combe Sports and GT champion. That was the first year that Bridgewater College started to run that car for him. But back to this battle in hand, and Joe Stables has just put a bit of daylight between himself now and Ash Hicklin, who still has a mirror full of Scott Mittell as they make their way down to the left-hander at Fogarty. Yes, this with 7.5 minutes of the race left to go.
I think this is probably the best we've seen from Ash Hicklin, isn't it? He's having a great first weekend of the season. Meanwhile, the battle for 2nd, Chris Preen is keeping Joe Lock at bay, who was right underneath the rear wing of Chris Preen's car there. The front of Lock's car and the rear of Preen's car were as close as you would like without contact. Preen goes deep into Goddard's but gets the car turned in and keeps ahead of Joe Lock. Lock was so close to the back of Preen's car, you can hardly see the small PR6. He darts out though of the slip trim. He's up the inside this time into Redgate corner and he goes through. Finally, Joe Lock makes the move, and they've got to watch out because catching a huge rate of knots is Joe Stables. He was 2 seconds quicker than them on that last lap.
So he is certainly closing in. Joe Spencer has just done his best lap of the race in 8th position. He's not really made the progress I thought he might do during the course of this race, as he's still continuing to learn that new car to him, the Radical PR6. So he's another driver to be learning a new car this season. As we watch, therefore, Joe Stables going through, and he is taking a lot of time out of the leading two, isn't he?
Damage to the rear of the car as well. You can see the bodywork flapping about there. That's not slowing him down. He's done a 1 minute 31.5, which on the latest lap was quicker than anybody else that it did on that lap. And the only person that's gone quicker than that all race is the leader, Smith, and Stables is now challenging Chris Preen. This is a battle of a Class B lead as well, and he goes straight through. He took ages to get past Ash Hicklin, and one corner and he's through into the leader Class B ahead of Chris Preen.
Yeah, made that look very easy, didn't he, did Joe Stables? So, can he now catch Joe Lock? Well, there's not going to be an awful lot of a gap that he needs to make up here. They're making their way back up towards the Goddard's hairpin again, with 5 3/4 minutes left to go, plus 1 lap in this race. So, several laps still for Joe Stables to do anything about about Joe Lock. Not necessarily going to do anything about Josh Smith. There they go over the line. The gap between them now is 1.3 seconds.
Change in the background into Goddard. Scott Mittell got past Ash Hicklin, but Hicklin's going to challenge down towards Redgate, is he? Let's have a look out the window. Hicklin dives up the inside of Scott Mittell, but Mittell holds on. So Scott Mittell in 5th position now. Let's see what sort of lap times he can manage in that MC41. Meanwhile, here's Joe Stables heading down towards the old hairpin. He's in 3rd position. He's chasing Joe Lock. The gap is 1.3 seconds between the pair of them, and Stables was a second quicker than Lock on that last lap, so we should have a good battle here, I think, for 2nd in the closing stages.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's closing in at a rate of knots, isn't he? So Lock and Stables almost nose to tail, about 3 car lengths between them as they turn their way through Coppice corner this time. Josh Smith still 14 seconds clear of the rest of them though, so he's not really going to figure in this, the 30-year-old from Weston-super-Mare. It is Joe Lock then that has the lead of this particular battle at the moment from Joe Stables, the champion from last year, our Class B leader in this race. They're heading down towards the Melbourne hairpin. Is Joe Stables going to try and move here? No, he's not. He's too far back to make that work. We've seen already during the course of today what can happen if you are too late on it. Just lapping one of the back markers. I think that's Charles Adrian, isn't it, that is going, or has gone already a lap down to Josh Smith, of course. Leaders then have gone through, or the leader has gone through. Here's the battle for 2nd, up and over the line, and the gap has come down to about 6.5 tenths of a second now between Joe Lock and Joe Stables.
both of them just set their personal best laps of the race, so pushing one another on to go quicker than ever before in this Lock and Stables. Meanwhile, we've lost one car from this race. Doug Carter, who was going well inside the top 10 early on, has retired, so 20 cars continue. Out of the old hairpin comes second and third Joe Lock and Joe Stables. They climb the hill. In fact, because they're pushing each other so hard, they are actually lapping quicker than Josh Smith, the leader, on a dive up the inside from Joe Stables. He took so long, didn't he, to pass Ash Hicklin early on, but now he is pushing past the cars as quickly as he catches them, so up into second place. And immediately he's pulling away from Joe Lock.
Yeah, so nothing there that Joe Lock could do to keep Stables behind him. I'm sure there's a pull in there to be made somewhere, but I won't. Down towards the left-hander at Fogarty then goes Joe Stables. He's 14 seconds behind the race leader. Surely even at the rate he's going, Joe Stables can't make that up in the 3 minutes plus 1 lap that remain.
And I suspect Josh Smith is running to a pace now as well, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's lapping in the 132s. His best lap of 129.43, not even as quick as he went in the earlier race.
So there's Joe Lock making his way out of the Melbourne hairpin. Chris Preen's dropped a few seconds back, so Joe Lock should be okay for a podium, I would think. They make their way out of the hairpin then. In fourth position is still Chris Preen. Scott Mattel's not really making any inroads into that gap to Chris Preen. Let's see what time Mattel's in. He's doing 1:33, yeah, so not quicker than the cars ahead. Ash Hicklin, he is pulling away from there a couple of seconds to Hicklin. Mark Boot, he's catching Hicklin, so 6th to 7th the gap coming down. Mark Boot catching Ash Hicklin, and Joe Spencer's getting quicker all the time, so he's going quicker than the pair of them. A 1:32.6 from Joe Spencer. He's 3.5 seconds behind Mark Boot. Mark Boot's about 3 seconds behind Ash Hicklin. We'll see if those 3 cars can come together before the end of the race to complete the top 10. Tony Barwell and Robert Rees.
Meanwhile, Josh Smith has been plucking his way past the back marks. He's just gone past Neil Harris. The next car is the man in 17th that he needs to try and lap. That is Mark Grayson, who's out there in number 30. That's the yellow and white SR3 that you can see. I imagine he'll make pretty short work of him as they head down towards the Melbourne hairpin. Yes, he does so. Josh Smith puts a lap on the car in 17th position, and he will have 2 more laps to go at the end of this one, because we've got less than a minute and a half to go in this race now. So Josh Smith, who started racing with the 750 Motor Club with a Phoenix way back sort of 14 years ago now, that would be, which is a frightening thought from my point of view. He comes up and over the line then, looking well in control of this race with, as I say, 2 laps to go now. Meanwhile, how's it looking for second? Well, Joe Stables has pulled out quite a gap now over Joe Lock. What is the gap between them? It is now, as the screen flicks, so 2.5 seconds, just over 2.5 seconds between them.
But Joe Stables is only 8.5 seconds behind Josh Smith all of a sudden.
True.
Josh Smith taking it so easy, he hasn't got a problem, has he?
Well, he has been going past those back marks, because
Yes.
I think he's probably just been taking it ultra cautious past those slower cars, hasn't he?
But it kind of makes you wonder, perhaps, because another personal best from Joe Stable, 1:30.6, only a second slower than what Josh Smith done early in the race. Whether Joe Stable perhaps can take it to Josh Smith this season, which will be good to see. Meanwhile, Scott Mattel has just gone a second quicker than he's been all race. He's really getting the hang of that car now. At 1:31.67, he's less than 3 seconds behind Chris Preen, and maybe as Scott Mattel gets more and more used to that machine, gets the setup tuned in, but that car could become a factor for overall podiums.
He's found a 2.25 since qualifying, so that's not bad going, is it? And yeah, I absolutely agree. At the right circuit, I think it certainly will be a podium contender.
Meanwhile, the battle between Mark Boot and Joe Spencer is getting closer. As again, Spencer, he's now on a 1:32.09, so he's getting quicker and quicker as well, because that sort of pace isn't that far off Joe Lock. So I think Joe Spencer is certainly going to give me a podium contender come later in the year, and he's only a couple of seconds behind Mark Boot now as well. So Joe Spencer, he's gone a full second quicker than what he, actually nearly 2 seconds quicker than he done in the earlier race.
Last lap board has gone out, and the gap between the 2 leaders is now 7.64, so it only come down by just under a second that time. Smith in the 1:32s, Stables in the 1:31s that time through. We're into the last 2.5 miles of this race. Lock and Preen, they're separated by about 5 seconds in 3rd and 4th, but here's what we need to keep an eye on. It's Scott Mattel. He was less than 2 seconds behind Chris Preen then at the start of this lap. He's got one of the slow cars, that's Sean Peter, I think, in the Radical, obviously, to try and get his way past, but Scott Mattel looking good here for at least 5th position as he makes his way through the old hairpin.
Looks so different to the Radicals too, doesn't it? Single seat version of the sports prototype machinery we have in the Bike Sports Championship is that Mattel, and there is Scott as he turns his way right through the McLean's corner, climbs the hill up towards Coppice on the brakes there, gets the car turned in. Of course, first time he's drove with real aero. The RGB cars, of course, don't have rear wings, don't run on slick tyres either, well, as they do here. Meanwhile, though, we are waiting our another double race winner this week today here at Donington Park. Ian Josh Smith makes his way out of the Melbourne hairpin.
Yeah, he does indeed. Not all that far ahead of Joe Stables. He's also making his way out of the hairpin now then. And he's going to be up to the line, and it's a great start to the season in the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship for Josh Smith, because he's had 2 wins from 2, a tremendous effort from him. We'll see the winning margin in a minute as it flashes up on the screen, 5.5 seconds, not as big as in the first race, but I think possibly he was driving within himself there. 3rd place goes the way of Joe Locke, then he goes across the line now. 4th is Chris Preen, 5th is Scott Mittal. A great effort for that Class C car, so he wins Class C. Joe Stables having won Class B. Top 6 is going to be rounded out by... it's going to be Ashley Hicklin, but Joe Spencer gets 7th place away from Mark Boot on the line, so that's the red car just getting ahead of the black car as they came out of the Goddard hairpin up to the line, and Joe Spencer nipped 1 place ahead on the final lap.
100th of a second he beat Mark Boot by across the line, so yep, Joe Spencer improving all the time, as was Scott Mattel, 2 drivers having their first race weekend in the Bike Sports Championship, and they'll only improve as the season goes on, I'm sure. So don't count Josh Smith as a champion already. There's many rounds to go, of course, in the Bike Sports Championship. We've got some triple headers, as we did last year, during the course of the season. As Ian said, I think it was Silverstone up next on the national circuit. It's a very different track, a much shorter circuit, so that traffic will come in play there. It's only about, what, 12 days, isn't it, to the Silverstone race meeting, which usually is an exciting one.
And then after that, it's a completely different change of scenery again, because it's Anglesey at the beginning of June, a very much more technical circuit, not so much a power circuit, certainly here as here at Donington Park and Silverstone is.
And then after that, we get the rest of them on live stream coverage. I think Silverstone, Alton Park and Snetterton. So we shall look forward to that. But it'll be a while since the bike sports have been to Anglesey, so that should be a new experience for a lot of the runners. So I'm sure they're looking forward to heading off to the Welsh coast.
Yeah, so pretty strong weekend for Josh Smith, of course, but I mean, Joe Locke, I'm sure he'll be fairly happy with his 2 results from the weekend. 2 Class A 2nd places and a 2nd and 3rd place overall as well.
Cars make their way then down towards the podium. Josh Smith, Joe Stables and Joe Locke in the podium positions.
They were indeed ahead of Chris Preen, who took 4th spot. Scott Mattel, our Class C winner, in 5th position, and Ashley Hicklin, Joe Spencer, Mark Boot, Robert Rees and Teddy Barwell rounding out the first 10 finishers, just about a minute separating those. Alistair Smart was 11th, Ian Charles 12th, Jeff Farmer, in spite of a penalty, was 13th, and Andrew Kimpton 14th, and Andrew Gord was 15th, Stephen Bell 16th, so the Sabre Escala getting home this time. Mark Grayson was a lap down in 17th, so too Neil Harris and Sean Peters and Charles Adrian as well, and Doug Carter was a non-finisher. So that's Bike Sports Racing. They're back out, as Josh says, in just 12 days' time at Silverstone. We've got our leading drivers already making their way out of their cars, and they'll be shortly climbing up the steps to the podium, which is where I can see already Jacob Harris eagerly waiting to talk to drivers for the penultimate time this afternoon here at Donington Park. Still 1 more race to come for you, though. We'll look forward to the low costs in a moment.
See lots of people on the live stream saying how much they like that car of Scott Mattel, absolutely flying out there. And as you were saying, Ian, there's a lot of people are saying that we think that car is one for the podium.
Absolutely right. So, Bike Sports race comes to an end. They're all heading back into Parc Fermé. Some of them trying to sneak into their garages, which they shouldn't really be doing, because they have to go through their post-race scrutineering checks. And apart from the top 3, who, well, they do have to go through their post-race scrutineering checks, but first they have to speak with Jacob as well. So we'll hand down to him in just a moment. I can see drivers climbing up the steps now, so it's time to hand you down to Jacob.
down here on the podium, we are just about to receive Josh Smith, winner of that race. And in fact, a double winner today. Mr. Smith should be coming around the corner in a few seconds. I'm hearing in my ear that he's having a few photographs behind me. So I'll just let that take its course, and then he'll be over to have a chat with us here on camera and for all the spectators around the track. Make sure you keep them warm if you are still with us here today. I'm starting to feel the chill in these short sleeves. And here we are, Mr. Josh Smith. Congratulations on yet another win.
Yeah, it was good. It'd be nice to have, obviously, someone to tussle with a bit more, but we'll take the win and we'll take the points, and we'll prep up and we'll move back on to Silverstone in a couple of weeks.
Just how do you get yourself that far ahead of the field?
Oh, trying hard. I'm pretty tired. Could do with going to sleep soon, but no, again, the boys at the college are producing a fantastic car, and it's easy to drive when you've got a car that wants to go round corners, you know, and they spend hours and hours in the workshop getting it right, and it was right again.
Josh, thanks for talking to us. Congratulations on your win. Right, I can see the low costs getting ready on the grid just over there. I'm not sure if we've got another interview to go to before they start. We have Joe Stable. Joe Stables, and there he is. Joe, winner of Class B, talk us through it.
It was a tough race. I mean, I got held back at the start by Ashley. He just got the start on me, and he had the speed down the straights, and I could catch him in the corners, but couldn't get the speed at the straights to catch him in the turning. So eventually, I made the move and managed to make my way through to the second place.
Is that a fight you expect to see running the course of the season?
I would like to. Yeah, it was a good race, so bring it on.
Glad to hear it. Thanks for talking to us, Joe. Congratulations on your win. Right. There may be one or two more interviewees here. Chris has disappeared behind the screen to fetch someone, anyone. The low costs are just forming up on the grid. The last couple of cars getting round the last hairpin. But I believe we're going to wrap up here and head back to the grid. Apologies to any class winners who we didn't get a chance to speak to. But we're going to go back into the racing now for our last race of the day, and that's the second of the low-cost races.
So the race gets underway for the second race of the day for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship, and it's an even start between the two front row men, but it's going to be Martin West that just makes the slightly better of the starts of the two of them. Then it's going to be the number 2 car of Murray Shepherd that slots in behind Gadd into third place, and this big grid of cars, about 40 of them, all turning their way through Redgate Corner for the first time. It's going to be a 13-minute plus 1 lap race. Earlier on today, it was a win for Martin West from Tom Robinson, but only by 16/100ths of a second. So we'll see what Tom Robinson can do here. He started on row 5 of the grid for this one. So it's Martin West at the moment leading from Tom Gadd, Murray Shepherd third, and it looks like Carl Roysenars has made a good start from row 6 to be 4th.
It was an extraordinary race earlier on from the locals. Let's see how they can conclude the day here at Donington Park. Great 750 Motor Club race day, and low cost always provides the entertainment. And it's Martin West that leads his way through the Claims Corner. There's one off at least up there at Redgate, but let's watch the leaders. There's 3 of them just trying to break away here. West, then it's Tom Gadd, and in third position Murray Shepherd. Cole Rousseau was quick there through Coppice Corner, trying to get back into the slipstream. The low-cost car, 1300cc cross-flow engines. get a huge slipstream and see the top two. Are they working together possibly? Tom Gadd, yes, not challenging into the S's. The two of them trying to break away, but Murray Shepherd's not allowing that to happen in the championship winning car when it was in the hands of Ian Alley. And in fact, it's Rob Fagg there in 4th place, isn't it? The ex-Stock Hatch and Hot Hatch racer in his first weekend in low cost. He's challenging there into the hairpin, trying to get ahead. He's trying to go up, and two of them have gone up the inside. In fact, Murray Shepherd's gone past Tom Gadd, and Rob Fagg's done it too, I think, just looking out the window there. So it was a poor run through the corner there for Tom Gadd, who was running in 2nd place. You can see, he's had, in fact, only just lost the place to Murray Shepherd. Then you've got Rob Fagg there right on the tail, coming to complete lap 1.
Yeah, it is. So Martin West, the race 1 and winner, it is that leads then from the number 2 car of Murray Shepherd in 2nd place. Then it's Tom Gadd in 3rd. 4th then is Rob Fagg. 5th place is Greg Smith. So he's got his car back out after that contact with Mark Burton in race 1. Carl Roysenars is in 6th place. Mark Burton, the reigning champion, is 7th. Then Matt Groh and David Mason and Jack Johns running out the top 10. But almost certainly the order has changed by the time I've finished saying that. The leading 4, though, are together. Any gap that Martin West had has gone, because Murray Shepherd doesn't try to run alongside him, gets past him through the Craner curves and takes the lead of the race. So that's number 2, Murray Shepherd, who was on the podium earlier on, took 3rd place. He's already into the lead here. I'm just looking to see where Tom Robinson's running. He's in 11th place at the moment. He was P2 in race 1. He started this race in 9th, so he's gone back a little bit. If anything, a big moment there. Who was that? That's the number 19 car, I think, isn't it? That's Daniel Garrett that's had a big moment there, but survived, I'm pleased to say. Leaders then heading off up towards Coppice with 10 minutes plus 1 lap of this race left to go. It's Shepherd from West, from Gadd, and then the 2 blue cars are now getting together. So Rob Fagg and Carl Roysenars are there. It's the ex-Clive Mackenzie car, I think, that Rob Fagg's in 4th place, isn't he? And then it's Greg Smith in 6th. Fagg trying to make a move here down the inside into the Fogarty S's on Gadd, and that is going to work, I think. Yes, it does. So it's Shepherd, West, Gadd, Fagg and Gadd now, with Roysenars right on the tail of them.
Absolutely, down towards the Melbourne hairpin they come then. Who's going to challenge here when it's about 3 wide? Rob Fagg defending there from Tom Gadd, and he looks up the inside of Martin West, in fact, the winner from earlier on, and he goes through. So Rob Fagg into 2nd place. He was at the back of the top 10 in the earlier race. He's running right up there, but Martin West fights back again. He's up the inside. Tom Gadd's going to follow him through. If you get offline in a low-cost race, you don't lose 1 place, you lose more, and that's what Rob Fagg's found out. He's lost a couple as they complete the lap. Murray Shepherd has a bit of a gap, but that's the gap Martin West had on the last lap, and they're all going to close in on the leader by the time they get to Redgate, and there's a whole long line of them as they make their way into the first corner here at Donington Park. There's a challenge there. That's Matt Groh going up the inside and getting past Greg Smith, so Smith loses another place. And it's Mark Burton who's behind the multiple race winner from last year, the champion from last year, Mark Burton, but through the Craner curves, no challenge for the lead this time. Murray Shepherd, car number 2, leads it as they turn their way onto the old hairpin. There's no real gap, is there, in the top 20?
There's not. I mean, in the first race, the top 13 at the end were covered by less than 10 seconds. We might be on to even beat that very close finish this time through. There's the 4 cars for the lead, and then it's getting a little bit closer now for 4th and 5th places, isn't it? With for 5th and 6th place, I should say, as they climb their way up towards Coppice Corner. It's Matt Groh, isn't it, that's now made his way up into 6th position there. It's still Murray Shepherd. I can't remember anyone leading for quite this long during a low-cost race yet today, as Murray Shepherd has done in this race. It's a great effort from him to stay ahead. I bet it won't last much longer, because they're coming down to the Fogarty S's now, down the exhibition straight. Big toe here. Who's going to jink out of it? It's Martin West in 2nd place. Tom Gadd in 3rd. He's blimey, he's done it. I didn't think that was going to happen. He's held on to the lead of the race as they went into the Fogarty S's. West in behind him, then it's Gadd, then it's Fagg and Roysenars and Greg Smith, Matt Groh rounding out the top 6 at the moment. There goes Rob Fagg, there goes Matt Groh, both of them up the inside of their rivals, and I think they both might have picked off places by the looks of it. Yes, I think they have. So it looks like Rob Fagg up into the top 3, and we've now got one that stopped, I'm afraid, between Schwanz-Curve and McLean's, or just at McLean's really. So we'll keep an eye on what goes on there. The leaders are turning their way out of the Goddard's hairpin. Up towards Redgate corner they go. It is still Murray Shepherd that's leading them. Martin West in second. Rob Fagg third. They're covered by a second. Tom Gadd, Matt Groh and Carl Roysenars. That driver probably ought not to be standing right by his car, and he ought to be getting to the safe side of the barrier, but the red flags do now go out, which is not a complete surprise to me, with that car parked on the circuit, with the fields, big fields of low costs coming round. Obviously a mechanical issue for that car. I couldn't quite spot the number on that. I don't know if we can work out on our live timing who might have gone missing.
I think there was somebody in the second half, and therefore it's harder to tell. Paul Clark did the fastest lap of the race on that last lap in 12th position. So, and you had, we mentioned how close it was, 4 seconds separated 13 cars at the red flag.
The driver's got back into the car, and the marshals are pushing him back down the hill, which makes more sense than trying to defy gravity, and hopefully therefore they will be able to get him to a position of safety relatively quickly. Another car has come to a stop as well further around the lap with the Teenage Rampage livery, not sure what that means, on the back of it. That's another of our novice drivers, as you can tell from the cross on the back of that car. So how long had we had? We'd had 6 minutes and 40 seconds, so we're just coming up to half race distance when the red lights went on.
Real shame, because it's not an incident that's caused a red flag, is it? In the past we have had crashes that cause red flags in low-cost races, but that's not been the case today. It's just been unfortunate mechanical problem there, and it's a real shame because, as we were saying, it was so close. It was a bit strange that last lap because everyone was sort of following each other, weren't they? There weren't really any big moves, perhaps like we saw in the previous race, and that's how I think it seems to be. As soon as one person makes a move, everybody goes for it, don't they? But if everybody thinks, oh, we'll be sensible at this corner, then everybody sort of just stayed in line. But as soon as one car moves out, it all goes a bit crazy.
Right, the car that was off there was number 83, which was Jake Boydell. Now, he didn't take the restart, certainly, of the earlier race, so that may well have been Jake Boydell's, one of his very first races, and so he, unfortunately, has had a mechanical issue by the looks of it, which has ruled him out, and he couldn't find a safe place to stop, so that has brought about the race stoppage, unfortunately. Cars making their way round the circuit at a reduced pace, clearly. Do we have marshals down on the grid? We have one marshal and one car there as well to receive them.
We'll have to wait for a new grid this time, won't we, for a restart?
Yeah, because we'd had more than 2 laps when the red flags came out. So what the Motorsport UK rulebook says in that situation is that you look at the running order at the last lap that everybody completed, which I think will have been lap 2 in this case, and so it will be a new grid. So I think that'll be Murray Shepherd that will be on pole position, won't it, for that one? He's been leading for more than a lap.
What it matters to be on pole position in one of these low-cost races here, particularly here at Donington Park this weekend. At some circuits you can kind of keep a lead, keep a defensive line, but I think around here at Donington it's just not a possibility with the slipstream effect around here. It's sort of a race, a tactical race in some ways to the end, particularly if there's 2 or 3 of you. Perhaps you can do that a bit better when you've got a big group like we've had there. I don't think really much tactics come into it, does it? You just got to try and keep at the front and be there when it matters on the last lap, when the checkered flag comes out. And that went to Martin West early on. Is that another car that's pulled off?
It is, and if it turns around, we'll see the number, and it is 28, which has a Dave Berry kind of ring to it to me, and indeed it was.
Slightly different colour scheme, I think, on that car from last year. Of course, that's sort of learn that at the beginning of every year, don't we, with the new colour schemes that come out.
All right, I can see a grid sheet has been produced. A marshal is heading towards the cars, and the start line marshals have now got to do quite an epic job of trying to get them all gridded up again. And it's not the work of a moment, this, because they won't have come around quite in the right order. It's relatively easy when they come out of the assembly area because someone has already sorted them out for the start line marshals, but in this situation, of course, the start line marshals have got to get them all in the right order first of all, and then put in the right position.
Apparently that car that went off had an engine failure on the exit of the old hairpin, so that's what caused the stoppage. I don't think we quite worked out who that was.
Jake Boydell was the one at the between the old hairpin, eventually stopped at McLean's.
So that was a shame for him. So he's got some work to do before the next round for the low-cost championship.
which again, well, actually, no, it's a little while away, isn't it? It's at Croft in June, so there's what, 5 or 6 weeks to go before that one.
And that will all be live streamed too. So if you've enjoyed local action this weekend and the rest of the day, we've got 2 days of
750 Motor Club racing on the live stream from Croft.
The 1st and 2nd of June.
Do tune back for that if you're watching from afar, wherever you've been watching. I do hope you've enjoyed the live stream during the course of the day, and if you've been watching here at Donington Park, hope you've enjoyed it as well. So Start Line Marshall's doing a fantastic job getting the cars into position relatively quickly, and again, because these cars don't have a green flag lap, we should be able to get the race start underway fairly swiftly. So I can see out of my window that on pole position it's the Murray Shepherd car. Next to him is Martin West, second row Tom Gadd and Rob Fagg, third row will be Carl Roysenars, and then that is Greg Smith, isn't it?
Carl Roysenars had a really good first part to the race because he started 12th, so now being up there on row 3, and we saw it earlier, he made good starts too, so he's going to be somebody to watch out for, I should think, on the run down towards Redgate on that first lap. Of course, somebody else to look out for is how far Louis Wall got up the grid, because he started at the back, he got inside the top 10 earlier on, he was a winner last year. I think he won his first ever low-cost race, didn't he?
Alton Park in the wet, yeah. He'd done some long circuit gearbox karting in the past.
And here he is. He'll be lining up on, or it'll be opposite us. So that'd be row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I think. So he's sort of past half the grid.
Well, if it had gone another lap on, he was up to 17, so it'd have been another row further forward. But yeah, so Louis Wall, we'll see what he can do from there, the man from Cirencester. Just carrying on where I left off, Matt Groh is going to be on row 4 next to Mark Burst. And then you've got Tom Robinson, who actually starting in the same place that he started originally. And actually with the same person next to him, which is David Mason, which is quite remarkable. One of the ones that lost out then is Jack Johns, number 97, who lines upon the inside of row 6, having started originally on row 4, and then next to him will be Pete Hatfield, that will be number 6. And Paul Clark, who just in the fastest lap of the race, has Gary Brandon next to him. And the 29 car is Jeff Peake, and he has got 17, which is Hobie Vickerman alongside him. Then it's 36. Next up, which is
James Lewis Barnes, who we saw share with Sam McKee, who we saw out earlier in Club Enduro in the past in Road Sports.
Yeah, and he's got Sean Brame next to him. Sean Brame having rebuilt the car over the winter. And then you come to Louis Wall. So we're on to row 10 now, aren't we? And I'll just leave it there. Jonathan Lissitter, another of the newcomers, is next to him on the grid. So the Marshal's doing a sterling job here to get most of the cars already gridded up. There's still, some of them still round the corner at Goddard's, but when we get going, it will be a reduced race distance, no doubt.
Say big thanks to all the Marshals, because it's been a long day for them here at Donington Park. Been quite a few jobs for them to do as well, but I hope they've enjoyed it, because for where we've been standing in, it's been absolutely a cracking day of 750 Motor Club racing. It's what we expect, really, isn't it, when we come to a 750 Motor Club meeting, but with the added feature of having the pictures, thanks to Alpha Live, all the way around the circuit, it's really added another element of being able to follow the races and seeing all the action.
Absolutely right. So last few cars coming into position, and hopefully this time the Start Line Marshals won't be called into service again after this. I'm sure they'd already started to take the boots off probably after the race got underway the first time round, but if they've seen low-cost racing before, they'd have known that's not a very wise thing to do. On this occasion though, no contact incidents as such, just a retirement.
1 minute board has been shown, so Louis Wall, though, may cause a delayed start.
Well, he's got fluid pouring out of his car, hasn't he? So he's now taking it on himself to move that car off the circuit. One of the scrutineers is having a word with him. All the Start Line Marshals are now further back on the grid, getting the rest of the field into place. So if you look on the live stream, you can see a man pushing a car halfway down the grid. There it goes, off to the right-hand side of the circuit, training fluid as it goes. So, well, that's the end of the hope there of seeing Louis Wall come up the field maybe for another top 10. He had a 7th place earlier on, but he's going to be into retirement here. Well, the Marshals is just going to dash across, and I think they'll try and... There was a gap there to try and push that car into. Just seeing if what's come out of the car is problematic in terms of it being slippery. I don't think it is. The driver is also coming back across and now back to his car again with the marshal, just to make sure it's been left in safe way. Yeah, I think they're just going to try and pull it back a bit further. I'm not quite sure what that achieved, but nevertheless, it has been moved back about 6 inches from where it was before. Anyway, I think what we've decided to do then is that's in a safe enough position that we'll be able to get this race underway. Louis Warnes vacating the grid. He's not flying off in a jet plane though, as that picture might indicate. Probably wishes he was though. And the rest of the marshals getting off the grid. So, very shortly, we will see the 5-second board, which we do now, and the race therefore about to get underway for the second time of asking. Final race of the day here at Donington Park. The Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship is go, and it's a good start by Martin West this time from the outside of the front row of the grid. A pretty tardy start by Murray Robinson from pole position, in all honesty, so that's his race lead wasted somewhat. Tom Gadd trying to make up ground on the inside line, and I think he'll do so. He'll go second. He might not stay in second for very much longer though, because one of the blue cars, I think Tom Gadd was, sorry, not Tom Gadd, he's Tom Gadd, but the H4 car of Carl Roysenars making its way through. So that car's up to second place then. Gadd is third, fourth looks to be Rob Fagg, and then fifth is the man that started on pole position, Murray Shepherd.
It's Paul Clark right up there too. He's made an extraordinary start from what was row 6. Originally he started on row 18, so it's been a brilliant run so far from Paul Clark. Let's see how he gets on. It looks like somebody ailing in the mid-pack. Martin West did have a big lead. That is gone into McLean's. Cole Roussenad's there in second place, and Martin West goes off the road over the curb, so that's going to allow Cole Roussenad's, I think, to take the lead, is it? Up towards Coppice Corner, maybe. Lots of speed on the outside line, though, allowed Martin West to keep in front somehow.
Rob Fagg also has made up a place there, I think. I think it looks like he was about to go into third position as they made their way through. There's one going off very wide through the gravel trap there. I don't know if we'll see that car rejoin the circuit. Green flags waving on the exit of the corner, but for the lead of the race, it's side by side. It's Tom Gadd that's gone through. I think it might be the 74 car that's gone through and is stopped, I'm afraid. Hopefully they'll get that moved. Paul Clark making up more ground of the 82 car. Surely he's on the grass there trying to find a way down. He very nearly was, and he brakes very late. And he just about clips the back of the leading car, goes too deep. There's a schmozzle behind involving Murray Shepherd, David Mason and Peter Hatfield. There's 3 of them all tangled up there down at the Melbourne hairpin. Now, can they disentangle themselves and allow the race to continue? So, in all of this, that's Tom Robinson making up ground, and Carl Roysenars as well. He's left his braking very late as well for the Melbourne hairpin. So, for the Goddard hairpin, it's Tom Gadd with a big lead now. Tom Robinson from row 5 is in second place. Then it's Rob Fagg third, Carl Roysenars fourth, Paul Clark fifth, Mark Burton is in 6th position. It looks like all of those cars from the Melbourne hairpin have sorted themselves out.
Paul Clark's lost his nose cone in all of that. Of course, he was the one that really initiated it all, wasn't it? Going up the inside on the grass. It was all calm before the red flag, and it's all gone crazy. I guess because everyone knows this is very much a shortened restart. So there's some side-by-side action. That's Paul Clark in his shortened low cost, going side-by-side with the reigning champion, Mark Burton, up the inside. And he gains a place. I think he's 5th now. It was a full second that Tom Gadd had at the end of lap 1. I think that is coming down, though.
Yeah, the car we saw off at Coppice earlier on, that was Alexander Artis, number 72, but he's continued half a lap down from everyone else. Here's a challenge on the second place car then. Forgotten that Tom Gadd was just a... Where's he gone? No, I was right, wasn't I? I was right, Josh, you doubted me. And it's Tom Robinson that's gone back into the lead of the race. Tom Gadd then is in third. No, make that second position. He's got back ahead of Rob Fagg. Carl Roysenars now is going to take the fight to him as well as they come down the exhibition straight on lap 2. And I can see a last lap board being prepared, so it looks like it might just be a 3-lap sprint this time.
Martin West dropped down to about 6th, but he's challenging Paul Clark, and he goes through into the S's. But Tom Gadd was a full second ahead. That is how much you can slipstream in this category. You can be that far back and still get past halfway through the lap. Down into the hairpin they come. There's Rob Fagg in his 2nd ever local race. There's 94 Martin West. who's done a rather lot more. There's Mark Burton, who was a champion last year. Behind him, having a strong one, is Jeff Peake. He was much further back on the grid too. And it's absolutely side by side coming down towards the final corner here. Tom Robinson's on the inside. Big lock up from Rob Fagg. And he clips Tom Gadd, who goes for a spin. He goes right round, and everybody's going to have to go out wide. So Rob Fagg there was trying to defend, but he ended up locking up and collecting the car in front. So it's a big lead for Tom Robinson.
As he goes on to the last lap of the race, and surely now Tom Robinson, who's just in the best lap of the race, well, it was the first flying lap, can't lose from here. He leads by more than 2 seconds, which is a most unlow-cost light gap. It looks like Carl Roysenars then has made it up into second position as we go on to this third and final lap of the race. Tom Gadd getting out of his car. He's out of the race, and what a disappointment for him, having been contending for the victory.
The gap from first to second is the same gap between the next 10 cars, and it's Martin West that's the next car now, because he goes past Cole Rosenhad through the crane of curves into the old hairpin. He carries lots of speed as West there. There's Paul Clark without the nose cone in fourth position as they climb the hill, as the rest of them through the shot there up towards Swans Curve they come. Here is the battle for second place. Martin West with Cole Rosenhad and Paul Clark as close as they can be as they turn their way through then up towards Coppice Corner. This is the last lap of the race, remember, on the shortened restart. Up towards the Coppice Corner they come. Then it's going to be the big slipstream. I think Cole Rosenhad loses a front mudguard there as he smacked the curves and I think hit one of the bollards. But here they come, and one of them's got damage. Is that Rosenhad? So he really did hit the curbs as he broke it. Oh, the mudguard's under the wheel, isn't it, or under the tyre? So
that's his hopes over, I think, because there's smoke pouring off that now. He's now come free, so at least he'll be able to bring the car home. He's now down to fourth place. Paul Clark then is up to third place, challenging Martin West now for P2, and that's really what it's all about.
Paul Clark started 35th on the original start,
and he locks up there, and he goes deep. So too does Martin West, and Carl Roysenars goes through. Oh, and there's contact between Jeff Peake and Martin West, who goes for a spin. Mark Burton might be the one that capitalises on this. The reigning champion. There's more contact in the background. Crikey, you know it's the last race of the day, don't you? Up to Goddard for the final time then, and it is, I think, Tom Robinson that is leading the way out of the final corner. He comes, checkered flag is made ready, and Tom Robinson wins round 2 of the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Locals Championship from Carl Roysenars in second, Paul Clark in third place, Mark Burton is fourth. In fifth place it was the number 29 car of Jeff Peake, sixth was number 74 Gary Brandon, then Greg Smith, James Lewis Barnett, Hobie Vickerman and Sean Bray running out the top 10.
Trevor Faunch you saw there, he'd spun at the Melbourne hairpin. What was I saying about everything calm before the red flag?
Absolutely.
Afterward, it was absolute mayhem. I think that was, a lot of that was everybody knew how short the race was. I didn't have any time to sort of wait and strategise. It was full attack mode. And Tom Robinson, who I think you said started on the 5th row of that restart, ended up winning by a full second. And Cole Rosenhad and Paul Clark, who I'm not sure if we've seen Rosenhad on the podium at all before. We've seen Paul Clark once or twice, and both having a really strong race. Yes, I think that may well be Cole Rosenhad's first podium.
Yeah.
As he went down the exhibition straight when his car was falling apart, it didn't look like that was going to happen.
No, well, I think none of the drivers on the first 2 rows of the grid finished inside the top 10 there. Because I don't think Martin West came. He came out in 11th, didn't he? I think he was the first of the top 4 qualifiers on the original grid. Here's a look at the results then. Tom Robinson it was that won by just over a second from Carl Roysenars in second place. Paul Clark was third. Mark Burton, Jeff Peake, Gary Brandon, Greg Smith, James Lewis Barnett, Hobie Vickerman and Sean Bray rounded out the top 10 at the end of a thrilling 3 laps of action. And looking a bit further back down the order, Martin West, as I say, the man that won early on today, finished 11th this time. Then it was Andrew Tate in 12th, Glenn Bloyer 13th, Kevin Straw, Daniel Garrett, he had a 15th position from Jonathan Higgins, Jack Johns, who went backwards from a good grid slot. Rob Fagg did come home in 18th place in the end. Then it was Jonathan Lister and Paul Keynes, a driver switching to this discipline, running out the top 20. Then Ernie Gushlow, Keith Malpas, Stephen Wright, William Ward, Trevor Faunch, Alexander Arntis were the other finishers, Matt Groh. Also just about made it to the end, but Tom Gadd did not. And of course we had Louis Ward, who also fell off before the restart. So Josh, that brings us to the end of what's been a thrilling, at times a little bit too hectic day's racing here. We've had some tremendous battles. We've had a variety of different winners. We've had a very interesting Club Enduro 2-hour race, which was the centrepiece of the day as well. But all in all, it's been a great day's racing here at Donington Park with the 750 Motor Club.
Absolutely. I think that the earlier low-cost race, the one before lunch, was probably the highlight of the day, wasn't it? With
I agree.
Sort of two pairs of cars all the way through the field in that lead battle. Absolutely extraordinary race in there. The BMWs were really good too. The bike sports, I think, that even though the lead, there wasn't a battle for the lead, but some really good racing in the bike sports through the field, and it looks like a much lots more quicker drivers in the Bike Sports Championship in 2019 over last year. We saw MR2s, didn't we? Paul Cook, maybe a bit of a surprise to get 2 wins. Sean Trainor's been the man to beat over the last few years, and he beat him on both occasions. And as you say, the Club Enduro Championship, very much a race of attrition with the hot weather affecting the top class cars, but lots of new drivers out in Club Enduro this weekend. I think that's going to continue through the year because there were so many people that wanted to get an entry, and they had to get it in early to make sure they get a race. So I'm sure we'll see a great mix of cars throughout the season in the Club Enduro Championship, and I'm sure we'll see some good racing too. There wasn't so much close racing in the Club Enduro Championship, but lots of interesting storylines that we got to look forward to, and it was great to have lots of people commenting on the feeds on YouTube, on Facebook, and we look forward to having everyone back in just about 6 weeks' time at Croft with Alpha Live streaming that. A couple of 750 Motor Club meetings become before that, but first I think we've got the top 3 hopefully making their way towards the podium: Tom Robinson, Cole Rutenad and Paul Clark, and what's been a bit of a longer day here at Donington Park than perhaps we expected.
Yeah, absolutely. Sun will soon be setting here. Many thanks to Josh for his support on the commentary, and many thanks too, of course, to all of the marshals here at Donington Park who've done such a tremendous job this weekend. It's been a long day, lots of work. The competitors have been keeping them very busy indeed, so many thanks to them, and all of the other officials behind the scenes, the race admin, scrutineers, timekeepers, all of the guys and girls in race control that make these race meetings tick. We couldn't do it without any of them, so many thanks to all of them. As Josh says, I do hope you'll join us for the next time we live stream a 750 Motor Club race meeting. That's at Croft at the beginning of June, but 750 Motor Club's next action, if you want to join it, is at Silverstone in a couple of weeks' time. So just looking down to the far end of the pit lane now to see if we are going to get a word from our top 3 here. I can't actually see that any cars have been stopped down there this time. Not sure if we're going to get any drivers to talk to. What can you see, Josh?
I see Paul Clark's car in the paddock,
right.
So I wonder if the others have gone there too. We saw Paul Clark picking up part of his car, so he probably arrived at a different time to Tom Robinson and Cole Rutenad, but suspect James Winstanley will be the local paddock's the other side of the it's all the way far away as possible, isn't it? So that might cause...
We're not going to get any drivers back, I don't think, if they have gone into the paddock. So I don't think on that basis we'll get to hear from Jacob Harris again at the end of the day, which is a great shame. But Jacob, down there, Jacob, can you see any drivers in any way near you to talk to?
I'm afraid not. I'm all on my own up here on the podium. They did indeed drive straight into the paddock, so it looks like we're foregoing the podium for this one.
OK, well, thank you very much indeed, Jacob. That brings to an end the live stream from Donington Park here today. Do hope you've enjoyed it.
Wait, hang on. Hang on, I think we've got someone.
You've got someone, but who?
I'm hearing in my ear. We may have one of our top 3. No, false alarm. False alarm.
Right, well, it was exciting while it lasted. OK, that is the end of the live stream then here at Donington Park. Do hope you've enjoyed it. It's been brought to you by Alpha Live. Thanks to Jacob Harris, Josh Barrett and me, Ian Saban. Wishing you a very good night from Donington Park.